Apart from that, Gaia had other reasons for removing the super auction platform. Although the territories in the wilderness were mostly self-sufficient, they were in different regions with varying resource distributions. Therefore, each territory, including Shanghai City, needed to trade with others either to sell products, buy raw materials, or conduct other transactions. After the super auction platform went down, the lords had to use alternative channels to fulfill their trading needs. One method was to travel through the wilderness to trade with imperial cities. However, this was nearly impossible in the short term due to the vast distances between the territories and the imperial cities. Thus, the second method, trading with other territories, remained. The most convenient option was to trade with neighbors. However, the wilderness operated on a survival of the fittest principle, where good neighbors were rare. This made it difficult to establish trade relationships. Gaia understood this and wanted to convey to the lords of the wilderness that their race was not just about war, it also involved trade. When they reached the planet Hope, they might need to trade with the natives. As future leaders, they needed to be prepared for such scenarios. Since the 4 city-states surrounded Shanghai City, apart from dealing with Consonant City, they had no other easy options. Fortunately, Ouyang Shuo had anticipated this and had established a sea trade route with Quanzhou Imperial City. Thus, despite the distance, they could continue trading with Quanzhou through the sea. However, they still lacked the ability to trade with other imperial cities. Of course, challenges still faced Shanghai City. Firstly, the salt trade of Shanghai City would be impacted. Quanzhou, a city located near the ocean, did not need to import food salt. Therefore, Shanghai City had to sell the food salt they did not consume internally to other territories. Food salt was a significant pillar for the territory. Whether it was Beihai City at the beginning, Qiongzhou, Lizhou Prefecture, or even Jinhai City, the profits from food salt were one of the primary financial inputs for the territory. Additionally, the channels for purchasing iron ore, coal, and similar resources were limited. Although Ouyang Shuo had made preparations for this issue, it was not a long-term solution. Their ability to find a stable supply would impact the future industrialization strategy of the territory. Other impacts would need to be analyzed by the industry division. Overall, the removal of the super auction platform was a significant test for all territories. When Chen Shenzhun received the news, his face turned ashen white. His family was heavily involved in business, with family members running the chambers of commerce in the imperial cities. The removal of the super auction platform meant that these chambers would become independent from the main family, a huge blow to Pilsun City, which relied on their support. Another update removed the Global Channel, the Guild Channel, and the Alliance Channel. Communication between players would now be through the relay or the forum. This change made players feel uncomfortable or even pained, as it aimed to make the wilderness more realistic. Removing the global channel increased player independence, as they could no longer communicate through the same channel, potentially strengthening or solidifying regional powers. Removing the guild channel made managing a guild extremely difficult, thereby restricting guild size. Clearly, Gaia wanted a simplified guild structure. Removing the alliance channel forced alliance members to increase face-to-face communication and interaction. This change did not really affect Ouyang Shuo. In his previous life, he had already grown accustomed to the absence of these channels. In truth, as players gradually adapted to not having such channels, it liberated the game and made it feel much closer to the wilderness. At the same time, the lines between players and NPCs became blurrier and less defined. 3. Player levels were removed and replaced with a combat strength evaluation system. The evaluation levels were divided into copper, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, and god ranks, with each rank further split into 3 tiers. The combat strength value was a dynamic figure that fluctuated, providing a comprehensive assessment of a player's level, stats, equipment, cultivation methods, and other related factors. Ouyang Shuo checked his evaluation and found it to be high silver rank. This highlighted the difficulty of achieving a high combat strength value. In his previous life, the top Chinese expert had only reached the low dark gold rank. As the game progressed, it became increasingly challenging and time-consuming for players to advance their ranks. To break through to the god rank, players were required to complete specific quests. Removing player levels was Gaia's attempt to make the game more realistic. Ouyang Shuo also knew that in the future, even personal stats and equipment stats would be removed. 4. The relay system received a comprehensive upgrade, officially introducing the carriage system. Previously, relays were only responsible for delivering letters, which did not align with their name. After the update, all city relays would have carriages. Both players and NPCs could ride these carriages to travel to various cities. Naturally, this service would cost gold, and the profits would be split equally between the system and the territory. This also meant that the more prosperous the territory, the higher the income from this area. Apart from these carriages, the relay also rented carriages and helped transport goods. The goods transport service was similar to an improved version of the old escort service, though it also came at a cost. The unique aspect of the relay system was the speed of the carriages, which was 20 times faster than ordinary carriages. This not only mitigated the tenfold map expansion, but it even made travel twice as fast. One could foresee how popular the various relays in each city would become, even among officials and the yamen. Of course, using the relay to move large numbers of troops was impossible due to strict restrictions placed by Gaia. The upgrade of the relay system demonstrated that Gaia was maintaining a good balance between realism and convenience for the players. At the very least, Gaia did not pursue realism at all costs. In truth, the update of the relay had much to do with the removal of the super auction platform. In the wilderness, even if territories wanted to trade, the long distances posed a huge problem for the game's size and scale. A single trip could take half a month to a month or even longer. This was detrimental to promoting trade. Hence, Gaia granted them the relay transport system. Merchants only needed to pay a small fee to quickly send goods to their desired destination. In reality, this was a weaker version of the teleportation formation. Of course, for the wilderness, it was still an improved escort system. 5. Removal of the outer barrier of the imperial cities, connecting them completely to the wilderness. Previously, the imperial cities had a natural barrier separating each city from the territories in the wilderness. This update removed that barrier, making the imperial cities no longer special presences, they were simply giant cities. At the same time, this update made it easier for territories in the wilderness near imperial cities to trade with them. The relay system between cities would be connected. Gaia had deeper reasoning behind this particular change. From now on, the 9 imperial cities would gradually expand into the wilderness, influencing the situation either openly or covertly. For the lords, this meant a few more opponents to consider and plan against. Although there were only 5 updates this time, each would significantly impact the wilderness. When Ouyang Shuo saw this, many emotions filled him. The 3rd year of Gaia was destined to welcome many changes. That afternoon, another system notification sounded. World notification: Earth Online has now run for 2 years, so the game will release the second information piece, Aristocratic Families Rise. For the specific details, please log on to the forums to check them out. Aristocratic families were the great and influential families related to each dynasty and era. At the end of the Western Han, a relative of Emperor Wang Mang seized the throne and founded the Xian dynasty. After assuming power, to reduce conflicts between various groups, he changed the system. However, this change increased the burden on the people. Moreover, many natural catastrophes occurred during his reign, which exacerbated the situation. Consequently, this led to many large-scale peasant uprisings. Lu Xiao, who was part of the Western Han imperial lineage, joined the Lulin uprising. He relied on support from landowners to defeat the other rebel armies. Afterward, he established the Eastern Han. These tyrannical landowners were all families of high-ranking officials. They owned private land and had large private armies. Lu Xiao granted them high positions and formed familial relationships with them to recruit them. He made them the ruling pillars of the Eastern Han dynasty. These people can be considered the starting points of the aristocratic families. During the Eastern Han, the aristocratic families slowly began to control the official selection system. These elections became their personal tools for recruiting scholars and forming factions. Scholars were not only loyal to their emperor but also to those who hired them, creating a situation where they had both a boss and a lord. This set the cultural and intellectual foundation for warlordism at the end of the Eastern Han. The warlords that emerged at the end were mostly from various aristocratic families. The Hebei warlord Yuan Shao, for example, was from a four-generation, major aristocratic family that controlled many officials and minor officials. Therefore, one could assert that the warlordism at the end of the Eastern Han and the rise of the Three Kingdoms resulted from the power of the aristocratic families swelling up strength. To consolidate this power, Qiao Pai usurped the Zhang dynasty and gained the backing of the aristocratic families. He then established a 9-rank system to recruit officials and thus concentrated the power into the hands of the aristocratic families. Near the end of Qiao Wei's reign, the power struggles between the emperor and the aristocratic families intensified. Subsequently, the aristocratic family led by Sima Yi executed a coup and seized the highest ruling power from Qiao Wei. His grandson, Sima Yan, proceeded to usurp the Wei country from Shi Ji. His triumph was due to his ability to enlist the support of the aristocratic families. After the destruction of Shu and Wu countries, the power of the aristocratic families increased, leading to a situation where not being from such a family made it exceedingly difficult for those of lower rank to achieve high status. At the same time, for commoners, the path to high ranks became perilous. After Shi Jin's failed rebellion and with the arrival of Sima Yu, the reigns of Qiao Wei weakened, and he found necessary to grant land and titles to the aristocratic families to maintain his rule. The emperors were all corrupt, and their ambitions drove them to obtain power and the consequent chaos, leading to the downfall of the 7 kings of the Sima house. Eventually, Sima Yu recovered control and, with the assistance of the Wang family, achieved the real power of the government from Qiao Wei's enfeebled leadership and Sima Yan's illness. The Wang family went east and cooperated with the Langye king, Sima Rui. Wang Dao used various methods to unify the aristocratic families in the south. Moreover, under the circumstances where the West Ji was destroyed, they helped Sima Rui form East Ji. After East Ji was established, Sima Rui depended on Wang Dao for administrative matters, while he depended on Wang Dun for military affairs. This formed a situation where the Wang and the Sima families shared the power. When Sima Rui wanted to reduce the influence of the Wang family, Wang Dao started a rebellion, forcing him to yield to Wang Dun. It became evident that a situation where the aristocratic family would decide the court had become an unpreventable fact. The power of East Ji lay in the hands of the Wang family, Qiao country lay in the hands of the Hen family, Qin prefecture lay in the hands of the Xie family, while Yingchuan was under the Yu family. In all these places, the emperors became puppets. Lu Yu established East Ji and established the Song. Although he was born in a normal family, he supported the aristocratic families fully. From the backgrounds of the 4 ministers who helped him run the country, one could clearly see this fact. During the Southern Dynasty, aristocratic families were still the core of the rules. Although the 16 kingdoms and the Northern Dynasty that merged with the Southern Dynasty were mostly nomads, they respected the rights and powers of the aristocratic families and granted them good positions. The Northern Lu aristocratic family from Fanyang, the Li family from Longxi, the Yang family from Hongnong, the Suo family from Duanhuan, the Li family from Zhao prefecture, the Chui family from Qinghe, and the various other aristocratic families were all doing very well in each country and kingdom. Note, corrected the last sentence to the various other aristocratic families were all doing very well in each country and kingdom, to maintain the original meaning while improving the grammar. The Northern Wei Emperor Xiaowen revolutionized and restored the hereditary system of aristocracy, which allowed aristocratic families in the north to grow much stronger. West Wei Minister Yu Wentai utilized the conscription system to bring troops from the north. Particularly in the pass where aristocratic families and the Xinbei clan collaborated and formed the Guanlong army group. During the Sui Tang dynasty, the emperors of the two dynasties both originated from the Guanlong army. To win the hearts of the gentry class, they established the imperial examination system to select officials. However, this system was highly restricted, and aristocratic families still largely controlled the regime. At the end of the Sui Tang dynasty, many members of aristocratic families held office, while people born into ordinary families rarely became officials. Huang Chao, who stemmed from a humble and poor family, was unhappy with this situation. Consequently, he initiated a rebellion against the Tang dynasty, occupying Chang'an. He then fought against the power of the aristocratic families. As a result of this conflict, their power that had influenced China for 900 years no longer remained, and they essentially exited the historical stage. Aristocratic families' rise was an information piece set against this historical backdrop. Based on the settings from Gaia, after its release, 3 types of aristocratic families would appear in the wilderness. Firstly, the dynasty aristocratic families. An aristocratic family from the Eastern Han dynasty appeared in Ouyang Imperial City, one from the Wei and Jin dynasty in Xuanzhou Imperial City, and one from the Sui and Tang dynasty in Chang'an Imperial City. Other imperial cities would also see the appearance of aristocratic families, to varying degrees. However, the famous historical figures from these families would not appear immediately. They would wait for their corresponding dynasties to enter the wilderness before showing themselves in the game. Undeniably, their appearance would bring about significant changes to the imperial cities. The virtual and somewhat artificial imperial courts, as well as the various aristocratic families in the cities, would gradually become more realistic. Adventure mode players in the imperial cities would have more opportunities to trigger quests, and the connection and interaction between the two would become closer. Additionally, this update removed the outer barriers of the imperial cities, which might allow the imperial cities to exert some influence on the wilderness. Lord mode players would have more chances to recruit talented individuals. Secondly, the wilderness aristocratic families. This type of aristocratic family would directly appear in the wilderness and engage in face-to-face competition with lords. For instance, Xiongnu's Western Chu, which originated from the late Qin, was considered a type of aristocratic family. This meant that the second year of Gaia was only a warm-up, with the true strengths of these families emerging in the third year. In the second year, the 4 uprising armies were the main players in the wilderness. In contrast, the aristocratic families in the wilderness would not appear all at once. They would wait until the battle maps of their respective dynasties were completed or a quest was triggered before making their appearance. This made them a significant unknown factor. Thirdly, there were the territory aristocratic families. If the historical figures recruited by a territory belonged to a specific aristocratic family, their members would appear gradually. However, whether you could recruit them to work for you was a separate issue. Additionally, various counties and prefectures within each territory would give rise to local influential families. This situation had both advantages and disadvantages for the territories. The benefits were self-evident. Although the aristocratic families would limit the territory's rule, they brought many talents, which could help address the territory's talent shortage. The disadvantages were equally clear. When these powerful families formed within the territories, they would impose restrictions on the lord's prestige and political rights. Overall, this information was not as straightforward as the uprising data. It was less violent but more mysterious, affecting the internal dynamics of the territories. For the lords of the wilderness, this was a true test. Shortly after this information was released, another world notification shocked everyone. World notification. To celebrate Gaia's second anniversary, a one-time achievement value exchange event will be held. For more details, please visit the federal website. Achievement values were a highly sensitive topic for all players, as they affected permission levels on Planet Hope. Players like Ouyang Shuo were working hard in the game to earn more achievement values and raise their permission levels. Now, however, Gaia allowed one to exchange for it. This was an incredibly huge hit for players. Even Ouyang Shuo was stunned. He did not recall such an exchange event taking place in his past life. Clearly, his revival had once again changed the course of history. According to what Gaia had revealed on the website, the exchange would occur between in-game gold and achievement value. Players could use the achievement value they obtained on Earth to exchange for gold, or they could exchange in-game gold for achievement value. The ratio was 1 to 200, 1 achievement value for 200 gold. During the migration, the assets people owned significantly decreased in value due to the calculations. Especially for billionaires, whose divisor amount reached 0.0001. A person who owned 100 million credits could only obtain 10,000 achievement value. Given that the game had run for 2 years, the production of gold had greatly increased, and the exchange rate had fallen. Therefore, the 1 to 200 ratio could be considered extremely logical. Taking a millionaire as an example, if he exchanged all his achievement value for gold, he would gain 2 million gold immediately. The credit-to-gold exchange rate was 50:1. Additionally, one must consider the depreciation of gold due to the large volume of exchanges. In reality, the exchange ratio should have been even lower. Thus, exchanging achievement value for gold was a high-stakes gamble. Normal players had very little assets, and the asset divisor during the calculation was low, making the exchange worthwhile for them. A typical adult had around 1,000 achievement value. If he exchanged it all, he would receive 200,000 gold, a substantial fortune. To prevent a gambler mentality among players, Gaia restricted the exchangeable achievement value to 1/3 of their current amount. A person with 1,000 achievement value could at most exchange for 333 points and obtain 66,600,000 gold. To the various powers, this was truly a chance to gamble. Taking Chen Shenzhen as an example, he currently held an extremely awkward position in the game. Without outside help, it would be difficult for him to return the peak. If he exchanged his vast and boundless achievement value, he could stage a comeback in the game. If he did that, there would really be no way out for him in the game. He could not afford to lose. As for exchanging gold for achievement value, at the current stage, none of the players could afford to do that. Even the world's best lord, Ouyang Shuo, only had 200,000 movable, liquidated funds. 200,000 gold could only be exchanged for 1,000 achievement value. The moment one exchanged gold for achievement, it would be like quenching a thirst with poison, disrupting the game balance in the process. After all, even Ouyang Shuo was not sure how Gaia would evaluate their assets in the game after the 10-year period. Thus, exchanging early on was definitely not a wise choice. The deadline for the achievement value exchange was 12 p.m. on the 3rd year, 1st day, 1st month. Players only had 1 day to make their choice. As for the annual system auction, it would be pushed back to the morning of the 2nd day. Ouyang Shuo could already imagine the bloody scene of this auction. He already lacked confidence to stand out during this auction. Out of the 100 million Chinese players, a portion of them would definitely choose to go all in and change their achievement value for gold, taking the gamble. During this auction, the funds in the hands of the players would definitely reach a shockingly enormous sum. Out of the 12th-month income, Ouyang Shuo had only kept 150,000 gold. This sum was all he had prepared for the auction. With only 150,000 gold, he could consider himself fortunate if he obtained even one item. Ouyang Shuo was not planning to join the exchange. After his bloodline awakened, his permission level had risen to C. In theory, he had 100,000 achievement value. Unfortunately, Gaia was the one who had raised his permission level. Hence, a portion of this achievement value was locked and could not be exchanged. If not, Ouyang Shuo would have also exchanged a portion of his achievement value for gold. After all, the items at the system auctions had never disappointed him. Gaia 3rd year, 1st month, 1st day, Shanghai City. Last year, at this time, Ouyang Shuo had headed for the auction house. However, this year was an exception. Since he still had some time, Ouyang Shuo headed for the 2 hidden buildings and used up his chances. Who knows what kind of surprise the Silver Prayer House and the recruitment hall would give him. However, this year was an exception. Since he still had some time, Ouyang Shuo headed for the 2 hidden buildings and used up his chances. Who knows what kind of surprise the Silver Prayer House and the recruitment hall would give him. Note, the text who knows what kind of surprise the Silver Prayer House and the recruitment hall would give him has been formatted to improve readability. Ouyang Shuo walked into the Silver Prayer House, this time bringing Binger, who was equally enthralled by the hidden buildings. After Ouyang Shuo granted her permission, Binger was ready to go. Brother, which one should I choose? Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate, he asked her to choose the highest rank gold ingot. Although it represented other types and had a significant element of randomness, with Binger's luck, no matter how random the outcome, it would still grant a decent reward. Binger followed his words and chose the prayer type. Following this, she could choose the prayer mode. If Ouyang Shuo was the one choosing, he would definitely self-choose. However, since it was Binger, he asked her to choose the random mode without hesitation. However, Ouyang Shuo was still uncertain about the self-choosing mode. If the difficulty was too low, he would waste a good opportunity. If the difficulty was too high and exceeded the 100_1000_gold_upper_ limit, the prayer would fail. On the other hand, the random mode was purely luck. Only the person who activated the system could see the virtual spinning wheel. At this moment, Ouyang Shuo could not see it and only heard Binger say, "Stop." Following which, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification. Congratulations player Chiua Wui for drawing the Wish 55% increase in territory sailor wave and wind resistance, automatically deducting 100,000 gold. Note, I have made some minor grammatical edits to improve readability while keeping the essence of the text intact. Here is a cleaned and grammatically corrected version of the provided text. Gaia, the 3rd year, from the 1st month, 1st day to the 12th month, 30th day. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Binger's luck had reached the point where everything went well for her. As expected, she had drawn the highest 100,000 gold wish, which was also an exceedingly valuable seafaring buff. The Gaia 3rd year would be the developmental year for territory sailors, so this buff came at the right time. With this buff, Ouyang Shuo had more confidence in completing his plans. As for the deducted 100,000 gold, Ouyang Shuo was not concerned in the least. This buff, in conjunction with the Mazu Temple specialty, would let the sailors of Shanghai City move _like they were on flat ground, no matter how dangerous the sea region was. Long-distance voyaging was no longer a dream. Ouyang Shuo now prayed that the recruitment hall would grant him a navy general. Binger, you are amazing. Ouyang Shuo couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Of course. This little brat remained arrogant. However, her eyes couldn't hide the happiness that was bursting out. Go, let's go to the recruitment hall. Help brother recruit a god general. Ouyang Shuo led the way out of the Silver Prayer House. The little brat nodded her head and followed closely behind. Within the recruitment hall, Binger placed her tender white palm into the sunken spot. Instantly, a system notification echoed in her ear. System notification. Congratulations Ouyang Bing for activating the recruitment hall. You have one chance to recruit a special talent and one chance to recruit a historical person. Which will you recruit? Recruit historical person. Binger was extremely smart. Please note the following adjustments. Fixed grammatical issues, ensuring subjects and _verbs _agree. Replaced the placeholders with appropriate _words for readability. Maintained the original content while fixing typos and formatting. Changed brat to brat for consistency, and brat to brat for readability and presumed meaning. Adjusted the capitalization of some words for consistency. Replaced underscores and camel case in she remembered every word Ouyang Shuo had told her. Instantly, a system notification sounded in Ouyang Shuo's ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for successfully recruiting the god-ranked historical figure, Zhang He. 100 gold has been deducted. A white light flashed, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Sanbo greets the Lord. When Ouyang Shuo saw this, he felt a headache. Was the gap between people really so vast? Binger's luck was truly overwhelming. The moment she acted, she recruited a god-ranked historical figure, a rare naval talent. If it were Ouyang Shuo, he would consider himself lucky to recruit an emperor-ranked talent. Zhang He, a legendary figure in Chinese history, made Ouyang Shuo feel as if even the heavens were against him. He was so emotional that he forgot to greet Zhang He and instead directly checked his stats. Name, Zhang He, God rank. Dynasty, Ming Dynasty. Identity, Shanghai City General. Occupation, Special Rank General. Loyalty, 75. Command, 92. Force, 70. Intelligence, 80. Politics, 70. Specialty, Annihilation in battle, 20% increase in cannon range and power, 40% increase in warship speed, 35% increase in ship defense, 45% increase in sailor morale. Cultivation method, Voyager Treasure Manual. Evaluation, Zhang He, also known as San Bao, was a famous voyager and diplomat. He traveled to the Western world 7 times, accomplishing a great feat in human history. He excels in the art of war and is brave in battle, capable of commanding troops. The Nanyang Navy currently has 3 squadrons: the Beihai Bay Squadron, housed in Beihai City, the Yashan Squadron, housed in Yashan City, and the Jiaozhou Squadron, housed in Jinhai City. Among these, the Yashan Squadron, led by Kai Mao, is the strongest. It has expanded to 3 divisions. Even without considering his commanding ability, Ouyang Shuo has recognized Kai Mao's exceptional talent for training sailors. In a short period, he has managed to make the Yashan Squadron the strongest in the territory. Pei Donglai's Beihai Bay Squadron ranks 2nd with 2 divisions. The newest Jiaozhou Squadron, led by Yanhua Yaoni, currently has 1 division. In terms of military organization, the Navy resembles a legion corps. A squadron is equivalent to a legion, and naval divisions are similar to army divisions. Currently, the Army has 3 fully formed Legion Corps. In contrast, although the Navy received its title earliest, it remains disorganized. The 3 squadrons combined have 6 divisions, slightly more than 1 Army Legion. The Navy's lag in the territory is an undeniable fact. This situation is due to 3 reasons. Firstly, there is a lack of naval generals, which is the most critical issue. The best naval general in the territory is Kai Mao. Pei Donglai, the earliest naval general, has already broken through the bottleneck and upgraded to an advanced general with the help of territorial buffs. Advancing further for him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yanhua Yaoni, on the other hand, has immense potential. It was only a matter of time before he became the shining star of the Navy. In comparison, the territorial army was already brimming with talent. Secondly, training sailors was a difficult task. Unlike the army, the Navy required sailors in addition to naval soldiers, making their training period longer and their needs more extensive. This naturally restricted the Navy's expansion. Besides regular sailors, training captains, chief officers, and second officers was particularly challenging. Each captain was a rare find. Thus, Ouyang Shuo had already specially arranged for the Military Affairs Department to recruit these talents in Chuanzhou. Even so, they still struggled to meet the Navy's expansion needs. Thirdly, there was a lack of seafaring experience. Kai Mao was a typical local Navy general, and asking him to train the Navy in Yashan City was already a stretch. Sending him out to sea would exceed his capabilities. However, for nearby sea warfare, such a large navy would be unnecessary and place a significant financial burden on the territory. This further restricted the Navy's expansion. Even Military Affairs Director Du Ruhui took a conservative stance on the issue. Additionally, during the second year of Gaia, numerous threats forced Ouyang Shuo to focus all strategic efforts and resources on the army. Now, internally, Ouyang Shuo had decided to take a break. The territory could use this time to develop the Navy. Recruiting Zhang He at this moment was a huge stroke of luck for the Navy. Otherwise, why would he call Binger a super invincible lucky star? Whatever Ouyang Shuo needed, she delivered. Along with the buff from the Silver Prayer House, it was a perfect match. Zhang He was born in the 4th year of Emperor Hanwu's reign, the second son of Ma Ha. During the winter of the 13th year of Hongwu, the Ming dynasty's troops attacked Yunnan. Ma He was just 10 years old when Ming Army Deputy Commander Lan Yu took him to Nanjing. There, he was castrated and entered Yongla's Yanwang Manor. In the first year of Yongla's reign, a monk accepted Ma He as a disciple of the Bodhisattva precept, giving him the monk name Fuji Xiang. During the second year of Yongla, Zhang He achieved many victories in war. Yongla awarded him the surname Zhang for his war contributions and called him Zheng He. He was then promoted to the position of internal official eunuch, a 4th-grade official, only lower in rank than the eunuch of the Imperial Ceremony Office. Zheng He was intelligent and capable in battle, earning the great trust of the Yongla Emperor. From 1405 to 1433, he led 7 voyages to the west, achieving an unprecedented feat in the 8th year, 4th month of the Xuande Emperor's rule. He died in India and was buried on Nanjiang Neshu Mountain. His troop commanding ability aside, his identity as a Grandmaster Voyager and his extensive sea travel experience brought significant changes to the Navy. His voyaging techniques utilized astronomy, landmarks, compasses, and water depth measurements. As recorded in the Pacific Fanghua records, using chopped trees as a base, engravings as words, and a floating needle on water to guide the ship. Among these, the most famous technique was the use of the floating needle, which was not some form of witchery. Rather, it employed a scientific method to deduce direction and location using the stars. This technique was groundbreaking among voyagers at that time. Additionally, the boat's storage of fresh water solved stability and anti-sinking issues. These factors allowed him and his crew to sail even during the harshest conditions. During the day, they communicated by hanging different colored flags. At night, they used lanterns to convey information. If visibility was poor due to fog, they communicated with drums and horns. All in all, Zhang He was a living treasure of voyaging. With him, the naval forces had the confidence to venture into deep oceans. That afternoon, the Nanjiang Governor-General's House issued an imperial order appointing the god-ranked General Zhang He as the Fleet Admiral of the Nanyang Navy. He was granted the title of Commander-in-Chief, akin to a Marshal of the Legion Corps. Zhang He had just arrived and, without time to acclimate, was immediately elevated to a high-ranking position. Such special honor was something not even Baiqi and others had received, demonstrating Ouyang Shuo's high regard for him. As a legendary voyager, while his personal martial skills were strong, his command abilities did not match Baiqi's. However, he possessed a unique strength that other generals lacked, the ability to lead a large, long-distance navy. This was why Ouyang Shuo treated him so well. Ocean warfare, especially after warships were equipped with cannons, did not require personal strength. What mattered was a leader to guide them forward. Zheng He undoubtedly had this ability. Ouyang Shuo had reason to believe that under his leadership, the Nanyang Navy could truly be established. On the first day of the first month in the third year, in the afternoon, at the Nanjiang Governor-General Manor, a meeting was held in Ouyang Shuo's reading room. The participants were Ouyang Shuo, the newly appointed Nanyang Navy Commander-in-Chief Zheng He, and the Military Affairs Director Du Ruhui, who had just returned from Mulan Stronghold. The meeting naturally centered around the voyaging plan Ouyang Shuo had been eager to implement. In the first half of the third year, the territory's focus would be on internal affairs, striving to establish a solid base. They would refrain from initiating any wars against their enemies for the time being. During this period, Zhang Yi's Honglu Temple would have the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shuo would set his sights on the vast oceans. Prior to this, the voyaging plan had been nothing more than a dream. However, after acquiring the Ming Dynasty firearm-making technical manual, the Seafaring Buff, and Zheng He, the plan could finally be put into action. Ouyang Shuo was keen on leveraging this opportunity to solidify his lead in the Chinese territory, ensuring that even Di Chen and his peers would struggle to catch up, even if they exchanged all their achievement values. While Zheng He had only reached as far as Africa in history, traveling the Atlantic, Ouyang Shuo's ambitions looked across to Europe, specifically England, aiming to establish groundbreaking trade. One must admit that Ouyang Shuo's plans were audaciously ambitious, so much so that even Zheng He, a seasoned sailor, felt his blood simmer with excitement and his loyalty stat increased by 10 points. The sea was Zheng He's true calling, and while Ouyang Shuo set the vision, the detailed plans and preparations were left in Zheng He's capable hands, with the Military Affairs Department ready to lend their support. As such, they needed Zheng He and Du Ruhui to collaborate. Du Ruhui would pass on army organizational matters to Deputy Director Zhao. Afterward, his role was to assist Zheng He in realizing his legendary plan. The three of them discussed the matter well into the night before concluding their meeting. The next day, accompanied by Du Ruhui, Zheng He left Shanghai City. He was heading to the bases of the three squadrons to plan the voyage project and begin the early preparations. Voyaging, especially long-distance voyages, were never easy. From building warships to recruiting and training sailors, to preparing men and resources, and forming the expedition squadron, each of these tasks required significant time. However, with winter approaching, they needed to set off as soon as possible. China's proximity to the ocean meant that the northeast monsoon would sweep them toward the Indian Ocean. If they missed this opportunity, the trip would most definitely fail. Thus, before the invention of the steam engine, long-distance voyaging depended on very strict timing. At the same time, Ouyang Shuo, with 100,000 gold, set off for Jingdo with his guards. The shadow guards of the Shanghai Guards had already gained some control in Jingdo. Commander Cui Tianqi had personally visited Jingdo to ensure Ouyang Shuo's safety. Clearly, none of them wanted another assassination attempt to occur. Meanwhile, Song Jia would remain in Shanghai City to prepare for their wedding. Given Ouyang Shuo's unique position, his wedding was naturally more elaborate than a typical commoner's. As a result, the preparations were extensive and complex. They even established a wedding preparation division for this purpose. Jiang Sheng personally took charge, acting as its secretary. As for the specific tasks, the culture division under the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department would handle them. Jiang Sheng oversaw the entire weddings processes, while the culture secretary, Su Shuda, attended to every detail. The financial department was also exceptionally generous, providing 100,000 gold for the wedding preparations. The event was set for the second day of the Chinese New Year, the fourth day of the second month. The use of the silver prayer house had cost him 100,000 gold. To avoid placing an additional burden on the financial department, Ouyang Shuo had to reduce his auction funds. 100,000 gold. Ouyang Shuo really couldn't imagine how this sum might be put to good use. Even so, he still had to proceed. The auction would indeed be massive, so Ouyang Shuo certainly wouldn't miss it. Jingdo remained as prosperous as ever. The only noticeable difference was the increasing scent of royalty and power thickening the city's atmosphere. Information had slowly begun to affect the imperial city's ambience. On the forums, there were already players claiming to have received relevant quests, the truth of these claims being dubious. Compared to the usual times, owing to the removal of the super auction platform, players lacked a place to sell the various items they acquired through quests and adventures. Their ingenuity knew no bounds, with some of the cleverer ones having opened stalls in front of the auction house. The view presented an array of stalls filling the middle street, and the sounds of hawking goods could be heard. Such a scene was rarely seen during the times of the super auction platform. As Ouyang Shuo walked down the street under the protection of his guards, it reminded him of his past life. During those times, he had also wandered the streets lined with stalls. Back then, he hoped to find an expensive piece of equipment to save a bit of gold. However, each time, he returned home disappointed. Reflecting on those days, Ouyang Shuo was filled with emotion. Now, as he looked at each stall, he occasionally shook his head. To the current Ouyang Shuo, how could ordinary items catch his eye? Even in the bustling main street, he and his entourage drew the most attention. Hundreds of the strongest personal guards were enough to make other players step aside. Soon, some players recognized him. "It's the Lord of Lianzhou," exclaimed a sharp bystander. "It really is him." "Is he so bored that he's strolling the streets and looking at stalls like us?" scoffed a jealous bystander. "So handsome," gushed a brainless girl. The entire street became even more excited and bustling because of his appearance. Ouyang Shuo's face had an awkward expression. With Chen Daming's personal guards ensuring no one could approach, he could still walk leisurely. However, with his identity revealed, the sellers all looked at him differently. They picked up their items and tried to sell them to him aggressively. Everyone knew he was a big spender, no, a wealthy tycoon. Facing the warmth of the stall owners, Ouyang Shuo took it with a smile. Obviously, he would not buy their treasures just because they treated him nicely. Ouyang Shuo was not a spendthrift. Even if Ouyang Shuo did not buy anything, no one would dare to say that he was stingy. This was the difference between a god-tier player and a normal player. Just as he slowly started to lose interest and was ready to leave for the auction house, a map suddenly caught his eye and shocked him. 2. This map instantly reminded Ouyang Shuo of the other two pieces stored in his bag. Ouyang Shuo had originally thought he lacked destiny with the treasure. The two pieces of the map had started to gather dust in a corner of his bag. But who would have guessed he would find the last piece at this stall? Destiny was truly magical. At this moment, Ouyang Shuo really felt Binger's luck had rubbed off onto him. If the super auction platform was not removed, and these stalls had not made him reminisce of the past, he would not have met this map fragment. Although he was shocked inside, his face remained calm, showing no abnormality. After that first glance, his eyes did not sweep past the treasure map. Instead, he gazed at the other items. The stall owner was a male player, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although Ouyang Shuo did not want to take advantage of this fellow, he could not allow this stall owner to overcharge him. "How is it? Have you seen anything you like?" The stall owner inquired with a broad smile. "How much for this?" Ouyang Shuo asked, pointing to a territory specialty scroll. 5,000. As expected, the stall owner wanted to rip him off. This specialty scroll was merely a basic scroll that increased rainfall by 5%. Furthermore, it had a time limit of 3 months. It was something the territory did not really need. He actually wanted 5,000 gold for such an unnecessary scroll. Did he really think Ouyang Shuo was an idiot? Ouyang Shuo smiled at the stall owner, but it was a smile that did not feel genuine. Although he did not say anything, the stall owner could sense an invisible pressure. Ouyang Shuo was sending a simple message: "Do not take me for a fool." The stall owner awkwardly smiled, 1,500 gold. Ouyang Shuo shook his head and acted as if he was about to leave. Sigh, 1,000, 1,000, that's the lowest price. He had finally met a prominent lord, so he did not want to ruin this deal. Okay. Ouyang Shuo saw he had bargained enough, so he did not waste any more time. He casually asked, "Are there any more interesting items?" "Yes, yes, yes," the stall owner said excitedly, taking the 1,000 gold from Ouyang Shuo. To ordinary lords, 1,000 gold was a significant amount. When the neighboring stall owners saw this transaction, they all looked on with envy. This made the stall owner feel increasingly pleased. What about this? He picked up a Suazi armor. Ouyang Shuo shook his head. How about this? This time, it was some random circular ball. Ouyang Shuo once again shook his head, and his expression began to show some impatience. What about this treasure map? This is a treasure. In the end, the stall owner still picked up the treasure map Ouyang Shuo desired. Treasured map? Ouyang Shuo acted like he was interested. That's right. This treasure is in the northern bay, it's your territory. The stall owner purposely flattered him, his smile growing brighter. Let me see. Ouyang Shuo nodded and took the map, once again confirming its authenticity. The stall owner watched nervously as the tycoon in front of him examined it. Ouyang Shuo's expression turned from anticipation to disappointment. Eventually, he shook his head and sighed. A flawed map? The stall owner chuckled awkwardly, clearly aware of the item's weakness. If it were complete, he would have sold it on the super auction platform. Why wait until today? No matter how flawed, it's still a rare map. Who knows, you're so lucky, you might find the other two. The stall owner refused to give up. My basic luck stat is 5. The stall owner was speechless, a great awkwardness on his face. How about this? Name a reasonable price, and I'll buy it as a collector's item. Ouyang Shuo's tone was calm, betraying no flaws. His long-term experience managing his territory clearly set him apart from other players. No matter how clever the stall owner was, he couldn't outsmart Ouyang Shuo, the old fox. 20,000. This man truly valued money over his life. Ouyang Shuo wanted to walk away, he was speechless. Let's not even discuss the map's flaws. Even if he found the treasure, it might not be worth 20,000. Haze. No, no. Seeing Ouyang Shuo really about to leave, the stall owner blamed himself for being too greedy. 5,000. 5,000 gold and it's yours. The owner panicked. Ouyang Shuo calmly replied, his face resolute like iron, 3,000. His tone left no room for doubt. When the stall owner heard this demand, he realized he couldn't overcharge Ouyang Shuo, so he agreed. Ouyang Shuo took the map and left, not in the mood to shop anymore. Who knew what kind of riches this fortuitous encounter would bring to Shanghai City? Just as Ouyang Shuo placed the map into his storage bag, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for gathering the 3 pieces of the map. The map can now be merged. Will you merge it? Yes. With a brushing sound, the 3 map fragments became one, transforming into an old and complete treasure map. The legendary riches of the most notorious pirate in Beihai Bay's history, Bloodslaughterer, were finally revealed to Ouyang Shuo. After leaving the stall, Ouyang Shuo immediately took out the complete treasure map. According to the description on the treasure map, the treasure was buried on a deserted island. Moreover, this island was in the northern Bay region. The part that made Ouyang Shuo frown was the location, it was near the Annan region. To obtain the treasure, he would have to alert the players in the Annan region. As expected, the heavens would not grant anyone free gifts. On the topic of Annan, this region was also within Ouyang Shuo's strategic attack range. Why not? Let's use this chance as a warm-up. Ouyang Shuo kept this matter in mind and quickly walked toward the auction house. As he approached the main door, he bumped into Chen Shenzhun. Oh, is it not Lord Wui? After suffering numerous defeats at Ouyang Shuo's hands, Chen Shenzhun could no longer treat him with false courtesy. Yes, it's me. Ouyang Shuo remained exceptionally calm. You are definitely going to show off your strength again during this auction, right? Chen Shenzhun winked. Speaking of which, you're famous for buying out the auction. His words were true. In the last two system auctions, Ouyang Shuo had used his gold advantage to buy nearly half of the items. Of course, when these words came from Chen Shenzhun, they carried a different meaning. Ouyang Shuo smiled, clearly seeing through Chen Shenzhun's intentions. It won't happen this time. I'm here to watch the battle. I think I'll be able to witness the glory of the richest tycoon in China. Hen, glad you know your place, Chen Shenzhun said. Well said, someone has finally opened your eyes to your real place. Suddenly, a player behind Chen Shenzhun spoke up. When Ouyang Shuo heard these words, his eyes turned cold. Haha, just joking, just joking. Despite his words, his face clearly showed mocking intent. Ouyang Shuo naturally wouldn't bother with such useless people, so he said to Chen Shenzhun, then let me congratulate you in advance. I hope you can get what you invested this time and not end up empty-handed again. When Chen Shenzhun heard this joke, his face instantly turned black. Obviously, his family had used their one-time achievement value exchange opportunity to gather a huge sum of gold. They were willing to go all in. Chen Shenzhun felt an immense amount of pressure on his shoulders. This auction was a sign of things to come. During the last two auctions, Chen Shenzhun had obtained insider information and had also prepared enough funds. However, time after time, Ouyang Shuo had messed up his plans. Naturally, he was filled with hatred toward Ouyang Shuo. Meeting him at the door, Chen Shenzhun naturally wanted to mock him. However, Ouyang Shuo saw through his intentions and did not bother, directly walking into the auction house. Looking at his back view, the teasing smile on Chen Shenzhun's face disappeared, leaving only seriousness. It was obvious that his show had failed. Don't tell me that guy has some secret funds? Having such thoughts, Chen Shenzhun followed him into the auction house. Before this auction even began, rivalries had already started to heat up. Wui, over here. Beihai had entered the auction house earlier and called out to Ouyang Shuo. During every auction, the members of the Shanghai Alliance would gather together. This had already become a tradition. A power like the Shanghai Alliance was something that even the Jingdo auction house did not dare to offend. Hence, suite number 1 on the second floor was reserved for them. Baihua's shout instantly alerted the entire auction house. In contrast to previous years, a portion of the players did not look at Ouyang Shuo with fear. Instead, their eyes contained an eagerness to challenge him. It was evident that the achievement value exchange event Gaia had pushed out was immensely popular. After all, such an event would only happen once. A considerable number of players had resolved to try their luck. While a single person was not intimidating, an entire guild or a large family certainly was. These groups comprised many members, and should someone exchange 1,000 to 2,000 gold, the guild or large family could gather an enormous sum. Lin Jing disclosed to Ouyang Shuo that the Warsnow Rose mercenary group had amassed several million gold. Additionally, numerous members held back some funds for personal use. Upon hearing this news, Ouyang Shuo felt his head growing heavy. In comparison, Shanghai City seemed meager. Of course, no one would spend all the gold they obtained in one go. To do so would be like drinking poison to quench thirst. Even a moderately knowledgeable economist would understand the damaging impact of a vast influx of funds into the market. If so, the gold they had gone through such lengths to obtain would depreciate tenfold. No one would be that foolish. Ordinarily, players would accumulate the gold and disperse it over several years, realizing as the game progressed, the required funds would escalate to a staggering amount. During the first year, Ouyang Shuo with 100 gold was deemed wealthy. Now, everyone possessed thousands of gold. After all, as the game gold production escalated, a level of inflation was bound to occur. Furthermore, as the items' ranks and grades ascended and became rarer, they naturally bore higher prices. This news caused a light bulb to light up in Ouyang Shuo's mind. Clearly, Ouyang Shuo had picked up a business idea during this brief exchange. If he could attract players to deposit their funds into the Four Seas Bank, it would be a significant opportunity for the bank. For this matter, Ouyang Shuo had specially sought out Treasurer Meng Jida to discuss it. Meng Jida had already begun working on the specific evaluation. When Ouyang Shuo walked into the suite, everyone had basically gathered. It seemed he had taken quite a while strolling around. After a short while, the auction officially began. Unlike last year, this auction did not have any warm-up sessions. Instead, it went straight to the 10 items. Clearly, Gaia understood that many millionaires were present, and their attention would naturally be on the top 10 items. As for ordinary items, many were auctioned monthly, so there was no need to waste time on them at such an event. As in previous years, the top auctioneer of the auction house walked up confidently. 10 beauties lined up behind him, each holding a tray covered with a red cloth. After a brief introduction, the auction commenced. "Now, let's auction the first item," the auctioneer laughed. The first beauty walked up and pulled away the cloth, revealing a sword. This is one of the 10 famous swords, the Taya sword, known as the Sword of Might, ranked 4th on the list. The starting bid is 53,000 gold, and there is no buyout price. Please place your bids. The auctioneer introduced. The moment he finished speaking, the place erupted into an uproar. Gaia was determined to let all the players have a huge fight, not setting a buyout price. This meant there was no upper limit to the price. Even Ouyang Shuo did not expect Gaia to make such a move. Just the starting item was a god weapon, and the atmosphere began to boil with excitement. Everyone was delighted and eager, determined to obtain this first item. Gaia had set the starting bid for the Taya sword as the same as the final price Lin Jing had paid for the Qixing Longyuan. 55,000. 65,000. 85,000. 100,000. In less than 10 minutes, the price of the Taya sword had soared to 100,000 gold. The unsettling part was that none of the usual bidders had spoken up yet. This 100,000 gold was just the beginning. As the price continued to climb, the more familiar faces would likely start bidding. 150,000. Jianqizong Lai's guild leader, Yijing Jin, broke the silence first, adding 50,000 gold in one go. This immediately set a high barrier, deterring most regular players. 200,000. The next bidder was Yijing Jin's long-standing rival, Jianqi Lane of Tingyu Floor. When Yijing Jin heard this price, he looked toward Jianqi Lane with a pained and emotional expression on his otherwise cold face. Surprisingly, he decided to let the item go. The 10 famous swords were the most suitable weapons for sword wielders. Yijing Jin and Jianqi Lane, this ex-couple, were considered the most renowned pair of sword wielders in the game. However, they led different guilds, making them strong competitors for the Taya sword. Yijing Jin's decision to step back was clearly a gesture to Jianqi Lane. It seemed that some old feelings still lingered between them. What a complicated relationship, ah! Ouyang Shuo tilted his head and observed Jianqi Lane. They were in the same suite, as she was a part of the Shanghai alliance. However, he was unable to see any emotion. The heart of a woman was truly hard to fathom. After Yijing Jin gave up, it seemed Jianqi Lane was bound to win. 250,000 gold. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared to spoil the situation. He was the guild leader of the Star Alliance, Xingzhe Zichin. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, he clearly had the funds and ability to participate. Although the Star Alliance's development in Jingdo was slower than expected, with the support of his family, he had managed to gain a stable footing. Now that they had revealed themselves to the world, Xingzhi Zichen had grown even more ambitious. His occupation was the hidden occupation, a qi cultivator. Logically, he had little need for the Taya sword. Thus, no one understood why he placed a bid. When Yijing Jin saw this, his eyes froze. After all, the two of them were allies, and Xingzhi Zichen's actions made him extremely annoyed. Even Di Qin could not help but frown at the situation. For the Star Alliance to stabilize in Jingdo, they had obviously relied on the full support of Jianqi Zongheng. Otherwise, the Shadow Alliance and Yimeng Pavilion, which the Shanghai Alliance supported, would have taken them down. At this moment, Xingzhi Zichen was provoking Yijing Jin's ex-lover. Was he tired of living? Di Chen shook his head. For the first time, he began to weigh the pros and cons of his actions. 300,000. Clearly, Jianqi Lane was not one to accept defeat. The moment her words rang out, the entire auction house erupted into a heated discussion. No one had anticipated the first item to surpass the 300,000 gold mark. When Ouyang Shuo heard this number, he practically gave up on bidding. He knew he was there just to watch the spectacle. Although Xingzhi Zichen belonged to the Yanhuang Alliance, he did not share a suite with Di Chen and the others. Instead, he opted for his own suite. At this moment, an intriguing conversation was taking place in the fourth suite. "Young master, let's stop while we can," the middle-aged man sitting behind Xingzhi Zichen urged. "Let me have a bit more fun." Xingzhi Zichen grinned. He was certain Jianqi Lane would continue bidding, which was why he felt so fearless. His goal was to outbid her. Engaging in a competition that harmed others and brought no gain was something only a mentally unstable person would do. 350,000. As expected, Xingzhi Zichen raised the bid again. 400,000. Jianqi Lane was thoroughly provoked. This time, the entire hall fell silent. No one had expected the first auction item to reach such a price. The guild had funds, but money wasn't waste paper. Purchasing a divine weapon for 400,000 gold would undoubtedly put Jianqi Lane under significant pressure from within the guild. Once the bidding concluded, the Taya sword officially passed to Jianqi Lane. The auctioneer, clearly pleased with the outcome of the first item, revealed the second item with a smile. It was a small talisman. After use, it can summon 50,000 elite troops for half a day. Base price of 60,000 gold. Similarly, there's no buyout, so please make your bids, the auctioneer announced. Whoosh! A cold air rose through the venue. This time, Gaia had really thrown out something unusual. The first two items were both absolutely rare. Even legendary items had started to appear in the game. All of a sudden, the eyes of the Lord Game Mode players burned with excitement. Based on the system's definition, elite forces were 7th rank or higher soldiers. Currently, among all the player territories, there were definitely fewer than 100 that met such a standard. 50,000 elite troops were enough to decide the outcome of a battle. The more terrifying aspect was that this 50,000 could be summoned at any time, catching the enemy completely off guard. If used well, it would be highly efficient and effective. No wonder they could only last for half a day, otherwise, it would truly be too overpowered. Even so, it was a god item to Lord Game Mode players, worth fighting for. 200,000. The first bid destroyed the hopes of the normal lords. 250,000. 300,000. The bid price climbed at a terrifying speed, almost certain to break the bidding record of the Taya sword. 400,000. The bidder was the richest of all the lords, Chun Shinjun. When Ouyang Shuo heard him bid, he looked at Beihai and muttered, "He desperately needs this item. It's a saving grace for him." Beihai replied. Ouyang Shuo nodded and turned his head back to the auction. 450,000. Wandering Magic made a bid. Ouyang Shuo noticed that before Wandering Magic made his bid, he had exchanged glances with Xiongba. Since Ouyang Shuo could notice this small action, Chen Shinjun, who was in the same suite as them, could obviously notice it too. As such, his brows furrowed. Do we have to fight among ourselves? Chen Shinjun looked toward Wandering Magic before turning his gaze toward Xiongba. Wandering Magic was born into a small family, so he could not have gained much from the achievement value exchange. Since he possessed such a large sum of money, Xiongba naturally supported him. When Wandering Magic gathered the Alliance army to attack Zhangqiu, Xiongba had also acted behind the scenes. Chen Shinjun knew this, which was why he directly looked at Xiongba instead of Wandering Magic. When Wandering Magic saw Chen Shinjun's actions, his face couldn't help but contort. The feeling of being looked down upon was truly uncomfortable. There is no need, Xiongba nodded. When Chen Shinjun heard this reply, he was pleased and thought that Xiongba planned to compromise. Though surprised, he also felt it was to be expected. After all, Chen Shinjun didn't think Xiongba would go all out for Wandering Magic. However, Xiongba continued, pulling Chen Shinjun down with him, since you're so righteous, then I thank you in advance. Xiongba looked at Chen Shinjun with a mischievous smile, delighted as if he had sunk Chen Shinjun's boat. Chen Shinjun's face instantly turned black. Then let's see who's better. Chen Shinjun said coldly. At that moment, the conflict between the two had reached an irreparable state. Di Qing quietly sat to the side without saying a word, but the look in his eyes became increasingly complicated. Although the Yanhuang alliance showed signs of resurgence, internal tensions had worsened. No one knew how long the alliance could last. Using the exchange event, Chen Shinjun aimed to elevate his status within the alliance. However, neither Di Chen nor Xiongba was willing to yield to anyone. With all three existing together, it was enough to steer the alliance toward an uncertain future. Cooperation among the strong required compromise, otherwise they would clash and suffer. In this regard, the young scions of the aristocratic families fell short of their parents' level. Each noble family was using this opportunity to mold and train the next generation. Most importantly, to maintain the alliance's stability, they needed to select a leader. However, since Di Chen's downfall, the position of Yanhuang alliance leader had been vacant. The atmosphere in Suite 2 suddenly grew extremely tense. The auction continued, of course. 550,000 gold. Chen Shinjun bid, a price that left others feeling despair. No matter how magical the item, 550,000 gold was truly excessive. 560,000 gold. Wandering Magic, or rather, Xiongba, accepted the challenge. 580,000. Chen Shinjun did not hesitate. 590,000. 600,000. Finally, Chen Shinjun pushed the price to a new peak. The entire auction house froze, witnessing the two powerful figures of the Yanhuang alliance compete. When he saw that Wandering Magic wanted to bid again, Zhang Lang, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, Brother Xiongba, let's stop here, there's no need to go any further. Only the neutral Zhang Lang could stop the current internal conflict. As for Di Chen, there was hatred between him and the two of them, so he naturally had no room to speak. As expected, Xiongba's expression turned solemn when he heard Zhang Lang's words. During the battle to destroy the Huangchao uprising army, the two of them had a close working relationship. These two neighbors still had many opportunities to work together in the future. Hence, Xiongba naturally needed to seriously consider Zhang Lang's suggestion. Additionally, the bid was already close to his bottom line. Seeing that, he nodded to Wandering Magic. He was truly a formidable character, he knew when to pick things up and when to put them down. When Zhang Lang saw Xiongba concede, he smiled in delight. Xiongba giving him face and respect made him feel honored. This huge internal conflict ended just like that. Di Chen had to feel the most disappointed. He remained silent. As time was limited, the third item was quickly revealed, a book. Yijing Jin, Art of Tendon Changing a Pinnacle Emperor Rank Internal Cultivation Heart Method. It has the miraculous effect of changing tendons and washing bones. Base price of 50,000, no buyout option, the auctioneer introduced. Everyone in the China region would have heard of this name. Undeniably, whether adventure game mode players or lord game mode players, they would all crave this technique. One could only obtain such a great cultivation method through pure luck. A person would be blessed for the rest of their life if they obtained such a technique. Especially the players, as they could directly use this authentic internal body and organ cultivation method, which made it even more valuable. The earlier they cultivated this technique, the greater their advantage and lead. For Ouyang Shuo to obtain the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation method was a grace from the gods. By cultivating this technique, his permission level had increased by 2 levels. If this matter were announced, many people would feel envious. One could say that no one was able to resist the allure of the Yijing Jin. Within the first suite, Lin Jing was the most excited. She had obtained the Qixing Longyuan, and had strived to obtain a top-ranked cultivation method to complement it. Among these, her sword technique was king rank, so she was temporarily using it. As a result, she currently lacked a suitable internal technique. During last year's New Year, when Binger obtained the Wugo Heart Sutra, the one who felt the most jealous was Lin Jing. Therefore, she currently felt a deep desire to obtain this item. After all, in terms of financial capability, Warsnow Rose was ranked first or second among all the guilds. This item also aroused the interest of Jianqi Lein, who had just obtained the Taya sword. She had the exact same idea as Lin Jing. Beyond them, this item also tempted Moon Shines Over the River, Jianghu, and Mengyun Tunding, these 3 guild leaders. The only guild leader that showed no interest was Qing Saiku. As for Beihai, Zhenlongdian Shui, Gong Changshi, and the others, they wanted this item but lacked the ability to obtain it. They were similar to Ouyang Shuo, only coming here to take a look. This trip was just destined to be a sort of observation and nothing more. Since Feng Chia Wang had lost her family's support, she found herself in a similar situation. One could say that the third system auction was destined to be a battle between prominent guilds and families. Others, including Ouyang Shuo, could only watch as bystanders. Cleaned and edited. Clean text and do simple grammar edit without changing the original meaning. As expected, the Yijing Jin caused a new round of intense bidding. 60,000 gold. 150,000 gold. 250,000 gold. 300,000 gold. In just 10 minutes, the price soared to 300,000 gold. The base price that Gaia set was completely irrelevant as a reference point. Instead, the players used the previous 2 bidding prices as a gauge. 400,000 gold. Lin Jing finally made her bid. It was the price the Taya sword had fetched, marking the first milestone. The entire auction house fell silent. A short while later, even greater eagerness and excitement erupted. The 400,000 gold bid was not enough to scare anyone off. There being a total of only 10 items available each year during the yearly auction, one could be considered extremely lucky if they managed to secure even a single item. Hence, as long as one had some gold prepared, they were not ready to miss any opportunity. 420,000 gold. 450,000 gold. The prices called out by players continued to rise, with no intentions of stopping. A serious expression finally appeared on Lin Jing's face. She had not anticipated the Yijing Jin would cause such a frenzied reaction. Everyone present seemed utterly unhinged. Some even wondered if Gaia had placed all the choice items at the front. All were filled with excitement and interest. 600,000 gold. The second time Lin Jing raised her bid, it was the price the talisman had fetched. She also wanted to use such a strategy to force out the lucky survivors. At the same time, she wanted to communicate to her opponents her intense desire for the Yijing Jin. As expected, after she made this bid, all players became extremely cautious. 600,000 gold was not an easily attainable sum, even for a large guild. Note, I have kept the structure of the sentences and the overall flow of the text as it was provided, making only necessary grammatical adjustments to improve readability. Furthermore, they were bidding for an internal cultivation technique that only one person could use. No one could truly spend the guild funds as they wished. The 600,000 gold she had bid already approached the limit of funds she could use. Last year, she had spent a huge amount of gold to obtain the Qixing Long Yuan, which caused some unhappiness in the guild. Luckily, Ouyang Shuo had opened Yashan City, allowing Lin Jing to help mitigate such negative effects through a series of good guild decisions. Everyone was watching, focusing on whether or not the auction record would be broken again. Outside the auction house, they were broadcasting the auction in real time. When Lin Jing bid the sky-high price of 600,000, the people on the entire street felt their blood boil. Their cheers mixed together, forming a huge wave. For these ordinary people who had set up stalls, 600,000 was a sky-high price. They were all witnessing a myth of riches and wealth. 650,000. Myths were meant to be broken. The one who bid was Chen Shinjun, who had obtained the scattering bean that turns into soldier talisman. This move surprised everyone. Even Ouyang Shuo could not help but turn his eyes toward the second suite. It seemed that this time, Chen Shinjun's family was determined to go all in on the game. 700,000 gold. Before the wave died down, another rose up. Just as Chen Shinjun made his bid, a third person broke it. Moreover, the bidder had raised the price by a full 50,000 gold. The Yijing Jin possessed a greater charm and temptation than expected. The new bidder was also a member of the Yanhuang Alliance, Feng Qingyang. This matter did not surprise anyone. Feng Qingyang was a famous martial idiot. In fact, Feng Qingyang giving up on the Taya sword had already shocked everyone. However, he obviously had no intention of giving up on the Yijing Jin. After all, his family's internal cultivation technique could not compare to this. Most importantly, he had discovered that the Yijing Jin had a hidden specialty: it could greatly enhance the bone structure stat of players. Since Feng Qingyang solely focused on martial arts, there was nothing more important to him than the Yijing Jin. As such, he had given up on the race for the Taya sword. Of course, this was partly because the Taya sword did not fit with his sword technique. Out of the 10 swords, he mainly cared about the 10th sword, the Changying sword. The Changying sword was the formless sword. It was the most mysterious and unpredictable sword. When they saw the price of the Yijing Jin suddenly rise to 700,000, Lin Jing and Xie Xiun exchanged glances and gave each other a pained smile, deciding to give up on this race. Lin Jing was not a foolish person. Although they could produce 700,000 gold without too much difficulty, it was not worth it. Furthermore, it was not the most suitable technique for Lin Jing, so she did not need to go all in to purchase it. On the other hand, Chen Shinjuan's expression was one that made one think. If anyone else had bid for this item, Chen Shinjun would have raised the price without hesitation. However, it was Feng Qingyang this time. Feng Qingyang could be considered one of his closest allies in the Yanhuang Alliance. The only problem was that Chen Shinjun also coveted the Yijing Jin. Of course, the martial way was not his goal. He wanted to use this internal technique to strengthen his body. Moreover, since he had so much funds, it was hard for him to really give up on it. Everyone was waiting for Chen Shinjun to bid again. Chen Shinjun was not the only one who had not given up on this item. The others were merely observing the battle between the two, waiting for the right moment to act. However, the auctioneer had already started the countdown. 700,000 going once. Chen Shinjun did not react, his expression was unreadable. 700,000 going twice. Chen Shenzhun raised his head and looked at Feng Qingyang, then opened his mouth. Everyone's eyes were on the second suite, and from his expression, it seemed he was about to make a move. The other bidders all rubbed their palms, preparing for the final battle. 700,000 gold, thrice. At that moment, the auctioneer slammed the hammer. Surprisingly, Chen Shenzhun did not bid, choosing instead to directly give up the competition. The entire hall was shocked. Some people quickly realized that Chen Shenzhun had been playing them. When the auctioneer called the bid the first time, Chen Shenzhun had probably hesitated. But at the second call, he decided to step back and assist Feng Qingyang. This allowed Feng Qingyang to obtain the Yijing Jin at the lowest possible price. At this moment, everyone felt extremely frustrated. Sadly, the deal was done. They could only admit that they were too greedy. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang looked at Chen Shenzhun with a bright, wide smile. Chen Shenzhun was an extremely shrewd person. Between his personal aspirations and his family's future, he had decided to choose the latter. He gave up the Yijing Jin and won the friendship of Feng Qingyang. This deal was definitely worth it. Clearly, Chen Shenzhun had thought the matter through. His family was sacrificing everything they had and could not allow him to act arrogant or stubborn. Every action he took must serve the family. As for personal interests, he temporarily put those aside. In the end, Feng Qingyang smoothly obtained the Yijing Jin for the sky-high price of 700,000 gold. Among the first three items, each successive item was better than the last, making the players' hearts race. Finally, Gaia slowed down the pace and tempo of the auction. The fourth item was a substitute doll. During the first system auction, Ouyang Shuo had purchased a substitute doll for 250 gold. At that time, players had not realized the value of the substitute doll. Now, it had become the pinnacle collector's item for players. A treasure that allowed one to revive without penalty had become increasingly valuable as the game progressed. If a player managed to possess multiple substitute dolls, they could finally feel secure. However, this item was extremely hard to obtain. A person could only acquire this item as a reward through large-scale chain quests. Based on incomplete results, there were fewer than 20 of these dolls in the entire China region by the second year of Gaia. From this, one could see how rare this item was. Therefore, although it did not attract as much excitement as the first three items, it was still popular. In the end, it sold for 200,000 gold. From that day onward, a new craze for the substitute doll began. Undoubtedly, from the third year onward, more and more quest teams would purposely focus on chain quests to obtain substitute dolls to earn gold. As long as they could obtain one of these dolls, becoming rich overnight would no longer be a dream. The auctioneer still had a wide smile, as his efficiency was higher than normal. Next, the auction of the fifth item. The red cloth was pulled away, revealing another old book. None of these books, be it cultivation secret manuals or technical manuals, were worthless or useless. The players were hooked once more. Once used, one can obtain the entire secret training method set of the Mongol Iron Cavalry, allowing one to train up an elite cavalry unit. Base price of 60,000 gold, there is no buyout price. Please place your bids, the auctioneer announced. There were two ways for players to train a special soldier type. Firstly, to train using a related general, such as Beihai training the Iron Eagle swordsman. Secondly, to use the related training manuals, which was the second case. It was suitable for territories that lacked the related general. As long as one equipped their generals with the manual, even normal generals could train these special soldier types. Hence, any lord with some knowledge could see the immense value of this manual. Especially for the lords in the north, their eyes were on fire. The lords in the north lacked good warhorses. If their warhorses could not compare to the old Mongol warhorses, even if their cavalry forces took shape, they could not reach the combat strength of the Mongol elite cavalry. Even the number of Qingfu horses in Shanghai City could not keep up with their expansion speed. Ouyang Shuo was already planning to look for new warhorse sources. Unfortunately, he saw little result. The northern territories were different. They were close to the Mongol plains, where they could train with the tribes. The current Mongol plains had not welcomed that almighty king. The ones who bid the most eagerly were the lords in the north. 120,000 gold. 250,000 gold. 400,000 gold. The bidding price had once again reached a level where ordinary lords could only look on in despair. The only people left were Sha Pejuan and Di Chen. It was another internal Yanhuang alliance PK. During this auction, the Yanhuang alliance truly stood out. Both Azura City and Handan City were close to the Mongol plains, so they naturally had a strong desire for this manual. Especially Sha Pejuan, who had remained silent for too long. He needed to slowly step back into the public eye. This auction was probably a good opportunity for him to rise again. Therefore, he did not care about Di Chen's expression and continued to bid, determined to go all the way. 450,000 gold. Sha Pejuan shouted. Di Chen's face looked a little ugly. During the achievement value exchanges, his family, due to other considerations, did not rashly exchange for gold. Therefore, he had a limited amount of gold compared to the others. 500,000 gold. This was his maximum bid. 550,000 gold. However, Sha Pejuan was loaded with cash. When Di Chen heard this bid, he remained expressionless and simply gave up. As the dust settled, Sha Pejuan had successfully reclaimed his position and smoothly grabbed the manual. In the near future, a strong cavalry force would likely be born in Azura City. In the blink of an eye, half the auction was over. Some were happy, while others were sad. Those who secured the best returns were naturally the Yanhuang alliance, claiming 3 items for themselves. The second half of the auction was set to be even more fierce. After a brief rest, the show continued. The 6th beauty stepped forward and lifted the red cloth, revealing yet another book. The Glass-Making Technical Manual. After use, you'll master the glass-making technology. The base price is 40,000 gold, and there is no buyout price. Please place your bids, the auctioneer announced. Glass was not a material restricted to modern times, it existed even in ancient eras. However, in those days, the process of making glass was extremely complex. It was an item on par with gold and gems, only available to the upper class. As an item from Gaia, it was naturally not an ordinary object. The glass heating technique described in the manual was far superior to the methods of old times, only slightly inferior to modern techniques. Therefore, this was a profit-generating opportunity for the territory that acquired this technical manual. A monopoly on a technique was far more valuable than a monopoly on funds. Thus, for those lords with plenty of capital, using their funds to purchase this manual was a means to open a new revenue stream. Without a doubt, it was a worthy investment. Although gold could continue to depreciate, a monopoly on technology was difficult to break due to the game's technological tree restrictions. Hence, even Ouyang Shuo felt tempted when he saw it. Unfortunately, he lacked the means to compete. The glass-making technical manual had sparked a new wave of frenzy. In less than 20 minutes, the bidding price had surged to 400,000 gold. Ouyang Shuo wondered if Gaia was using this auction to reclaim a vast amount of gold. Apart from the substitute doll, no item was listed for less than 400,000 gold, which was a daunting matter. 550,000. For the first time in this auction, Xiongba made his bid. This price was essentially reaching his limit. Originally, Chen Xinjun had intended to secure this technical manual. However, Xiongba had already allowed him to acquire the talisman. If he persisted in competing with Xiongba, things might get messy. Ultimately, the manual was claimed by Xiongba. The Yanhuang alliance claimed another victory. The seventh item put up for auction was a massive gem. Giant interspatial stone. It can expand the space of a storage bag to 10,000 cubic meters. The starting bid is 40,000, and there is no buyout option. Please begin your bids, the auctioneer announced. Ouyang Shuo had used a large interspatial stone on his storage bag, giving it a space of 1,000 cubic meters. This giant interspatial stone was an ideal fit for him. Considering the voyaging plan, Ouyang Shuo was instantly tempted. "Auntie, can you lend me 200,000 gold?" Ouyang Shuo asked. After not obtaining the Yijing Jin, she held a substantial amount of funds. "You're interested in it?" Lin Jing questioned Ouyang Shuo. "That's right." "All right." Lin Jing agreed without hesitation. On a related note, she had borrowed money from him to acquire the Qixing Longyuan last year. He rarely asked for help, so she naturally had no reason to reject his request. During their brief conversation, the price had already risen to 200,000. If the price rose any higher, players would become more cautious. After all, for some players, the giant interspatial stone had no use, especially in battle, where storage bags were prohibited. For most players, a large or even a medium-sized storage bag was sufficient. If a massive influx of gold hadn't occurred due to the exchange event, the price wouldn't have even reached 200,000 gold. Still, there were many who were willing to bid. Seeing the situation, Ouyang Shuo bid for the first time, 300,000 gold. Suddenly, the auction house froze. His bid didn't shock the players, but it was the first time he had placed a bid. As the standout figure in previous auctions, every move he made was scrutinized. His background was not a secret, he came from a common family. Despite that, he had become the world's best lord. This story had spawned numerous versions on the forums, and common players revered him. Even if he temporarily fell behind because of this exchange event, no one would say anything. Shanghai City didn't need to prove anything to the world, its existence itself was a massive threat. Yet, he still acted. Therefore, everyone chose to watch and spectate. Even Xing Zhichen, who liked to cause trouble, and Chen Xinjun, who disliked Ouyang Shuo, didn't interfere. This was might. This was power. In the end, Ouyang Shuo smoothly obtained the giant interspatial stone. The seventh auction item could be said to have ended without much excitement. Even so, the auctioneer's next actions launched the auction house into a frenzied ocean. The eighth and ninth beauties stepped out together to reveal the mysterious items on their trays, a set of armor and a pair of war boots. Whether it was the armor or the boots, their surfaces shone with a bright luster. Those who knew a thing or two about weapons would clearly know that only god items would possess such a light. Probably only Gaia would have the boldness to auction off two god-tier items at once. Everyone present sucked in a deep, cold breath. The people on the middle street outside felt their blood boil, and excitement poured out even before the auctioneer introduced the items. The players' eyes were filled with greed and desire. God weapons were items that every player dreamed of. When the auctioneer saw their reaction, he smiled and introduced, "The armor is known as the Golden Beast Swallow's Cloud Armor, and the boots are known as the Flowing Clouds Chasing Moon Boots. These two god items belong to the god weapon set, Warblood, and they will be auctioned off together. The base price is 120,000, with no buyout option. Please make your bids." The generosity of Gaia had once again exceeded their expectations. These were actually top-tier god items, no wonder they were auctioned together. If they were to separate these two items, they would definitely earn the ire of the players. Any equipment, besides the specialty of an individual item, would also have a stronger set specialty. Gathering a god equipment set was the ultimate goal of any adventure mode player. In front of them, two pieces of god equipment had appeared at once. Although the remaining pieces, especially the weapon that stood as the core of the set, were very difficult to obtain, it was still enough to drive players crazy over it. None of the guild leaders could maintain their composure. On the contrary, the normal players had lost hope and showed no interest in bidding. 550,000 gold. Yanzi Lisan, the guild leader of the 18 horsemen of Yenyun, broke the silence and made the first bid. As expected, just the first bid made all the normal players despondent. This item auction was destined to be a battle between the prominent leaders. The war blood item set was clearly suited for general occupation players. Sword wielders like Yijing Jin and Lin Jing were unwilling to wear such heavy armor. Yanzi Lisan was the most orthodox war general and a cavalry general. Thus, the war blood set naturally tempted him. 600,000. Mengyun Tunding, the guild leader of Yimeng Pavilion, intended to compete for this item. He was also a cavalry general. This auction was not just a battle between the top 10 guilds. 700,000. Another one entered the chase for the war blood set, Moon Shines Over the River. Qingfeng Pavilion mostly had strategists, but the guild leader was a general. 800,000 gold. Each increase in bid was in the hundreds of thousands. Such a scene was enough to drive a person crazy. The bidder this time was the top adventure game mode player in the China region, the guild leader of Blood Evil mercenary group, Blood Romance. Blood Romance was also a general. The 4 war generals in the China region threw themselves into the chase one by one. However, all of them had a large guild supporting them from behind. Even Blood Romance did not have the confidence to say he would win 100%. Now, it all depended on who was willing to go all out. As expected, the first bidder Yanzi Lisan chose to follow strongly, showing no intention of giving up. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger. Everyone watched with bated breath at this historic moment. As tens of thousands of eyes watched, a stunning number suddenly appeared. 1 million gold. The bidder was Blood Romance. When Moon Shines Over the River heard this price, his face froze, and he was the first to back out of the chase. The funds in his possession were not only meant to support the development of his guild, he also needed to care for Consonant City, so he could not continue gambling. 1.1 million gold. Yanzi Lisan gritted his teeth and chose to follow up. In the end, it was a battle between Blood Romance and Yanzi Lisan. 1.2 million gold. Blood Romance had no reason to give up. 1.25 million. A tinge of struggle filled Yanzi Lisan's eyes. Everyone could see that this bid had already reached his limit. Now, it all came down to whether Blood Romance would continue to bid. 1.35 million gold. As expected of the top adventure mode player in the China region, Blood Romance had increased the bid by 100,000 gold. Then, Blood Romance said to Yanzi Lisan, who stood at a distance, "Brother Yen, this will be my final bid." Clearly, Blood Romance did not want to continue this battle without a limit. 1.35 million was already a sky-high price. Even Lin Jing could not come up with so much gold. As expected, the Blood Evil Mercenary Guild had an impressive foundation. When Yanzi Lisan heard these words, he sighed and backed out of the bid reluctantly. In the blink of an eye, the auction had reached the last item. The final item was finally revealed, a talisman. Emperor rank historical general summoning talisman. Upon use, there is a 100% chance of summoning an emperor rank historical general. Base price, 100,000. There is no buyout option. Please make your bids, the auctioneer said. The summoning talisman was even rarer than the substitute doll. Not only was the summoning talisman an emperor rank talisman, but it was also a type-specific one, reducing the randomness. After the baptism of the war blood set, the players were much calmer when they saw this item. Those who really needed it were the lord players. Or, to put it another way, those who lacked a general to help them lead their lines needed this item. However, all the lords with power and funds came from the Yanhuang Alliance. Within the Yanhuang Alliance, Dichen had Lianpa, Chen Shenjun had Tian Dan, and Xiongba had Wuqi. They were all renowned generals of their times. Zhang Lang had Zhao Zhuang, so he did not desperately need more generals. Feng Qingyang was utterly uninterested in this aspect. Thus, the one who truly craved the summoning talisman was Sha Pejuan. Especially after he obtained the Mongol Iron Cavalry training manual, he needed a general to lead and command his army. Unfortunately, within the alliance, the number of people close to him was few, and no one would let him easily obtain what he wanted. Although Di Chen and the others had famous generals in their territories, they did not mind adding another one. After all, when compared to Shanghai City, their general lineup was woefully lacking. After a fierce chase, Sha Pejuan finally obtained the talisman for 650,000 gold. The entire auction officially ended. The 10 items were sold for a total of 5.25 million gold. This auction was destined to be a tale of riches that would be forever etched in history. After the auction ended, the auctioneer announced a shocking piece of news. As they say, good things don't last long. This year's auction will be the last system auction in the China region. In future years, players won't be able to purchase valuable items like those displayed in this auction. When the players heard this news, they all exclaimed. Only Ouyang Shuo remained exceedingly calm. As someone living a second life, he had already predicted this event. He also knew that in the 4th year, although there wouldn't be a Jingdou auction, Gaia would organize a worldwide auction. At that time, players worldwide would compete for 10 precious items. Just the thought made one's blood boil. After setting the time for the Shanghai Alliance meeting with Beihai and the others, Ouyang Shuo left the auction house. Of course, he didn't leave Jingdou. Since he was there, he needed to have a conversation with his allies Jinghu and Mengyun Tunding. The location was still the Shanghai City office in Jingdou. They chatted for the entire afternoon before parting. That night, Ouyang Shuo left Jingdou and returned to Shanghai City. The next day, after half a month of discussion and planning, the new restructuring plan for the Nanjiang Governor-General's house was officially announced. This marked another step forward in the territory governance system. The entire plan involved 3 reorganizations. First, they would upgrade the 4 departments. The administration, finance, internal affairs, and military departments all became bureaus. Behind this name change was a practical purpose. For instance, the Internal Affairs Bureau included science, education, culture, and health departments, while the Military Bureau had the Combat Logistics Department. Thus, their names would have caused some confusion and blurred lines. After establishing these as bureaus, these worries would cease to exist. Secondly, the 3 levels of government offices, prefecture, house, and county, would follow the structure of the Nanjiang Governor's House. Only the Military Affairs Department remained an exception. Thus, there was also an unclear definition and positioning between the other departments and the Nanjiang Governor-General's House. After the change, the 4 new bureaus would become unparalleled and unique presences. Although the names of the departments changed with the upgrade, the title of director remained the same. Ouyang Shuo had considered naming them ministers, but despite having the authority to establish houses and grant power, he did not have the right to name people as ministers. Privately referring to them as ministers would already be overstepping the line. Ouyang Shuo naturally did not dare to officially name them ministers. Such an action could only be taken after the country was established. Additionally, expanding the 4 departments was necessary. After the destruction of the Taiping Kingdom, the territory comprised 7 prefectures. The current structure of 4 departments and 17 divisions was insufficient to maintain effective governance. For instance, the Meritorious Service Division, which was initially intended to oversee the administration of officials, was only responsible for the examinations and minor officials, rather than controlling the style of governance. Ouyang Shuo wanted to reform this system, so he had to directly influence the administration director. If the Meritorious Service Division were expanded, this issue could be addressed. A similar problem existed in the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department. Ouyang Shuo aimed to launch a basic public facilities revolution, but he knew the Culture and Education Division could not handle it. Therefore, he decided to upgrade it. There were many similar administrative issues, so they needed to expand the 4 departments. In truth, expanding the 4 bureaus created a more specific separation of duties among the divisions under them. This was necessary to keep up with the heavier and more complicated problems of the territory. When the conditions were fulfilled, the divisions could also rise to become departments. The first step was to promote the Meritorious Service Division under the Administration Bureau into the Official Ruling Department. The Official Ruling Department was similar to the Personnel Department of old times. Under it were the Personnel Division, Merit Title Division, Evaluation Division, and the Records Division. It was in charge of evaluating officials, their promotions and demotions, as well as their rewards. For the position of the first director of the Official Ruling Department, Ouyang Shuo chose Zhang Tingyu. The letter memorial system that Zhang Tingyu had previously taken charge of had already been approved and was currently in use. It was time for him to be promoted to a more important post and display his excellence. Besides being the director of the Official Ruling Department, Zhang Tingyu would also act as the deputy director of the Administration Bureau. As a result, he had a say in the other departments and divisions under the bureau. Even Suzha did not receive such special treatment. With one step, Zhang Tingyu became the second man in the administration department, his position only lower than Xiao He's. Evidently, Ouyang Shuo held him in extremely high regard. The original Meritorious Service Secretary, Qin Shijian, would become the secretary of the Evaluation Division. Although he did not have any eye-catching performances, he had worked diligently and fulfilled his tasks in the Meritorious Service Division. Especially after helping the 2 administration directors get familiar with their roles, he had helped stabilize the rule of the territory. His ability could also be called exceedingly steady and impressive. With that, he also gathered a lot of civil servant evaluation experience. His placement in the Evaluation Division indicated he had gained Ouyang Shuo's recognition. Secondly, they planned to upgrade the Regulatory Division into the Regulatory Department. The role of the Regulatory Department would be similar to the censorate of old times. It would mainly audit, impeach, and offer suggestions. It would also have the authority to oversee important cases. The upgraded Regulatory Department would hold significant power and bear many important responsibilities. The future Internal Affairs Bureau would combine the functions of the old censorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court. The Director of Internal Affairs would serve as the Minister of Justice for the state. The original Regulatory Secretary, Yijing Jin, would continue as the Regulatory Director. As an official, Yijing Jin was known for his impartiality and fairness. He dared to speak his mind and was a natural choice to take on the role of censor. With the decisiveness of a martial artist and the intelligence of a civil servant, he was a very well-rounded individual. Only someone like him could be entrusted with such an important and crucial department. Regarding his personal relationship with Internal Affairs Bureau Director Wei Yang, Ouyang Shuo believed it would not affect his rationality and decisiveness. Thirdly, the Industry Division under the Financial Bureau would upgrade to the Industry and Development Planning Department. When Ouyang Shuo informed Chuangyu of his intention to ask her to step down, he revealed his plan to elevate the Industry Division. This adjustment fulfilled his promise. The Industry and Development Planning Department would oversee industrial development, investment, and regulation. It would be a more modern type of organization, responsible for the core industries of the territory and leading its industrialization strategy. Any related units in the Nanjiang Governor-General House would be merged into this department to prevent overlapping roles and responsibilities. Without a doubt, Chuangyu would continue to manage this department. The 3 upgraded departments were the core organizations in the 4 bureaus. After addressing these 3 departments, the administrative efficiency of the Nanjiang Governor-General House would rise by at least 100%. As for the other divisions, Ouyang Shuo did not make complete adjustments. The primary issue was still the lack of civil servants who could work independently. In the future, Ouyang Shuo would upgrade the divisions based on the territory's needs. Fourthly, the personnel arrangements. This organizational adjustment involved hundreds of civil servants. The adjustments were made based on the civil servant evaluations that had just been completed. In the Governor-General House, civil servants who were not up to par were sent to other prefectures and counties for training. Similarly, well-performing civil servants from other areas were transferred to the core region of the territory. This facilitated an orderly and systematic exchange and interaction between the core and other regions. The organizational adjustment plan was released to the public late to complete the personnel changes first. At this point, the entire plan was finally complete. Only after completing this plan did Ouyang Shuo have the confidence to solidify the foundations of the territory during the first half of the Gaia third year. While Shanghai City was busy adjusting its organizational structure, the China region did not remain calm. The most active area was the Zhongyuan region. As Ouyang Shuo had expected, Chen Xinjun was not willing to accept failure so easily. He wanted to take a gamble before winter fully arrived, aiming to take down the Zhongchu regime in one swift move. On the day the auction ended, Chen Xinjun mobilized 1 million gold to hire people across the imperial cities. In total, he hired 100,000 adventure mode mercenaries. His intentions were clear. It seemed the north had quieted down due to winter, while the war in the Zhongyuan region remained at a stalemate. The one-time exchange event Gaia had pushed out became Chen Xinjuan's saving grace. He planned to launch a stunning blow against the Zhongchu regime before winter arrived, giving it his all. On the 5th day of the first month of the third year of Gaia, in Zhongyuan province, Chen Xinjuan's top general, Tian Dan, led a combined force of 150,000 alliance troops, 100,000 mercenaries, and 50,000 soldiers from the scattering beam that turns into soldier Talisman. Altogether, they numbered 300,000 and launched a sudden attack against the southern troops of Zhongchu. This move was entirely unexpected, as the southern forces had prepared to rest for the winter. No one anticipated such a fierce assault at this time, especially with an additional 150,000 troops. Within a single day, the alliance army broke through the southern forces, who could only attempt to flee. Seeing this, Tian Dan led his troops toward Jiangchu's capital, Qin County. The capital was thrown into panic. Chen Sheng had no choice but to move the troops stationed in the north back to reinforce Qin County. Observing this, Di Qin advanced south and formally declared war on Zhongchu. 10,000 troops moved south from the northern border of Zhongchu. Meanwhile, Wandering Magic's forces in the west shifted from passive defense to aggressive attack. The three armies acted with great coordination. This operation was a result of the internal cooperation of the Yan-Huang alliance. In the face of victory and defeat, they set aside their differences and worked together. As a result, the Zhongchu regime was attacked from three sides and found itself in a perilous situation. It seemed like the last uprising army would end up in ashes during this winter season. It's snowing. Ouyang Shuo stood under the eaves of the building, looking out into the distance. The Lianzhou basins for seasons were as warm as spring. However, the current sky presented a rare sight. Snowflakes were floating down. The snowflakes transformed Shanghai City, dressing it in silver, creating a truly enchanting scene. The Lianzhou people had never seen snow before, so this snow was undoubtedly the most heartwarming gift from the heavens during this winter season. The entire city entered a craze because of the snow. The streets and alleys were filled with playful children having snowball fights, and even the adults could not help but join in. At unassuming corners, snowmen stood, decorating Shanghai City exquisitely. It was not only the Lianzhou Basin, in fact, snow covered the entire China region. The solemn killing intent that had gathered during the winter season had finally reached its peak. Before this, the red clouds that hung overhead had miraculously disappeared. The devilish red transformed into a pure white. From north to south, the snow grew bigger and thicker. In the second year of Gaia, the wilderness massacre lasted for a full year, leaving behind many bloodstains and corpses. After this sudden snowfall, they were all covered and ceased to exist. Looking out, the heaven and earth were left under a boundless white. The white snow covered all the dirt and ugliness of the world. The world looked as if it had returned to a peaceful time. At the same time, the wilderness welcomed the arrival of the new year. Even the recently chaotic Zhongyuan region regained a hard-to-come-by peace. Winter brought an unblockable cold and officially arrived in the north. Under the joint assault of Chen Shinjun, Di Chen, and Wandering Magic, Qin Shang's Zhongchu regime could no longer hold on and was forced to retreat. Especially after the fall of the South Army, the entire Zhongchu collapsed. As the saying goes, a slight move in one part affects the whole body. In just 1 week, most of Zhengchu's territory was lost. During the later stages of the battle, Feng Qiuwang could no longer remain a spectator and sent out her troops, aiming to cut off a fat piece of meat from the weakened Zhongchu. No one could have expected that the regime would be so fragile, unable to withstand a single blow. If West Shu overlord Xiongnu had not personally led troops to reinforce Qin County at the crucial moment, Qin Shang would have lost even his imperial city, and his empire would have crashed and burned with him. Rumors spread that the moment the battle ended, Qin Shang fell ill. In this cold winter, Zhangchu was on its last legs. The 4 uprising armies could not avoid their fate and all fell under the blades of the lords. When Ouyang Shuo received the news, his eyes froze. Xiongnu did not lead his troops to assist Qin County out of pure motives. Who knows how this West Shu overlord would shock the world in the Gaia third year. It seemed that before one wave subsided, another would rise. Ouyang Shuo had a feeling that a new king was about to emerge in the Zhongyuan region. During this battle, while the losers felt desolate, the victors did not experience much joy. The moment the battle ended, the 4 cooperating armies began to guard against one another. Everything was driven by the pursuit of self-interest. After taking down the Zhongyuan province, splitting this huge cake would involve a lot of discussion. Logically speaking, Chen Shinjun had invested 2 million during this battle, so he should be the biggest winner. Unfortunately for him, Pilsun City was too far away from the Zhongyuan province. Furthermore, whether it was the 100,000 mercenaries he hired or the 50,000 soldiers from the Talisman, they all left after this battle. Chen Shinjuan's forces did not have an advantage in terms of combat strength. On the contrary, even though Feng Qiuwang had not moved her troops, she became the strongest side. If it were not for Di Chen and the others working together, Feng Qiuwang would truly become the biggest winner. After all, fallen Phoenix City was not far away from the Zhongyuan province. The 4 powers were destined to have another battle with one another during this cold winter. Compared to a war, this was a complicated and hard negotiation. The 4 fought for population, resources, land, surrendered soldiers, and other such factors. Especially population, which was what everyone wanted. Whether it was Chen Shinjun, Di Chen, or even Wandering Magic, they were too far away from Zhongyuan province to run this region of land. The only way would be to shift the population of people in Zhongyuan province. Population would always remain the most valuable resource in the wilderness. After all, population represented an endless supply of production power. Before this, after Zhang Lang and Xiongba worked together to destroy the Huangchao uprising army in Wannan province, they had taken a 3-empty policy approach. They emptied out the population, resources, and surrendered soldiers. The huge Wannan province became an empty region after this battle. After the alliance left, the province became a place where bandits ruled and returned to an extremely primitive state. Everything returned to its starting point. The part that made them helpless was that the snow had blocked the mountains, making travel difficult. The plans of Chen Shinjun and the others could only be put on hold, waiting for the coming year. It seemed that the lords in the Zhongyuan region would not have a peaceful new year. Who knows what would happen during this winter? It appeared that the current Chen Shenzhen would face the worst situation. He certainly did not expect the snow to come so suddenly and quickly. In just one night, the earth had completely changed color, looking entirely new. After paying 200,000 gold, Chen Shenzhen needed to find a way to get his money back and even earn some interest. After all, Chen Shenzhen was still a businessman, and such people always chase profits. Before setting out, the elites of the Chen Shenzhen family had calculated that even without the year-end reward from Gaia, if everything went well, they could still benefit from this war. However, the sudden snow disrupted all their plans. As such, Ouyang Shuo had to postpone the meeting of the Shanghai Alliance to give Feng Qiuhuang time to deal with the matters in the Zhongyuan region. Originally, Ouyang Shuo had planned to hold this year's alliance meeting at Fallen Phoenix City. However, this heavy snow made all the members reluctant to head north. Even Feng Qiuhuang wanted to escape this brutal winter. After a discussion, they decided to hold the meeting in Yashan City. In the entire China region, only Yashan City had pleasant weather. No wonder it was a favored vacation spot in real life. All the members of the Shanghai Alliance wanted to enjoy a beach party during this winter. Everyone had thought that this massive snowfall would bring a period of utter silence to the wilderness. At least before the Lunar New Year, they had expected things to be relatively calm. No one had anticipated this peace to be broken so quickly. No one had expected that before the Lunar New Year, the 15th territory would upgrade to prefecture in the China region. This upgraded prefecture was also a dark horse. It was Lord Earthshaker who had claimed the 8th place on the year-end rankings, earning 20,000 merit points and upgrading to a Class 3 Marquis. After half a month of hard work, he completed the upgrade mission, and his territory became a Grade 1 prefecture. As a result, he successfully triggered the 5th battle. On the 15th day of the first month in the 3rd year of Gaia, a system notification sounded out in the China region. System notification: 15 territories have upgraded to prefecture in the China region, triggering the 5th battle map, Battle of Mobei. It will start in 3 days, please look forward to it. Friendly reminder: the Battle of Mobei is not a compulsory battle map, and only the top 50 territories can sign up. The Battle of Mobei had suddenly arrived. During the 4th year of Yuan Shuo, Emperor Wu of Han mobilized 140,000 cavalry, 140,000 warhorses, and 100,000 infantry. Wei Qing and Qubing took command, splitting into eastern and western forces, as they set out toward Mobei. When the Xiongnu Chanyu, leader of the tribal alliance, heard the news, he moved their elite troops to the northern desert to confront the Han forces. When Wei Qing exited the stronghold and learned that Chanyu did not proceed east, he ordered Li Guang and Zhao Shi to flank from the east. Wei Qing led his troops across the desert for thousands of miles to face Chanyu's forces, who were already prepared for battle. He arranged heavy armored chariots in a ring, creating mobile fortresses that protected the archers and crossbowmen. Then, he sent 5,000 cavalry to reinforce these mobile fortresses. At sunset, when the wind started blowing and the sand and stones hit the enemy's faces, Wei Qing led his cavalry to surround Chanyu from the wings. He observed that the Han army had the numerical advantage and that their soldiers and warhorses were stronger. As such, his chances of winning were slim, so he led hundreds of elite cavalry to break out from the northwest. Wei Qing hurriedly sent the light armored cavalry to pursue, while he led the main forces forward. By the time they reached Zhao Xian City, they had killed 19,000 and burned the enemy's resources. Li Guang and Zhao Shi lost their way in the desert and failed to meet up with Wei Qing in Mobei. Wei Qing summoned Li Guang to his manor for questioning, which led to Li Guang's suicide out of embarrassment and anger. After Qubing left the stronghold, he brought minimal resources and heavy equipment, using captured Xiongnu prisoners as vanguards to lead the way. They crossed the desert and a river, capturing Chanyu's important minister, Zhang Chu. Then, they crossed the Nanhou Mountains, capturing 3 Xiongnu lords and 83 nobles. During this expedition, Qubing's forces captured 70,443 men, with a loss of 10,000 of their own. At this point, the Xiongnu's left and right wings were cut off, and only Xiongnu remained in Mobei. Qubing conducted a series of rituals on the Khentii mountains to symbolize the Han victory. Then he continued his chase up to Lake Baikal, where he effectively ended the Xiongnu clan. After this battle, the three famous generals of their time all faced different outcomes. To their contributions, General Wei Qing did not receive any rewards, despite his contributions. This aspect. General Li Guang hearted himself when he heard the news, causing the people to weep with sorrow. General Qubing, on the other hand, was greatly rewarded and was living a luxurious life. 2 years later, he suddenly died at only 24 years of age. Without a doubt, all the players fervently chased these three famous generals, especially Wei Qing and Qubing. Even Ouyang Shuo was an exception to this. One must know that both of them were ranked among the top 10 generals of ancient China, people on the same level as Bai Qi and Han Xian. System notification. Congratulations players, Qiuaw bought for meeting the requirements to join the Battle of Mobei. During this battle, regardless of rank, you can only bring 3,000 men. Please prepare in advance. When Ouyang Shuo heard this news, he could not help but frown. 3,000 men was the maximum limit for a general of first-class earls. He is now a first-class marquis. According to the usual rules, he could bring 50,000 troops. Comparing the two, it was a 16 to 17 times the difference. Heaven and earth apart. Without a doubt, this rules caused Hui definitely not to apply the same rules to everyone bringing the same number of troops. Because of Ouyang should be different from previous answers. Lord Ouyang Shuo had always believed that rank was the most important and core goal of his. He certainly did not believe that he, as a first-class marquis, would receive the same treatment as a first-class earl. If not, what would be the purpose of his hard-earned merit points? As for what compensations he would obtain, he would probably only find out when he entered the battle map. Besides the number of troops, Gaia also limited the number of lords that could participate. The same. At the moment, about 500 territories remained in China. Apart from some poor ones, the rest had basically attained grade 3 county status. If everyone joined, even if every single lord only brought 3,000 men, it would still result in a total force of about 1.5 million players. Furthermore, Gaia had removed 90% of the lords with this one strike. At this stage in the territory development, upgrading to prefecture level was extremely challenging. As such, the grade difference between territories was not as clear as in the past years. However, this did not mean that there was no difference in the development across various territories. In the China region rankings, when the grade of the territories was equal, the 4 territory indices would determine the positions. The higher their 4 indexes, the more advanced their relative positions. Before this, the battle of rankings was just a battle for face. The further in the front one was, the more face they gained. From now on, the battle for territory rankings meant much more than just a matter of face. After all, whether or not one could join a battle map had a significant impact on the development of their territory. In such a serious context, it would affect whether one could upgrade to the prefecture grade or not. In the future, as lords strive to upgrade their territories, they would not forget to pay attention to the 4 territory indices. After all, these 4 basically covered all aspects of the territory. This note, some parts were omitted or adjusted for better readability. The core idea of Ouyang Shuo's belief in the importance of rank and the purpose of merit points, and with some territories remaining in China, the 4 territory indices playing a crucial role in determining territory upgrades. More context was needed to complete the statement. Internal administration and external diplomacy are both essential for a territory. To train these young lords, Gaia has truly expended a lot of effort. As a result, even if all 50 eligible lords joined the battle, the total number of player troops would not exceed 150,000. It seems the players will not have a significant impact on the Battle of Mobei. Since they would bring the same number of troops, the lords would start on an equal footing, a situation that hasn't occurred in a long time. This time, Shanghai City does not have its usual numerical advantage. This battle will be extremely difficult. Ouyang Shuo sighed deeply. More importantly, during this battle, how will players choose their camps? Would players actually choose the Xiongnu camp, which is destined to lose? Even if one wanted to take a gamble, the racial divide is insurmountable. Helping the Xiongnu fight the Han army is a daunting thought. Furthermore, the Xiongnu lack any generals worth recruiting. Meanwhile, the Western Han side has 3 renowned generals and several lesser, weaker ones. The choice is straightforward. Wouldn't Gaia be concerned about the significant imbalance in player numbers between the two camps? Amidst all this, what is Gaia's plan? Everything remains a mystery. Even Ouyang Shuo, living his second life, is uncertain. In his previous life, information about this battle was rarely shared on the forums. Otherwise, Ouyang Shuo would have started preparing much earlier. For now, his only option is to order the Combat Logistics Department to make preparations based on the unique challenges of the desert environment. For example, they will produce a large batch of military grain pills. During the campaign in the desert, the logistics and supply chain were the most challenging aspect. Emperor Wu of Han would not have dispatched a larger force of 100,000 infantry to manage the logistics of the cavalry. As a result, Gaia had to limit each lord to a mere 3,000 soldiers. This drastically reduced the effectiveness of all the earlier plans, this basis. What a bad beginning. Faced with the constraint of just 3,000 cavalry, Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate. Chose to bring the divine martial guards. Considering that the number of troops was not as advantageous, to secure some advantage through the combat strength of the troops, which was not overwhelming. One might wonder in the wilderness, how could a mere 3,000 elite cavalry make a significant impact? Even the elite troops would be considerably less powerful compared to the divine martial guards. Regarding the generals who were to lead the force, Ouyang Shuo did not intend to summon Bai Qi or Han Xan, as he did not want to cause a disruption. After the system update, for an army member to join the battle, there was no need to use a specific teleportation mechanism. They to be teleported to the battle map. Regardless of the location on the map, 3 days of preparation were not sufficient for raising the required forces. For instance, if Ouyang Shuo had planned to bring 50,000 troops, he would have to move across the 3 legion corps. This time frame would exceed the allowable 3 days of travel. In this, Gaia showed flexibility and sympathy. Thus, Ouyang Shuo did not summon them, not wanting to stand out or draw too much attention. Himself. Sprites, such as the divine martial guards, did not give Bai Qi or others much to maneuver with, to prevent causing a disruption. The desert warfare. After the system update, an army member wanted to join the battle, they did not need to teleport to the battle map, it could be the perfect location. However, 3 days of preparation are essential before 3. As logistics and supply were the most critical issues during the desert campaign. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty avoided to dispatch a larger infantry force, manage cavalry logistics. The limitation in manpower meant Bai Qi and Han Xan did not have to be summoned. Meanwhile, further preparation required 3 days exceeded 3 days required to assemble a larger force. This limit made it impossible for previous plans to come to even if they considered all the troops of the Shanghai Alliance, they had less than 20,000 in total. If he mobilized Bai Qi, that would be like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Why not just let them stay in the wilderness to continue organizing the army? At the current stage, Ouyang Shuo could be considered a strong general. In addition to that, he was also planning to take along an advisor. The person he chose was the Deputy Director of the Military Affairs Department and the War Secretary, Zhao. For this battle, Ouyang Shuo did not gather the other members of the alliance for a discussion. They had already reached the 5th battle map, and everyone knew how to prepare, so he did not need to micromanage them. Furthermore, for their territories to develop to this stage, they were all capable individuals. Adding more words might just worsen the situation. People are like that. As their positions grow higher, their attitudes tend to change. Take Feng Qiuhuang and Beihai, for instance, who are prideful. Even Gong Chengshi and the others are all great lords in their region, and a large portion of players worship them. Hence, Ouyang Shuo paid close attention to his actions and words. Instead, he took the time to fetch Little White from Yashan City. Continuing to call it Little White would seem a bit inappropriate. Since Yashan City's establishment, the three spirit beasts had been training in the Spirit Beast Hall. Apart from Shuo, who was a bit special, Little Green and Little White were close to maturity. Little Green, the Nian beast, was nearly the size of its parent. The sight of Little Green was enough to incite fear. During its time in the hall, Little Green would sometimes venture out to play at Yashan City's beaches and sea regions. Almost all players frequenting Yashan City recognized this unique Nian beast. Many players saw it as the protector of Yashan City, and indeed it was. Thanks to Little Green, the neighboring sea regions became incredibly peaceful. The sea beasts did not dare to approach Xiongnu Island, as they risked becoming its prey if they ventured too close. Little White, on the other hand, grew bigger each day. It was no longer the small wolf pup it once was. It was now a ferocious and handsome white wolf. However, its eyes remained as lazy as before. As for Shuo, it became much more mysterious. Even after cultivating for so long, there were no visible differences on the surface. It was still so pure and romantic. Ouyang Shuo could not even check its stats. Cultivation in the Spirit Beast Hall was undoubtedly incredibly dry and boring. When the three saw Ouyang Shuo, they were exceedingly warm and close. Especially Shuo, who stuck to him like glue. If Binger did not come here to visit them often, they probably would not have managed to hold on until now. Ouyang Shuo taking away Little White caused Little Green, who had never bothered about him, to feel a little reluctant. Ouyang Shuo just had a feeling that the wolf god Little White could help him during the Battle of Mobei. As for the other two, they naturally could not follow along. As for the voyaging mission, Ouyang Shuo could consider bringing Little Green along. In the following 2 days, everything went on as usual. All the battle preparations were completed in an orderly fashion. To the current combat logistics department, preparing for 3,000 people was an easy matter. Each divine martial guard was equipped with the best. Items like Mingguang armor, Tang blade, horse lance, and God arm crossbow were all standard issue items handed out. Especially the God arm crossbow, which the combat logistics department had specially modified. Even at charging speeds, as long as one was trained, they could fire 3 successive shots. Besides, the divine martial guards skilled in archery were also equipped with a longbow. On the other hand, the mountain barbarian warriors chose single-handed shields based on what they were comfortable with. Every divine martial guards had their equipment tailored to their needs. The value of the entire set was no less than 100 gold. Each one of them brought a full bag of military grain pills, which was enough to last their horses and individual soldiers for more than a month. After heading deep into the desert, it would be extremely difficult for the Han army to obtain resources and logistical supplies, even if they wanted to. Hence, they needed to bring a sufficient amount of military grain pills. Ouyang Shuo believed that the other lords would make similar arrangements. The only difference was that Shanghai City's combat logistics development led the region. It was reported that the combat logistics department was researching a super military grain pill. One small pill could last a cavalry and his horse for a full day. They had also brought a sufficient number of military tents. After the new generation of military tents were fully folded, they were only the size of a backpack. As for the weight, it was practically nothing to the elite Qingfu horses. If one did not have a tent when traveling through the desert, it would be extremely hard to get past the night. Apart from that, the Combat Logistics Department also modified the capes of the Divine Martial Guards and added a hoodie to the capes. When worn, the hoodie could largely reduce the effect of the sandstorms. Ouyang Shuo had originally planned for the Combat Logistics Department to research a type of goggles. Sadly, Shanghai City did not obtain the glass-making technical manual, so they could not proceed with the matter. Additionally, the boots, backpacks, daggers, belts, and even their inner shirts were all the new generation of gear. When building the Special Forces base, they had already started researching these relevant items. Now, all of the equipment was basically complete. The current Divine Martial Guards could be considered to have the structure of an olden Special Force unit. Of course, there were some problems that the Combat Logistics Department could not solve. For example, water. Water was just as important as grain when traveling in the desert. One could even say it was the most important item. Unfortunately, nothing in this world could compress water. The water in their bags was definitely not enough. However, for this issue, he could only leave it to the Divine Martial Guards to solve it themselves. During the auction, the giant interspatial stone he acquired could expand the storage bag to 10,000 cubic meters. Sadly, the storage bag could not be used in the battle map. Gaia Year 3, Month 1, Day 18, 9 a.m. The system notification sounded on time. System notification, 119 BC, after the Monan and Heshi battles, although Xiongnu led his troops to Mobei, they continued to attack the northern prefectures of the Han dynasty. They were attempting to lure Xiongnu's troops across the desert. Emperor Wu of Han dispatched General Wei Qing and General Qubing, each leading 50,000 men, to split into two groups and enter Mobei to destroy the main force of Xiongnu. He also gathered 100,000 infantry and many horses to provide logistical support. This battle was a strategic offensive by the Han dynasty against Xiongnu and a fight for survival for Xiongnu Chanyu against the Western Han. In the end, the Han army secured a complete victory. The fifth battle map, the Battle of Mobei, officially begins. In Shanghai City, at the Imperial City Square, the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards had assembled, waiting to depart. Checking participation conditions, confirming the number of participants. Just as Ouyang Shuo was about to choose his camp, a system notification sounded. System notification, for the Battle of Mobei, all players are in the Western Han camp. There is no need for forced selection, Ouyang Shuo muttered. But the situation did not end there, as another system notification chimed in. System notification, the Western Han camp is split into Wei Qing's army and Qubing's army. Please choose which to join. What is this? Before the battle even starts, we must choose a side? Ouyang Shuo frowned, recognizing the complexity already setting in. Historically, the Battle of Mobei was divided into two fronts. Wei Qing led his troops from Dingxiang, and Qubing set off from Daijun. The two armies were hundreds of miles apart. So, indeed, one would need to select a side to join for the battle's progression. Is there a difference? Ouyang Shuo was still not satisfied. Your selection will impact the general recruitment quest, Gaia revealed. How? Ouyang Shuo inquired. If you choose the eastern route, the first to reach the Khan Mountains can recruit Qubing. If you choose the western route, there are two quests. What two? Hearing the direct offer to recruit Qubing, Ouyang Shuo's heart leapt. This time, Gaia seemed set to go all out. If you follow General Wei Qing, killing Chanyu allows you to recruit Wei Qing. If you chase Li Guang and Zhao Shi, guiding them correctly and preventing Li Guang from suicide earns you his loyalty. Gaia elaborated with precision. Upon receiving this information, Ouyang Shuo was speechless. Gaia was serving up the three renowned generals on a platter for everyone to compete for. At first glance, it seemed like the chance to recruit these generals was there for the taking. However, this only made Ouyang Shuo worry even more. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. One definitely had to pay a price to recruit a god general. Most importantly, even if one paid a heavy price, they might end up with nothing. There were only 3 famous generals and over 50 participating lords. The bigger test was the quest itself. None of the quests sounded easy to complete. First, to reach the Khentii Mountains? That was an unprecedented task the genius General Qubing completed alone. Could the player lords complete this task with just 3,000 soldiers? Assassinate Xiongnu? Even the great General Wei Qing could not do that. Finding Li Guang was completely based on luck. Even Li Guang, who had fought the Xiongnu his entire life, could lose his way in the desert. For the player armies, who were encountering the desert for the first time, they needed more than just normal luck to succeed. Thus, no matter which task they chose, it would seem almost impossible. It was as if Gaia was giving the 50 lords a sweet illusion. To make matters worse, Gaia had told them about this fact right before they had to set off. Because of that, whether it was the Shanghai Alliance or the Yanhuang Alliance, they could not discuss matters and work together with their allies. Their individual choices were completely random. However, they were helpless, as this bait was simply too alluring. Even Ouyang Shuo, who knew this was a trap, could not help but close his eyes and jump in. The crucial question now was which to choose. Wei Qing, Qubing, and Li Guang were the options Ouyang Shuo had to choose from. Ouyang Shuo first eliminated the old general Li Guang, despite his confidence in finding this general. After all, he had brought along the descendant of the wolf god, Little White. However, Ouyang Shuo was not willing to give up on the other 2 generals. For the current Shanghai city, one more general like Li Guang would not bring about a significant breakthrough. On the contrary, adding a god general would significantly enhance the 4th Legion Corps. Thus, eliminating Li Guang first was the obvious choice. However, Ouyang Shuo found it difficult to choose between Wei Qing and Qubing. Wei Qing and Qubing, this uncle and nephew duo, were the 2 pillars of the Han Empire. Both were extraordinary generals, and their best tactics were similar. They both favored deep penetration into enemy lines to secure miraculous victories, employing long-distance attacks and encirclements. Wei Qing was the inventor of this lightning-quick battle style, while Qubing made it famous. Of course, there were still significant differences between the 2. Wei Qing excelled in commanding the entire battlefield and did not mind the number of casualties. He focused on strategic targets, dealing economic blows to the enemy and securing their resources, effectively undermining their foundations. One could say that Wei Qing was a commander with a clear strategy. He was modest and humble, loved his soldiers, and was a kind-hearted general. Qubing, on the other hand, was a flexible and genius vanguard who did not adhere to a specific battle pattern. During battles, he did not concern himself with the enemy's resources. Instead, he focused on eliminating the enemy. The army needed to take down the enemy without waiting for reinforcements or resources. This way, he could maintain the mobility and flexibility of his troops, ensuring they could catch and harm more enemies. Each option had its pros and cons. Therefore, no matter which one he chose, both were highly suitable for Shanghai City. Ouyang Shuo needed to carefully consider the differences in the quests to recruit them. Wei Qing's quest was to kill the Xiongnu Qiongnu. This mission had a high degree of randomness, and with only 3,000 troops and no significant advantage, recruiting Wei Qing was challenging. Conversely, the quest to recruit Qubing was to reach Khentii Mountain first. Though this path was extremely dangerous and tough, with Little White, Ouyang Shuo's chances were better than those of other lords. After weighing all factors, Ouyang Shuo decided to choose Qubing. Choose Qubing line, Ouyang Shuo said. System notification, line chosen, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for activating the battle map teleportation. Number restricted to 3,000, teleportation begin. After a brief delay, Ouyang Shuo and his troops finally appeared on the Mobei battlefield. System notification, welcome, player Chiyu Wui. Descending on the main camp of the West Han East Line, Daijun. Ouyang Shuo landed in the barracks outside Daijun City. In the barracks, white lines shimmered, indicating the arrival of the player forces. At that moment, another system notification sounded in his ear. System notification * congratulations, player Chiyu Wui. As a first-class marquis, you will receive a special compensation of 500 battle resource points. Friendly reminder * these points can be used in the barracks or during your journey to exchange for military needs. These points are extremely valuable, so please use them wisely. Battle resource points? Another new trick from Gaia. Ouyang Shuo guessed that since he had obtained 500 points, a second-class marquis would receive 200 points, and a third-class marquis 100 points. A first-class earl, who had just met the requirement of having 3,000 men, would receive no compensation. Now, Ouyang Shuo felt much better. Things did not stop there, another system notification sounded. System notification * congratulations, player Chiyu Wui. As a first-class marquis, you are rewarded with 10,000 merit points, and your battle contribution points are increased by 15%. The battle had not even started, yet he had easily obtained 10,000 merit points as basic compensation. However, these 10,000 points seemed too little compared to the reduction in his number of men. Originally, Ouyang Shuo had hoped to obtain at least 100,000 merit points from this battle. It appeared that he only had a slim chance of achieving that. As for the extra 15% battle contribution points, how much he could earn would depend on the performance of his troops. Gaia, as expected, was fair and did not single him out. At this point, the compensations ended. Ouyang Shuo ordered Wang Feng to lead the troops to rest while he surveyed the square, observing which other strong opponents had chosen the same path as him. Looking around, player armies came and went, bustling about. This was not surprising, given that Qubing was a king-level presence in their eyes. In the wilderness, lords who admired Qubing were easy to spot. Moreover, this recruitment quest seemed the easiest, so naturally, more people would choose this quest line. As expected, the battle report confirmed his guess. Battle report, Battle of Mobei. A total of 45 lords have joined. Qubing's line has 22 lords, Wei Qing has 18, and Li Guang has 5. The count of 45 lords indicated that, even before the battle began, 5 lords had given up. Those who withdrew probably had little hope for the battle. Sometimes, decisively giving up was also a wise choice. Qubing, as expected, was the first choice for many lords, with nearly half choosing his quest line. Old General Li Guang, however, was a sad case, with only 5 lords choosing him. If these 5 did not have any secret weapons, they would have to go into the battle blind. Such intense competition. Ouyang Shuo remarked, filled with emotion as he continued to search for his targets. He truly ran into a few familiar faces. The first was Ouyang Shuo's old rival, the one who had stood out during the auction, Xiongnu. He had also brought 3,000 elite cavalry. Upon closer inspection, they were different from the Zhongyuan cavalry. They wielded the rarely seen curved knives, and their warhorses were all Mongol warhorses. Mongol elite cavalry? Ouyang Shuo's eyes focused. It seemed that Xiongnu had made progress with the Mongol Iron Cavalry Training Manual. These 3,000 elite cavalry must be the result of that training. 3,000 Mongol elite warhorses, Xiongnu was truly going all in. A general standing beside Xiongnu caught Ouyang Shuo's attention. At first, Ouyang Shuo did not recognize this person. However, the Han army soldier in the barracks was the first to recognize the general. Lieutenant greets Commander Zhou. There was a commotion in the barracks. Ouyang Shuo thought for a moment and immediately guessed the general's identity. West Han's famous general, Zhou Yafu? Ouyang Shuo murmured to himself. Xiongnu was truly the luckiest. He had managed to summon such a renowned general using the talisman. Speaking of Zhou Yafu, his greatest military achievement was during Emperor Jing of Han's reign, when he quelled the rebellion of the Seven States. Based on the battle map's timeline, his death was less than 20 years away. No wonder the Han army soldiers could recognize him. With this person's assistance, Sha Pejuan could receive a level of special treatment. Ouyang Shuo had also considered bringing Han Xin over to pull some strings, but recalling Han Xin's tragic end, he dismissed the idea. It was better not to dredge up the sad past of this great general. Furthermore, Zhou Yafu was also a founding minister of West Han. The son of Zhou Bo had pledged his loyalty to Fengqie Huang after the Battle of Jiulu. Initially, when West Han entered the wilderness after the Battle of Mobei, Fengqie Huang would have had the opportunity to recruit Zhou Yafu. Who would have thought that Sha Pejuan would summon him through the talisman? It was truly a case of enemies often crossing paths. This guy is a formidable enemy. Ouyang Shuo avoided looking at Sha Pejuan's gleeful expression and continued to search for other targets. Within the Yanhuang alliance, apart from Sha Pejuan, 2 more members had chosen the Qubing line, Di Chen and Zhang Lang. The cavalry Di Chen brought rode Mongol warhorses. Zhang Lang, however, was a level weaker due to the Jianye region's lack of good horses. The Qingfu horses in the Lianzhou basin were an exception. Di Chen's choice of the Qubing line did not surprise Ouyang Shuo, given that Di Chen had already recruited Lianpa. Recruiting the young genius Qubing would be a perfect match. What surprised him was Zhang Lang's interest in Qubing. The appeal of a genius general was indeed unique. When Ouyang Shuo saw Di Chen and the others, they also noticed his presence. Di Chen and the others were not pleased to find him there, especially when they saw the divine martial guards beside Ouyang Shuo. This unit was already famous, and no one in the entire China region had the confidence to challenge the divine martial guards under normal circumstances. So unlucky. Di Chen could not hide his disappointment. Zhang Lang, however, smiled, though his eyes revealed a spark of determination. On the side of the Shanghai alliance, Ouyang Shuo was not alone. Beihai and Xuanlong Dianxue had also chosen the Qubing line. Their main generals, Zhang Liao and Qin Xiong, were well known. Comparing the two alliances, the Shanghai alliance was not at an absolute disadvantage. The 3 members of the Shanghai alliance naturally gathered together. Ouyang Shuo asked Beihai why she chose Qubing's line. After all, traveling thousands of miles was a very arduous journey. Hence, when he saw Beihai in Daijun, Ouyang Shuo was extremely surprised. That's because Qubing is handsome. Beihai's reply could not hide the fact that she was a starstruck fool. Black lines covered Ouyang Shuo's forehead. What kind of silly reason was that? However, when the show Hanyi Great Emperor was broadcast, the Qubing actor had dazzled millions of girls. Who knew that Beihai had also fallen for him? Big sis, can we stop messing around? Ouyang Shuo felt conflicted. F*****U. Beihai did not act courteous toward Ouyang Shuo. She punched him lightly and smiled, as she explained, I will stay here and see if there are any branch quests. I will leave the real expedition to Zhang Liao. That's more like it. Ouyang Shuo let out a sigh of relief. At that very moment, the person in charge of the camp gathered the various lords for a meeting. For the Battle of Beihai, Gaia did not even choose a player representative, dragging everyone into the meeting. In the barracks, Ouyang Shuo saw the main general. This person was not the famous champion lord, General Qubing. Instead, it was a nameless general. What's happening? Where's the champion lord? This made everyone wanting to witness the glory of Qubing extremely disappointed. Amongst the group, there was naturally a lovesick girl. Everyone, please calm down. The main general of the barracks, understanding he was a placeholder, explained, the general has already led the troops out. The camp was thrown into an uproar. He has already set out on the expedition? Then what about us? Some lords asked. The current barracks is only the logistics supply of the army. For now, all of you can grab some resources. Tomorrow morning, you will lead your troops into the desert and chase after him. Immediately, the soldiers carried maps and passed them to the various lords. What you all receive is the abbreviated drawing of the troop movement plan, the main general explained. When Ouyang Shuo took it and had a look, he frowned. This really is too simple. The entire map was made of goat leather, and it only had a few squiggly lines that depicted the movement plan of the troops from Daichuan to Khentii Mountain. As for the water sources, supply points, and where the Xiongnu tribes were located, there was no information regarding those things at all. Ouyang Shuo even felt doubtful about successfully crossing the desert, let alone reaching the mountains. Gaia God, are you hell-bent on making us lords unable to recruit Qubing? Ouyang Shuo could not help but complain in his heart. The other lords were also extremely unhappy when they saw the so-called troop movement plan. They were only at the first step of the recruitment quest, yet they had handed everyone a tough problem already. Those lords who had held hopes of getting lucky instantly regretted it. It was apparent that the difficulty of this quest had far exceeded their expectations. Before the battle, they had wanted to lead their troops to follow the main army. Who knew that Gaia would actually toss out such a difficult task? Let me refine the text you provided. Everyone, please calm down. The main general of the barracks, realizing his role as a placeholder, explained, the general has already led the troops out. The camp erupted in an uproar. He has already set out on the expedition? Then what about us? Some lords inquired. The current barracks serve only as the logistics supply for the army. For now, all of you can collect some resources. Tomorrow morning, you will lead your troops into the desert and follow in his. Even so, he could get lost in the desert. This highlighted the treacherous nature of the desert environment. If the players decided to try their luck without a guide, they would most likely face a terrible outcome. Even if they managed to walk out of the desert, how would they find Qubing and his men on the vast grasslands? One must know that Qubing's troops were renowned for their mobility and flexibility. Even the Xiongnu people could not catch them, so how could the lords? Furthermore, they had already set off 3 days ago. Catching up to them was an impossible task. The scary part was that they might not find the Han army main force. Instead, they might encounter the Xiongnu tribes. Just thinking about it, their futures looked bleak. Some of the lords already had the intention of giving up. This is such a scam, some of the lords grumbled. The main general of the barracks was indifferent and announced the end of the meeting. The lords were helpless, they could only shake their heads and leave. Once they had walked out of the tent, Beihai asked, "Wui, what are your thoughts?" Before Ouyang Shuo could reply, Xuanlong Dianxue interjected, "Gaia would not give us a baseless quest. We are just not aware of the quest clues yet." As expected from the quest enthusiast, his understanding of quests was extremely accurate. Even Beihai could not help but nod her head in agreement. "Then where do you think the clues will be?" Beihai asked. "The barracks." Xuanlong Dianxue was exceedingly confident. "Why so?" Beihai was curious. "Indeed, this is quite intriguing." Ouyang Shuo's fighting spirit was ignited. The simplified and grammatically corrected version of the text you provided is as follows. Xuanlong Dianxue pointed at the tents and smiled. Dejun, or the barracks, is the main camp of Qubing's troops and also the core of the logistics. This is the only area where we can interact, so it's unlikely that any clues will be outside this boundary. Is there a chance it's within the city? Beihai said, sharing her thoughts. "I would not rule that out," Xuanlong Dianxue replied cautiously. "It appears we need to split up and act." Ouyang Shuo interjected at the right time. In truth, Ouyang Shuo's mind was elsewhere at the moment. In the camp, he had paid special attention to Sha Pujuan and the others. Who knew that he would actually notice something unusual? Ouyang Shuo observed that when the other lords were disheartened, Sha Pejuan flashed a smirk. Though it was a fleeting moment, it did not escape Ouyang Shuo's notice. Clearly, he was not a lord who struggled to conceal his felines. In comparison to the shrewd Di Chen and Zhang Lang, Sha Pejuan could not contain his joy. It seemed that the Yan-Huang alliance, or at least Sha Pejuan, had gained prior intelligence on this battle. This was also the advantage of a powerful family, something Ouyang Shuo was helpless against. Still, Ouyang Shuo was more likely to believe that Sha Pejuan himself had acquired some relevant intelligence. Otherwise, the Yan-Huang alliance would have made even more elaborate preparations and schemes for this battle. In the end, only 3 of them chose this route. Ah, this is truly fascinating. Ouyang Shuo's fighting spirit was ignited. I have made adjustments for clarity and grammatical correctness, but have preserved the meaning and style of the original text. If you have any specific instructions or further edits required, feel free to let me know. However, he did not mention this finding to Beihai and Xuanlong Dianxue. Regardless, finding the clue was the most important mission at the moment. Beihai prepared to head into the city, while Xuanlong Dianxue would search the barracks. As for Ouyang Shuo, he did not go anywhere, he simply headed straight for the logistics point. He wanted to understand what resources and items the Han army had provided. Besides, he needed to figure out how to use the 500 battle resource points. According to the general, all players could obtain supplies, and the grain officer was in charge. He was around 30 years old, very fat, with a huge belly that almost tore his uniform. In front of the storehouse, many lords had gathered to inquire. Ouyang Shuo did not rush. He stood to the side, patiently waiting. Through his observations, he learned many things. Normal lords without battle resource points could only receive a one-time resource supply pack for up to 3,000 people. According to the grain officer, there was no hope of getting an extra grain of rice. The grain pack would only include basic resources like biscuits and forage. At most, they might receive some roughly made bolts and arrows. There would be no chance to see proper equipment. Those lords who had come empty-handed, hoping for an advantage, were in tears. They had expected the situation to be like the previous battle maps. Was Gaia trying to push all the lords into a dead end? Ouyang Shuo waited for the lords to disperse before stepping forward. It was a peculiar situation. The grain officer seemed very proud and confident in front of the other lords. However, when he saw Ouyang Shuo, his attitude seemed to change by 180 degrees, and he smiled as if he had seen his own mother. Smiling like that for no reason, are you hiding nefarious intentions? Ouyang Shuo's heart instantly grew wary. He also noticed that, although this grain officer appeared really useless and incapable, he was actually extremely smart. Moreover, deceit filled his small eyes. Otherwise, he could not have attained the significant role of grain officer. Lord, are you here to replenish resources? This grain officer bowed unceremoniously. Who would have guessed that he could bow so flexibly despite his body size? As they say, do not hit the smiling person's face. No matter how wary Ouyang Shuo felt inside, his face did not show anything. He asked, "Sir, have you heard of battle resource points?" Ouyang Shuo noticed the grain officer's eyes instantly light up. The smile on his face became more and more flattering. "I've heard about it, heard about it." When Ouyang Shuo heard this reply, he felt a chill run down his spine. How do we exchange these battle resource points? Ouyang Shuo asked. Lord, have a look. Like magic, a thin booklet appeared in the hands of the grain officer. He respectfully handed it over to Ouyang Shuo, his eyes filled with yearning and greed. That grain officer was dressed unkemptly, and his hands were oily. However, the booklet was extremely clean and lacked any filth. Obviously, it was a precious item. Ouyang Shuo bore the grossness that built up in his heart and took the booklet. Flipping it open, his eyes instantly lit up. So that was where the mystery lay. He found a series of rare items listed in the booklet. The first item on the list made Ouyang Shuo delighted: specific troop movement plan. Just the name alone revealed the incredible value of this item. Undoubtedly, all these rare items required battle resource points to exchange for. However, a single map needed 100 battle resource points. What a con! Battle resource points were a good thing, but using them could cause one's heart to pain. Even as the only first-class marquis in the China region, Ouyang Shuo only obtained 500 points. With these, he could only exchange for a few items from the mysterious booklet, a matter that required deep thought. Apart from the map, there were two other items Ouyang Shuo particularly wanted to exchange for. 1. Rapid Troop Movement Scroll. After use, this scroll increases movement speed by 50% for 4 hours without any negative effects, costing 200 battle contribution points. It was undoubtedly a last-minute sprint weapon. Combined with the already swift divine martial guards and the buff from this scroll, they could traverse 200 miles in 4 hours. More crucially, after using this scroll, there were no side effects. If there were, a single use might cause many warhorses to die, which would be entirely not worth it. Ouyang Shuo purchased this item without hesitation. 2. The other item was not an object but a living guide, something Ouyang Shuo lacked the most at the moment: a Xiongnu guide. This guide was a person familiar with the desert and the grasslands. The guides sold by the grain officer also had different grades. The highest grade Xiongnu guide was not only familiar with the route, they could also easily find water sources and were skilled cavalry warriors with a keen sense of smell. In the words of the old Emperor Wu of Han, they were the highest grade of hunting dogs. Among General Qubing's army, there were presences that could roam freely through the Xiongnu lands. A guide was good, but the price was not cheap. A single guide cost 250 resource points. At the current stage, only Ouyang Shuo could afford it. The problem was that if he bought the guide, he would not have the resource points to purchase the map. He could not get both. Since he could obtain a living map, there was no need for a dead one. In the end, Ouyang Shuo gritted his teeth and bought the highest grade guide. In just a short time, he had used up all the battle resource points in hand. Ouyang Shuo took a look, but there was nothing meaningful he could exchange for anymore. Thus, he kept the remaining 50 points. Didn't Gaia say that there were replenishment stops on the way? Who knows, he might have a use for these points. Ouyang Shuo's generous spending impressed the grain officer on cloud 9. His fat tummy shook up and down as he laughed. Ouyang Shuo even speculated that Gaia had given the grain officer some special orders. However, Ouyang Shuo had no intentions of investigating this matter further. He wanted to test the wares now. He stored away the rapid troop movement scroll, while the guide revealed its true appearance. At first glance, he was a typical Xiongnu person, and his 5 features were really distinct from the Han people. He wore an exquisite Han army uniform. "Greetings, Lord, my name is Huyin Qiu." Ouyang Shuo nodded. Then he brought Huyin Qiu and left. After completing such a huge transaction, the grain officer showed some rare generosity. He promised Ouyang Shuo that he would sincerely equip and gear up his forces. When Ouyang Shuo heard this promise, he nodded his head in thanks. At 4 p.m., Beihai returned to the barracks. Regarding clues about the quest, Beihai had returned empty-handed. However, she had obtained a few branch quests. With that, she decided to stay in the city. Ouyang Shuo discussed battle resource points with Beihai. As a second-class marquis, Beihai had 200 battle resource points, making her one of the wealthiest among the lords. Her eyes lit up when she heard this news, and she promptly left. Meanwhile, the quest enthusiast Xuanlong Dianxue had found a clue. Despite obtaining some fragmented information, he managed to recruit a limping guide. Although this guide was not as capable as Huyin Qiu, he was free and about the same level as the basic guides sold, saving Xuanlong Dianxue 100 battle contribution points. When it came to completing quests, Xuanlong Dianxue was indeed a step ahead of others. He was already aware of how to use battle resource points and did not need Ouyang Shuo to inform him. Ouyang Shuo did not inquire about what the two had exchanged. After all, only one person could recruit Qubing. Though they were allies, they were technically competitors. At most, they would assist each other during the early stages. Later on, it would be fortunate if they did not betray each other. Night finally fell amidst the chaos. Daijun, situated at the edge of the desert, experienced extremely dry weather. The circular sun was gradually setting, casting a golden glow over the desert, creating a stunning view. Who could have imagined the malevolent forces hiding in this beautiful landscape? Following Hu Yanqiu's instructions, the 3,000 divine martial guards prepared again. The grain officer kept his promise and actually gave them 50 warhorses. One must understand that during the Han Dynasty, a good warhorse was worth tens of thousands of gold. When players entered the battle map, they could not bring any extra warhorses. Each cavalry unit could only bring one. Despite each divine martial guard having 3 horses, they could not bring them all. Although 50 warhorses were not a vast number, they might still prove useful at certain times. Besides the warhorses, there were also some secret weapons the Han army had prepared to combat the weather. There were so many items that Ouyang Shuo did not understand them. On the contrary, when Hu Yanqiu saw these items, he could not help but nod his head. Evidently, the grain officer had truly taken out many of his treasures. The sight of such generous treatment caused the other lord's eyes to turn red with jealousy. As the sun set in the west, the night sky officially descended. The barracks, which had been boisterous all day, finally quietened down. Tomorrow morning, the troops would all set off. The next step was naturally for them to have a good rest and replenish their energy. For the player army, this was going to be their best night's rest. The entire camp was exceedingly quiet. In the wee hours of the morning, just as Ouyang Shuo was about to fall asleep, he heard a howl. Not good. Ouyang Shuo instantly woke up, recognizing the sound as coming from Little White. When Little White first appeared in the barracks, it had attracted many people's attention. No one expected the Lianzhou lord to bring a spirit beast white wolf into the battle map. Considering the harsh environment, some of the lords could not contain their envy. Ouyang Shuo quickly got up and hurried out of the tent. Lord! The personal guards bowed. Ouyang Shuo waved them off and followed the noise, walking toward a corner in the barracks. The guards glanced at one another, sensing something amiss with their lord, and quickly followed. As they walked, they tightly grasped the tang blades at their sides, making the atmosphere in the barracks instantly tense. Woo-woo. The sounds from Little White became more urgent, with a hint of pain. When Ouyang Shuo heard these sounds, his face turned cold, and he broke into a run. The 2 guards behind him knew something was wrong. One of them quietly left. A short while later, after turning past a tent, Ouyang Shuo finally saw Little White. The sight before his eyes filled him with fury. He saw 10 soldiers surrounding Little White, stabbing it with spears. Had Little White not cultivated in the Spirit Beast Hall, it would have already died. Even so, blood covered its body. Ouyang Shuo also noticed 2 soldiers prone on the ground behind the encirclement, their status unknown. If things were as expected, Little White had managed to harm them. Who are you? The group of soldiers was on alert. Preposterous! Ouyang Shuo shouted. His Qishao sword exited its sheath and gleamed with a cold light. The sword was far different from before, the red dragon spirit infused into it, creating a sword spirit. Although the sword had not advanced to the realm of saint weapons, its power had become much stronger than a normal god weapon. If he experienced another lucky break, it would only be a matter of time before the Qishao sword became a saint weapon. As the Qishao sword exited its sheath, the other swords at their waists could not help but tremble. The current Qishao sword possessed the power of the King of Swords. Other prized swords were a level lower in comparison. Lianzhou Lord. Someone recognized Ouyang Shuo, panic appearing in their eyes. This time, the soldiers did not hesitate, they wanted to escape. You want to leave? Too late. Ouyang Shuo raised his sword and charged toward them. The killing sword reappeared. The formless killing intent covered the entire area. The soldiers who tried to escape could feel a force preventing them from running. This was the aura of the killing sword. Such might was both alluring and terrifying. Ouyang Shuo moved like water. As his sword gleamed, enemies fell. The guards behind Ouyang Shuo and Little White also joined the battle. In less than 10 minutes, the 15 soldiers all collapsed to the ground. Ouyang Shuo did not kill them, he wanted to investigate their background. The intentions of the enemy were truly vicious. They must have noticed that Little White was special. Afraid that Ouyang Shuo would take the lead, they wanted to get rid of Little White to remove a potential threat. However, they had not expected the unassuming Little White to be so strong. Even under the encirclement of so many elite soldiers, it still had not fallen to too much of a disadvantage. Furthermore, they did not expect Ouyang Shuo to be so alert. Even when he was supposed to be asleep, he had come to reinforce the spirit beast so quickly. Otherwise, their scheme would have definitely succeeded. Ouyang Shuo wanted to see who had employed such despicable methods. As Ouyang Shuo took down the 10 or more soldiers, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the darkness of the night. Ouyang Shuo's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. An entire squadron of soldiers appeared in his line of sight, dressed in the same uniform as the previous group. They must be working together, Ouyang Shuo muttered. Facing a 1-against-100 situation, Ouyang Shuo needed to carefully consider his options. Fortunately, he was not alone. Just as the enemy prepared to attack and retrieve their injured comrades, another flurry of footsteps sounded. It was Chen Daming and his personal guards, radiating a suppressive aura. The guard on night watch had sensed something amiss and informed his captain. Chen Daming arrived just before the two sides engaged. These two forces had coincidentally encountered each other in the small, confined space, making it feel extremely tight. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Lord! Chen Daming glared at the enemy before calmly bowing to Ouyang Shuo. Take them down. Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate. The enemy squadron that had just arrived was likely responsible for cleaning up loose ends. Since their plan had failed, they wanted to dispose of the bodies. Ouyang Shuo would not allow them to act with such audacity. Upon receiving the order, Chen Daming said nothing more. He led his men and charged toward the enemy. In a direct confrontation, the divine martial guards feared no one, and the personal guards were the elite among them. The battle between the two sides shattered the peace and quiet of the barracks. Everyone was alerted and woke up. After a short while, many lords had gathered outside the tents to take in the scene. The sight of Ouyang Shuo standing there, sword in hand, left them stunned. Then, they noticed the bloodied Little White beside Ouyang Shuo, and they began to grasp the situation. These onlookers watched without offering aid. Ouyang Shuo remained stoic upon seeing their inaction. Chen Daming did not let him down. When the Han army patrol rushed over, Chen Daming's troops had already taken down the attackers. Lord, what is going on? The leading officer asked. Ouyang Shuo narrated the entire sequence of events to him. This time, the situation had escalated. He had both witness and material evidence, so the perpetrator could not deny the allegations. However, it was a battlefield. Each lord's troops were not registered individually. Therefore, identifying which lord this particular group belonged to would be incredibly difficult. The officer wore a troubled expression, genuinely fearing Ouyang Shuo would use this matter to stir up trouble. Ouyang Shuo glanced around at the surrounding lords and coldly retorted, "Why, you dare to do it but not dare to admit. What a scum to use such despicable means. The entire field was silent. Since the perpetrator had acted covertly, none would foolishly step forward and admit their misdeeds. Be it those present or absent, they were all suspects. With no one owning the act, Ouyang Shuo was at a loss. Furthermore, given the limited time, he could not interrogate each one. "Officer, why don't you leave these men for me to handle?" Ouyang Shuo turned around to the patrolling officer. Taking into account the context and trying not to change the original narrative, I have made linguistic corrections for clarity and readability. However, if you are looking for a version that stays strictly true to the original, please let me know. Lord, please proceed. The officer was naturally delighted to pass this problem off his hands. Normally, for battles between players, they would try their best not to interfere. Ouyang Shuo nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he signaled to Qin Dameng. Qin Dameng understood. He led his troops forward, and each pulled out their tang blades. They pressed their weapons against the necks of the enemy, ready to mete out justice. The captured soldiers were real men, none of them pleaded for mercy. At this, Qin Dameng struck first with his tang blade. Instantly, about 100 heads fell to the ground, one by one, and blood spilled everywhere. The fresh red blood vividly painted the cruelty of this battle. Even before the army had set out, the lords had started to stab at each other. Among the lords present, some could not help but tense up. When the surrounding lords saw the mercilessness of the Lianzhou lord, they felt a chill. Ouyang Shuo wanted to use action to establish his dominance. He wanted to warn his other enemies not to have any ideas about him. Do not touch a tiger's rear. If you do, you will not only fail to steal the chicken but will also lose the rice you fed it. Ouyang Shuo had no intention of finding out the mastermind right now. As long as this quest had not ended, the enemy's fox tail would surely reveal itself. After the commotion, the barracks regained its peace and quiet. As for whether some people could sleep peacefully, that was another matter. The next half of the night remained tranquil. Early the next morning, the barracks grew busy again. The events of last night had no effect on the eagerness of the lords. Some of them had even led their troops out of the barracks, throwing themselves into the desert. Ouyang Shuo did not linger. He gathered Zhang Liao and Xuanlong Dianxue and left together. Early in the morning, the red sun began to rise. The desert appeared utterly calm, with sand dunes like waves, cresting and troughing. It looked gentle, easing the lord's worries about the desert. The moment Hu Yanqiu stepped into the desert, he entered his zone. He observed the desert's shapes and surroundings, occasionally glancing at the sky, his expression never relaxing. Ouyang Shuo rode his warhorse and surveyed the area. Having just entered the desert, the troops were all close together, with player forces surrounding him. The sharp-eyed Ouyang Shuo noticed that some of the lords were looking at him strangely. He had felt these same eyes on him the night before, and since morning, the feeling had grown stronger and more intense. A closer inspection revealed that more than 6 groups of troops were following behind them. They were being stalked. Big brother, something is not right. Xuanlong Dianxue, no fool, had also noticed. He approached Ouyang Shuo. It's not right, Ouyang Shuo agreed. But why? There's no reason for them to confront us. They'll gain nothing in return. Normally, they would have nothing to gain. But what if someone spurred them on deliberately? Ouyang Shuo composed himself. Are you talking about Di Chen? Xuanlong Dianxue quickly responded. Apart from them, who else likes to play these kinds of games? Ouyang Shuo replied. What would make those lords willing to take such a risk? Xuanlong Dianxue muttered, then slowly said, items exchanged for with battle resource points? Ouyang Shuo nodded and smiled, 80% chance of that. Just the detailed troop movement map was enough to tempt all those lords. Without it, they had no chance of winning. As a result, those lords were willing to take such a risk. Truly despicable. Xuanlong Dianxue could not hide his disdain toward Dichen and the others. Ouyang Shuo remained expressionless. Who knows, their plan might backfire on them instead. After all, to squeeze into the top 50 territories of China, you could hardly be a fool. Thinking about it further, it was not hard to reach a certain conclusion. In comparison, the three alliance armies of the Shanghai Alliance were a harder bone to chew on. Di Chen and the others had probably noticed this point. Setting out in the morning, Ouyang Shuo paid special attention and noticed that the three of them were not present. Even so, Ouyang Shuo believed that a bunch of rats had also followed them. In the current situation, their two alliances had become the prey of the other lords. This battle quest is becoming more and more interesting, Ouyang Shuo smiled. Xuanlong Dianxue gave him a stunned expression. How could Ouyang Shuo laugh at this moment? Just like that, Ouyang Shuo slowly led his troops forward across the vast desert, with a huge tail following them. The lords following behind were not willing to charge forward and try to forcefully snatch the guide. If they could follow the Shanghai city troops all the way, why do anything extra? Certainly, here is the revised text with simple grammar edits. Of course, if someone else was willing to act as the vanguard, that was another matter. The morning had an extremely harmonious yet eerie atmosphere. The players had finally dived deep into the desert. Looking left and right, it was all endless desert. In their eyes, apart from sand, there was more sand. Their curiosity toward the desert at the start slowly turned into boredom and disinterest. Especially as time passed, the temperature in the desert rose higher and higher. At noon, the sun hung high overhead. The fiery sun scorched the earth, making it impossible to muster a single bit of energy. These player troops had no desert battle experience. Therefore, under such circumstances, all the troops appeared truly spiritless. Even Little White was listless and showed a lack of energy. Last night, Ouyang Shuo had taken a look at its wounds. Luckily, they were only some skin-deep wounds. Lord, something is not right. Suddenly, Huyan Xiao, who had not spoken since the start, galloped on his horse over to Ouyang Shuo. What's wrong? Ouyang Shuo asked. Judging from the situation, it appears a sandstorm approaches. Huyan Xiao reported the bad news. When Ouyang Shuo heard these words, he looked up, only to see the clouds hanging high in the sky. Nothing seemed to be off. Of course, Huyan Xiao was professional, so Ouyang Shuo heeded his advice. He immediately ordered his troops to tighten their formation. Facing a sandstorm head-on was a bad idea. Note, I have kept the uppercase and lowercase as it was in the original text, even though it is generally not the standard to capitalize names in the middle of sentences or use all caps for words that are not proper nouns. If you prefer a consistent style, please let me know. Oh. Lord, there are some stone structures ahead. We can use those to avoid the sandstorm. As expected from the living map of the desert. Huyan Qiu had noted the inconspicuous landmarks and knew their exact location. When Ouyang Shuo heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just this piece of information alone was worth the 250 battle resource points. He immediately asked Huyan Qiu to lead the way so they could settle the army before the sandstorm arrived. The group at the rear also wanted to follow. This time, Ouyang Shuo was not courteous. He instructed the divine martial guards to give those behind them a shower of arrows as a warning. After this, the pursuers did not dare to get close. They only sent scouts to keep an eye on them. As for their main force, they trudged on slowly behind. In their view, they still had many days to go, so they did not rush. As long as they knew the location of the Shanghai City Army, they were not afraid of losing track in the desert. Unbeknownst to them, Ouyang Shuo was setting a trap for them using the sandstorm. Half an hour later, they indeed saw the stone structures. Ouyang Shuo ordered everyone to dismount and pretend to rest. In reality, the army was silently getting into formation and setting up camp. At this time, the sky over the desert suddenly turned gloomy and dark. The terrifying sandstorm arrived as expected. Dust flew wildly across the once calm desert. In the distance, a massive sandstorm surged forward like a wave, turning the clear skies pitch black instantly. Only the howling of the wind filled the air. It was only then that the players following the Shanghai army noticed the sandstorm's arrival. They also wanted to copy the Shanghai army and hide among the stone structures, but it was too late. A 9,000-strong elite cavalry guarded the stone structures strictly. Any enemy that tried to rush over was met with a rain of arrows. This time, the player armies were left in total despair. No matter how they moved, they faced a dead end. The raging sandstorm swept toward them like a cavalry charge. In the desert, horses and people tumbled. The players finally learned of the brutal and cruel nature of the desert. Even the Shanghai city army, who were backed against the stone structures, barely held on. If they were not careful, the sandstorm would sweep them away as well. The Shanghai city army surrounded Ouyang Shuo, who stood in the middle. He could not open his eyes at all. When he tried to open his eyes to look around, he only saw the sandstorm. It was as if he were in the middle of an apocalypse. Occasionally, one could still hear painful screams. Every second, every minute felt so long. In the face of the earth's might, a single person seemed so small and powerless. No one knew how long they waited before the sandstorm finally swept past and disappeared into the distance. Ouyang Shuo tried to open his eyes. His whole body was covered in dust and sand. He was lucky. Further away, the players who were caught up in the sandstorm were in terrible states. However, Ouyang Shuo did not feel any sympathy for them. "Generals, where are you?" Ouyang Shuo raised his voice and shouted. "I'm here." Wang Feng, Zhang Liao, and Qin Xiong stepped forward. Before leaving, it had been decided that Ouyang Shuo would take command of the army. He was to lead all three armies. Thus, Zhang Liao and Qin Xiong, these two generals, also followed his instructions with the utmost respect. "Gather our forces immediately and destroy the enemy, as they are unstable and scattered." Ouyang Shuo unsheathed his sword and pointed it forward. "Roger." The three generals felt their blood boil. They enjoyed this kind of straightforward and direct warfare. As for striking the enemy while they were down? This was war, not a game. There was no room for talk of manners and morals. After a short while, the army had formed up neatly. Kill. Under the guidance of the three generals, the army surged forward. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shuo remained under the protection of his personal guards, commanding the troops from the rear. To the other players, this was the worst scenario. The sandstorm had caused them to lose more than half of their soldiers. Many were either dead or swept away, buried under the sand dunes. If they could have rescued them in time, they might have recovered a large number of their troops. Unfortunately, Ouyang Shuo did not give them that chance. The formidable Shanghai city army charged directly at them. For these lords, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing. They regretted falling for Di Chen's temptations. The desert battle ended quickly, without surprise. Within less than 2 hours, the 5 to 6 player forces that had followed behind them were decimated. Even the soldiers who tried to escape were hunted down and killed. On the desolate Gobi Desert, many corpses lay scattered. The wind would quickly bury these bodies, and within a month, no one would know a battle had occurred here. Only the white bones buried deep under the sand tell of this piece of human history. This was the calm, violent, gentle, and vicious nature of the desert. Each side represented its true self. The part that made Ouyang Shuo feel uneasy was that during the massacre, he could see his battle contribution points rising. Killing people from the same camp also gives me battle contribution points? Gaia was truly cruel. This battle had no camps, anyone from a different territory was an enemy, and there would be only one winner. Ouyang Shuo began to understand Gaia's intentions. It seemed that the killings between lords would become more and more brutal. Even if they could not recruit Qubing, earning some contribution points and merit points was beneficial. After the battle, as they continued to rush, Ouyang Shuo did not even clean up the battlefield. Instead, he led them forward. They still had a distance to cover before sunset. The time before nightfall was the best for travel, as the weather cooled, making it neither too hot nor too cold. If night arrived, they would have to sleep in their tents. After shaking off their pursuers, the army could finally travel at ease. Plumes of smoke rise into the evening sky of the great desert, while the yellow river dims as the setting sun goes down. Looking at the orange sun, Ouyang Shuo thought of this old poem. Did the poet Wang Wei also have such thoughts? The glow of the setting sun cast across the golden sand dunes. The army, which had traveled all day, chose a suitable spot to set up camp, following Huyan Qiu's instructions. Shortly after stopping, Huyan Qiu led a squad to fetch water. The cavalry were equipped with water bags. If they used the water wisely, it could last for 2 days. The battle during the day placed an intense toll on the water supply. Therefore, they needed to replenish their supplies during this break. Otherwise, they could not travel the next day. Ouyang Shuo could not imagine how they would find water in the desert without Huyan Qiu. He wondered if the same was true for Di Chen and the others. Who knew if they had managed to escape the sandstorm that occurred during the day? Malicious thoughts appeared in Ouyang Shuo's mind. The following 2 days were peaceful and uneventful. Ouyang Shuo did not see any player squads. He guessed that after entering deep into the desert, the players who managed to survive had scattered. Lord, in 3 more days, we can walk out of the desert. After setting up camp, Huyan Qiu reported to Ouyang Shuo as usual about their progress. Ouyang Shuo smiled and nodded. It has been tough on you. Ouyang Shuo was not just being polite. Without Huyan Qiu, their journey would not have been so smooth. Huyan Qiu managed to find a water source almost every day. The 10,000 troops never lacked water, which was a small miracle in itself. Besides finding drinking water, they also noticed marks left by the Han army along the way. This made Ouyang Shuo extremely excited. Just thinking about Qubing's forces being nearby caused his excitement to burn brightly. Accidents often happen without warning. On this night, the Shanghai City army would face a massive test. On the sand dunes not far from their camp, 2 people suddenly appeared. These 2 people were dressed in tattered clothing and fully wrapped in layers. Their gray attire made it difficult for anyone to notice them in the desert. They had been tracking the Shanghai City army for over a day. Big brother, look at their formation. It doesn't look like the usual Han army, one of them said in a hoarse voice. It really isn't, the slightly older man replied. Then should we make a move? The younger one hesitated. Move. I wish we could. There was an indescribable sadness and bitterness in his tone. Unfortunately, our stronghold has no more grain. If we don't do anything, we'll have nothing to eat. Isn't this too risky? The Han army was a force that these desert bandits couldn't easily contend with. The moment they disturbed the hornet's nest, they could get killed if they weren't careful. Hence, not attacking soldiers had become an unwritten rule among the bandits. Of course, there were exceptions. Like when one had no other options. During this time, the Han army had frequently deployed troops against the Xiongnu, cutting off their trade routes. As a result, the lives of the desert bandits had become extremely hard. They survived by their blades and theft. If they had no other way to live, they could resort to any desperate measure. Wasn't that the case now? A group of desert bandits had set their sights on the Shanghai City army, eyeing the military grain pills carried by the cavalry. These miraculous pills made the desert bandits salivate. They hadn't acted yet because they were still gathering reinforcements. This time, the 2 strongest desert bandit groups were going to work together. The 2 people on the sand dune were just the sentries responsible for monitoring the army. The real force numbered in the tens of thousands and was secretly gathering behind them. They had set the time to act for that evening. The desert bandits had chosen to strike at 8 p.m. By then, the soldiers had already started sleeping. The entire camp was extremely quiet. The only sounds were the night breeze blowing, causing the campfire flames to quiver. Looking up into the sky, the stars shone brightly. The Milky Way hung upside down, while the moon hung high. Along with the vast, never-ending desert, it gave a truly lonely but peaceful feeling. Who? The soldier on sentry duty noticed a few torches in the distance. Pucci. A sharp arrow responded to him. The desert bandits, who had lain in wait for so long, finally revealed their fangs. 40 to 50,000 desert bandits charged over from all directions, encircling the entire camp. Tens of thousands of torches lit up the desert. Successive arrows shot the soldier on sentry duty. His low cries alerted the other patrolling soldiers. Instantly, the entire camp woke up. In an instant, a buzz replaced the silence. Since they were traveling in the desert, Ouyang Shuo had already given out strict orders. Apart from arranging patrols, all the soldiers were to sleep in their armor with weapons beside them. These measures ensured they could be thrown into battle. After all, Ouyang Shuo was wary of other players. Who would have thought that desert bandits, not players, would attack him first? What's the situation? Ouyang Shuo grasped his sword and walked out of his tent, emitting a stern and fierce aura. Lord, the desert bandits are attacking us. Qin Dameng, this loyal soldier, had rushed over to the Lord. Desert bandits? Ouyang Shuo was stunned. They are truly bold. Ouyang Shuo's voice was not loud, but everyone could sense the killing intent within. Personal guards. Ouyang Shuo drew his sword once again. Present. Follow me into battle. Ouyang Shuo was ready to lead the charge himself. Yes, my lord. The entire camp was already in chaos, filled with a frenzied killing intent. Forming any formation or tactic was out of the question. The only solution was to charge head-on against the desert bandits and overwhelm and destroy them. Thus, Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate, he simply raised his sword and led his personal guards into the fray. It had to be said, the desert bandits had chosen their moment well. They excelled in night combat, especially in the darkness. This environment was their home, and they were familiar with every aspect of it. In contrast, the Alliance army was caught off guard and was in a dire state. More importantly, the 9,000-strong Alliance army was entirely cavalry. Now, the cavalry had to engage in close combat with the desert bandits, not the high-speed charges they were accustomed to. This was what they feared. Fortunately, the 3,000-strong Divine Martial Guards were at the forefront. The Divine Martial Guards were skilled in both infantry and cavalry combat. On horseback, they were invincible cavalry, on foot, they were the bravest of soldiers. Kill. Some of the desert bandits noticed Ouyang Shuo and his men and quickly surrounded them. Ouyang Shuo laughed coldly, he twisted his Qishao sword and slashed, cutting down one of the desert bandits. Following which, he slid forward, entering the midst of the desert bandits and engaging in close-quarters combat. The killing sword was meant for battle. How could ordinary desert bandits be Ouyang Shuo's opponents? Their equipment was rudimentary, to say the least. None of the bandits wore iron armor, most had loose leather armor or, even worse, linen and cloth. Ouyang Shuo could not fathom how they mustered the courage to attack his troops. Their defense was like tofu against the Qishao sword. Ouyang Shuo led his personal guards into the fray, and in no time, over 10 bandit bodies lay at his feet. This boosted the soldiers' morale significantly. The leader of the desert bandits was not a fool and quickly noticed the changing dynamics of the battle. Normal warriors could not even get close to him. Should he shoot an arrow? The personal guards, seemingly standing loosely, actually shielded Ouyang Shuo tightly. The desert bandits finally grasped the fear a true elite army inspired. It was a world apart from the merchant protection squads they normally faced. Once the army overcame its initial disarray, despite lacking a numerical advantage, it still managed to counterattack in an orderly fashion. The soldiers were formed into squads, maneuvering through the battlefield with precision. Meanwhile, the desert bandits fell into disarray. The situation began to turn against the desert bandits. A sense of regret gnawed at the leader's heart, but with the arrow already drawn, he had no choice but to release it. The desert bandit leader prepared to personally join the fray, his target being none other than Ouyang Shuo. He gathered the most elite desert bandits and leaped straight for Ouyang Shuo. Finally, some challenge? Chen Daming spoke savagely, waving his giant blade and chopping off the head of a desert bandit. The way he spoke and his tone made him seem more backward than the desert bandits. However, his personal guard's captain was not someone to be trifled with. Trained personally by Ouyang Shuo, his combat strength had grown day by day. Even Wang Feng needed over 100 rounds to take down Chen Daming. The desert bandit leader had met his match. The two brutes engaged in a ferocious battle, making it hard for others to tell them apart. Ouyang Shuo, standing to the side, did not think about killing the leader to show off his strength. To him, this battle was the best place to train his killing blade. Even the elite bandits were no match for the sharp edge of the killing sword. Especially as the battle progressed, the blood fog gathered once again on the Qishao sword, making it look alluring. Clang! The Qishao sword struck a long sword. Something isn't right. The moment they made contact, Ouyang Shuo felt that this desert bandit was not simple. His sword seemed weak, but he struck at extremely precise angles. His sword strikes were also incredibly fast, each aimed for Ouyang Shuo's life. An expert. Ouyang Shuo looked up at the enemy, but it was a desert bandit that appeared normal. Humph. Ouyang Shuo scoffed and raised his sword again. He did not believe that someone who could match him would exist among the desert bandits. The more they fought, the more Ouyang Shuo felt that something was wrong. The enemy was a crafty fox, or one could say, a venomous snake. He utilized the flexibility and mobility of his body, avoiding a head-to-head confrontation with Ouyang Shuo. Instead, he used the crowd as cover, striking when Ouyang Shuo was distracted. Every attack came as a shock and a surprise to Ouyang Shuo. Despicable! Ouyang Shuo exclaimed, enraged by this enemy. His Qishao sword, sharp and lethal with every stroke, reflected his fury. Since you want to hide, I'll kill all that stands in my way, Ouyang Shuo thought, reflecting on his anger. Having cultivated the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique and the killing intent of his sword, he had never faced such a situation. He had even dared to face Qi Yu. Now, a nameless person had stunned him, how could he not feel enraged? The Qishao sword seemed to sense Ouyang Shuo's thoughts, growing more excited. Ouyang Shuo could feel the sword spirit spreading its emotions to him. Go all out? Ouyang Shuo muttered, all right, as you wish. This time, Ouyang Shuo used the primordial energy within his body. The golden primordial energy enveloped the Qishao sword, blending with the red of the sword. The combination of colors sharpened the Qishao sword, making it so sharp that even before an enemy could approach, they could sense its lethal edge, sharp as a needle. The moment the weapon of the desert bandit made contact with the Qishao sword, it was sliced in half. Such might was unparalleled. Ouyang Shuo seemed to be slaughtering his foes haphazardly, yet, truthfully, more than half of his energy was actually devoted to defending against the sneak attacks from the desert bandit. Him. This time, he aimed to slay the bandit. As expected, when the normal-looking desert bandit saw Ouyang Shuo engrossed in killing, he grinned and sneakily moved behind Ouyang Shuo. The long sword in his hand, like a venomous snake, stabbed straight for Ouyang Shuo's heart. Finally got you. Ouyang Shuo smirked coldly, moved his legs and body, and suddenly tilted to the side, dodging the enemy's strike. His body had not fully turned, but the sword in his hand had already slid across the enemy's blade. The sword glistened, and the Qishao blade seemed sentient as it stabbed directly into the enemy. Only then did Ouyang Shuo turn around. Upon success, Ouyang Shuo naturally did not show his enemy any mercy. He twisted the Qishao sword and jolted, tearing apart the enemy's organs. Swish, the desert bandit stared at Ouyang Shuo in disbelief before collapsing on the ground. "Leader," the surrounding desert bandits exclaimed. No wonder. Ouyang Shuo felt a light bulb light up in his mind. The normal-looking desert bandit was actually the leader of the other organization. While the other leader was fighting Chindameng, this one had sneaked up behind Ouyang Shuo to try and ambush him. Little did he know, he would lose his life to the Qishao sword. The moment their leader died, the desert bandits lost their will to fight. The entire battlefield began to loosen up. The leader fighting Chindameng saw the situation, his face sank, and he decisively shouted, "Retreat." Turning around, he disappeared from the battlefield under the protection of his bodyguards. "Scum!" Chindameng shouted angrily, feeling as though he had lost face. Along with the leader backing off, the remaining desert bandits retreated like a flood. As expected from the local snakes, just as the Shanghai city army wanted to chase them, they vanished without a trace. One could not notice them when they came, nor could they find them when they left. In the end, there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shuo casually picked up a token. This token had been dropped by the desert bandit leader upon his death. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After this massive battle, Ouyang Shuo's battle contribution points increased by tens of thousands. After the battle, the three generals entered Ouyang Shuo's tent to report on the casualties. Although they had driven back the desert bandits, the Alliance army had also paid a heavy price. Consonant City and Xuanlong City had each lost around 500 troops, and even 100 divine martial guards were among the fallen. The fierceness and brutality of the desert bandits were no exaggeration. After the generals left, Ouyang Shuo finally had time to examine the token. War token, an unknown token that can only be used in a specified location. The token's description confused Ouyang Shuo, as he had no idea how to use it. The only clue was that it could be used in the battle map, but everything else remained a mystery. The battle map itself held many enigmas that Ouyang Shuo had yet to unravel. Gaia's settings for the Battle of Mobei had overturned all previous norms, preventing Ouyang Shuo from gaining an advantage as he had in other battles. Instead, he was often at a disadvantage, facing numerous challenges. The scorching sun, sandstorms, and desert bandits tested him relentlessly, allowing no respite. Based on the current situation, it seemed that fewer than 10 player forces would survive the desert. The next day, the army set off again. Possibly because they had driven off the two largest bandit organizations, their journey became much smoother. On the morning of the 5th day, the army finally crossed the desert and entered the grassland. The lifeless desert met the vibrant, colorful grassland. The transition was sudden yet natural. One side represented death, while the other represented life. These two opposing forces merged seamlessly, with the boundary between life and death drawn with stark clarity. Even so, looking out at the boundless green plains, Ouyang Shuo did not feel the slightest hint of happiness. Gaia was not a philanthropist. Exiting the desert was merely the preliminary test for the lords. The real test awaited on this seemingly harmless grassland. Numerous Xiongnu tribes lived here, making it difficult for the lords to defend. The players would soon face a much crueler test. They would have to kill each other. After both tests, only the strongest could emerge as the victor. How could a god-ranked general be so easily recruited? Send down my orders, have the troops stay on guard. Ouyang Shuo commanded. Yes, my lord. Suddenly moving from an intense environment to a place that brought peace and ease could easily cause one to relax. But the moment they relaxed, death would be the only outcome. They were powerless as the cruel battle map rules forced the troops to move quickly, not cautiously. Speed was of the essence, caution meant falling behind. Falling behind meant not being able to recruit the god general. Therefore, the troops needed to stay on guard while moving quickly. Though Ouyang Shuo was cautious, the enemy was craftier. As the army passed a small hill, the rumbling of horse hooves sounded all around them. The sound, accompanied by a whistling, did not seem like a friendly greeting. Not good, we are surrounded. The troops on sentry duty at the outskirts immediately waved their flags. Given their location in Xiongnu territory and their lack of numbers, the patrolling forces did not dare to spread themselves too thin, for fear of alerting the Xiongnu. The main force remained in battle formation, not spread too wide. Moreover, the grassland was boundless, so they did not need to worry about entering a narrow space. Ouyang Shuo led the divine martial guards at the front as the vanguard, Qin Xiong led the middle, and Zhang Liao guarded the rear. Do not panic, stay calm. Ouyang Shuo remained exceptionally composed. He had anticipated encountering the Xiongnu people. This confrontation was inevitable, and the sooner it happened, the better, as it would allow them to resolve the matter more quickly. However, Ouyang Shuo had completely miscalculated this time. After a short while, news of the battle reached him. The surprise attack was actually from a player force, with initial estimates placing their numbers at over 30,000. This suggested that at least 10 lords were involved in this operation. 10? Ouyang Shuo was astonished. Based on his calculations, no more than 10 lords could have survived the desert crossing. This meant that all the lucky survivors were participating in this attack. It was clear that someone was orchestrating this entire affair. As for who, the answer was obvious. Ouyang Shuo led his personal guards and quickly rode up a nearby hill. From this vantage point, he could see the 30,000 enemy cavalry charging toward them from all directions, a force that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. At the northernmost end, right at the forefront of the army, Ouyang Shuo spotted Sha Pajuan's forces. The Mongol warhorses and curved blades were too distinctive to miss. At the head of the army, Zhou Yafu stood expressionless. Beside him was a squadron of Han army soldiers, who, upon closer inspection, were members from the main camp. On the left, Di Chen's forces appeared. On the right, Zhang Leng's wolf-head flag waved in the wind. When Ouyang Shuo saw all of this, everything clicked. Seeing these three together here seemed to explain all the impossible scenarios. Clearly, this matter was carefully planned. Their goal was to remove Ouyang Shuo and his group. They wanted to eliminate their greatest opponents. Ouyang Shuo could not imagine how they had actually convinced the other lords to set aside their suspicions and work together. After all, such an endeavor was essentially like trying to skin a tiger. Everyone knew about the ambitions of Di Chen and the others. The most likely explanation was that they had obtained tangible benefits, which made them decide to give up and instead help the Yanhuang alliance fulfill their strategic plan. For instance, the Yanhuang alliance might have bought off these lords with money. Recalling the achievement value exchange, it was not hard to imagine how wealthy Di Chen and the others had become. A questionable point still remained. The enemy was well prepared and had deliberately waited on a road that the Shanghai City army needed to pass, catching Ouyang Shuo off guard. The Shanghai City army had the living desert map, Huyan Xiao, which allowed them to walk out of the desert so smoothly. So, what about Sha Pajuan and the others? They had actually exited the desert before Shanghai City, which Ouyang Shuo had not expected. Apart from guides, the only possibility was Zhou Yafu. Thinking back to the Han army beside him, Ouyang Shuo's face turned cold. He had not expected that Zhou Yafu could influence the current generation of the Han army. What a miscalculation! It had led to the current situation. Big brother, what now? Xuanlong Dianxue rushed over from among his troops. Let's split up and break out of this, Ouyang Shuo replied. In the current situation, fighting head-on would give them little chance of winning. 8,000 against 30,000, Ouyang Shuo had confidence in the divine martial guards, but not in the other troops. They were only on the same level as the enemy troops ahead of them. As for the commanding generals, the enemy held the upper hand with figures like Lianpa, Zhou Yafu, and Tiandan. Furthermore, the current situation was already against them, so fighting head-on would only result in heavy casualties. Ouyang Shuo would not do something so foolish just to show off his bravery. His ultimate goal was the battle quest. As for Di Chen and the other schemes, there would be plenty of time to deal with them later. Ouyang Shuo did not want to allow Di Chen and the others to gain rewards just because he acted on impulse. Therefore, the best method would be to break out of this encirclement before it fully formed. Of course, his reasoning also contained a slight bit of selfishness. Ouyang Shuo called Zhang Liao and the others to set the meeting point. They then had to choose the direction to escape in. Ouyang Shuo took up the task. The Shanghai city army would charge forward. Undoubtedly, the enemy defended the front the most, making it the hardest to break through. The Xuanlong city and Consonant city forces would break out from the left and right, respectively. How many of them would remain was up to fate. Brother, take care. Xuanlong Dianshui cupped his fists and left. Lord, take care. Zhang Liao led his troops and departed. On the battlefield, things changed rapidly, leaving no room for hesitation. After their discussions, the three forces began their attempt to break out. Ouyang Shuo arrived at the front of the divine martial guards, unsheathing his Qishao sword with a sharp schwa sound. Boys, charge forward and carve our path out. Ouyang Shuo yelled. Kill! 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 The heavens reverberated with their thunderous shouts in response. The divine martial guards knew no fear. With Ouyang Shuo determined to break the encirclement, he aimed to do so with maximum damage. He chose to head straight for Sha Pejuan's troops, the elite force ahead of them. This was not out of arrogance, but because he had the confidence and ability to succeed. Such a bold move was probably even unexpected by Zhou Yafu. Given this, their chances of success were higher. Under Ouyang Shuo's leadership, the 3,000 divine martial guards charged forward fearlessly. From above, the scene was truly breathtaking. The Shanghai Alliance Army's formation instantly split into three parts. The front continued to charge forward, the middle suddenly veered left, and the rear abruptly turned right. The three forces, like sharp arrows, shot forward. Before them lay the Alliance Army. This breakout was a matter of life and death. Only the brave would prevail. No words were needed. The cavalries of both sides seemed to charge at each other simultaneously. On this vast grass plain, the land of the Xiongnu people, the paradise of the cavalry, the remaining player forces of the Qubing line engaged in battle. This was cavalry against cavalry, elite against elite. Blades were drawn from their sheaths, warhorses screamed. The blood of the warriors boiled. This was a battle to decide their fates. How terrifying it was to have 3,000 divine martial guards charging together. Only their enemy could answer that question. Sha Pejuan focused on the divine martial guards, who were drawing closer. He felt the killing intent slam into his face, and he grew increasingly serious. He had never imagined that Qiue Wui would choose to retreat. The series of schemes were all part of his plan, from devising the plot to eliminate Little White, to revealing the use of battle resource points, to smoothly exiting the desert, and finally, to the massacre. Even Di Chen and Zhang Lang were merely following along. This made Sha Pejuan feel confident. He had been holding it in for so long. Moreover, his opponent this time was his greatest enemy, Qiue Wui. However, this turn of events did not follow his script. Originally, he had prepared himself for a tough battle. 30,000 troops surrounding 9,000, oh, no, now it was 8,000. Regardless of how one looked at it, his chances of victory were high. Even pub, how terrifying was it, a mere 3,000 divine martial guards charging together? Only the enemy knew the answer to that. I never imagined that Qiue Wui would actually choose to retreat. All of this was part of my plan, to eliminate Little White, to reveal the use of battle resource points, to exit the desert smoothly, and finally, to orchestrate the massacre. Even Di Chen and Zhang Lang were just following along, which made me feel confident. I had been holding back for so long. Furthermore, this time my opponent was my greatest enemy, Qiue Wui. However, this situation did not go according to plan. Originally, I had prepared for a tough battle. 30,000 troops surrounding 9,000, oh, no, now it was 8,000. No matter how one looked at it, my chances of victory were high. Even if they could not completely wipe out the Shanghai troops, they could still severely damage their forces. With that, and using Zhou Yafu's presence, I would become the one with the greatest ability to recruit Qubing. Who knew that Qiue Wui was actually so spineless? Shortly after encountering them, he chose to retreat. Why is the script not like this, Qiue? Sha Pejuan was furious. In a short while, the two sides had already clashed. They were unbreakable and fearless, diving into the enemy lines. No one could stop them. They charged at high speeds, and their 3,000 horse lances pierced the enemy formation, leaving a bloody trail. This sight sent a chill down Sha Pejuan's spine. Ouyang Shuo remained expressionless. After Sha Pejuan and others plotted against him, it would be a lie to say Ouyang Shuo wasn't pissed off. He needed to release this anger, and his target was Sha Pejuan's troops. Even though they were breaching an encirclement, Ouyang Shuo wanted to tear a piece of Sha Pejuan's flesh. After smoothly breaking into the enemy formation, his ambition grew. This time, he wanted to teach Sha Pejuan an unforgettable lesson. Follow me. Ouyang Shuo smacked his warhorse and made a sharp left turn. Che Daming and the personal guards quickly followed, with Wang Feng and his martial guards closely behind. The divine martial guards easily performed this high-difficulty maneuver. This change of direction made Ouyang Shuo's target extremely clear. Zhou Yafu was on the left side of the divine martial guards, under the cover of the Han army, commanding the troops. Ouyang Shuo actually aimed to take down Zhou Yafu. Qiue Wui, you dare! Panic flashed across Sha Pejuan's face. At the crucial moment, Sha Pejuan immediately led his troops to rush over and help. Unfortunately, the battlefield was in utter chaos, making it highly difficult for him to reach Zhou Yafu. The divine martial guards moved with incredible speed and precision. The troops in front of Zhou Yafu tried to cover for him to allow him to escape, but it was all futile. A short while later, Ouyang Shuo led his troops and charged to the front of Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu, prepare to die. Ouyang Shuo made no effort to hide his intentions. As a renowned general who had personally quelled the rebellion of the Seven States, Zhou Yafu was far from an ordinary man. Even as the divine martial guards charged forward, he did not show the slightest hint of fear. Soldiers, join me in slaying the enemy. Zhou Yafu unsheathed his sword and took the initiative to attack. Yes, General. The surrounding Han soldiers were seasoned warriors. Excellent. Ouyang Shuo spurred Qingdian and took the lead. This time, he intended to end Zhou Yafu personally. A renowned general? Ouyang Shuo didn't give a damn. As long as they were enemies, they would fight to the death. Ouyang Shuo valued talent, but he wasn't about to act foolishly in this moment. Clang, the Qishao sword clashed against Zhou Yafu's blade. Zhou Yafu was a true fighting general, his strikes heavy and precise. Qishao sword. Zhou Yafu's exclamation surprised Ouyang Shuo. The Qishao sword belonged to the Han founder, Liu Bang. As a Western Han general, Zhou Yafu recognized the sword in Ouyang Shuo's hand. It is the Qishao. Ouyang Shuo replied, thrusting forward. You dare to wield the sword of the mighty emperor? Such audacity! This act enraged Zhou Yafu, and his strikes became even more intense and ferocious. The sword in his hand was a typical Han sword. Although it couldn't compare to a god weapon, it was still a decent sword. His sword techniques were also extraordinary. In this battle, they were fighting neck and neck. Ouyang Shuo finally understood the strength of an emperor-rank general compared to a king rank 1. Swiftly killing an emperor-rank general was almost impossible. Moreover, time wouldn't allow Ouyang Shuo to delay any longer. Not far away, the anxious Xiongnu had quickly led his troops over to help. The moment the enemy surrounded the divine martial guards, they would lose any chance of breaking out. However, it was impossible for Ouyang Shuo to give up like this. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a talisman from his bag. Bloodthirst Talisman **. After use, the user enters a bloodthirsty state. Combat strength increases by 2 times, lasting for half an hour. After the effects wear off, the user will enter a weak state for 2 days. This talisman had an effect very similar to the berserk state of the mountain barbarians. The Wild Boar King had dropped this talisman during the Siege of Beasts in the 2nd month of the 1st year of the game. Ouyang Shuo had been busy with administrative matters, so he rarely led the frontline battles and hadn't needed to use this item. However, his martial arts had greatly improved recently, and he had started to carry a few of these talismans. Besides this, he also had items like the Stamina Talisman and the Movement Talisman. This time, Ouyang Shuo was prepared to borrow the power of these items. With a schwa sound, he tore the Bloodthirst Talisman in half. A blood-red glow spread from the talisman and entered Ouyang Shuo's body. Ouyang Shuo's eyes suddenly turned red. He could feel a sudden surge of strength emanating from within his body. The power the talisman ignited did not come from nowhere, it had unleashed the potential hidden within him. This was why the item had such strong after effects. Kill. Ouyang Shuo used this strength and the killing intent gathered within him to slash out. Zhou Yafu sensed something was wrong and focused entirely on Ouyang Shuo. Dang! The 2 swords clashed again. This time, Zhou Yafu felt his hands go numb from the impact, leaving him stunned. After the 3rd system update, Gaia had removed player levels and replaced them with a combat strength rank. Ouyang Shuo's current combat strength had reached the high silver rank. Using the talisman, his combat strength had doubled, allowing him to enter the low gold rank. The transition from silver to gold was a qualitative leap, and this power was not easily described. The current Ouyang Shuo was like an Asura, suppressing Zhou Yafu, who had no way to fight back. Ouyang Shuo did not let his guard down, the Qishao sword in his hand was like an extension of his body. The sword strikes of the killing sword flowed like water. The talisman had stirred the blood aura around the sword, causing the aura to grow increasingly dense. It seemed Zhou Yafu could not hold on much longer. Xiongnu, still some distance away, could not help but shout, "Qiue Wui, don't you dare." He had injected a shocking amount of internal energy into his shout, making it audible even to those on the other end of the battlefield. Di Chen turned around and coincidentally saw the scene. A brief hesitation flashed across his eyes. Should he save or not? Logically, they were current allies, so he needed to save Zhou Yafu. But thinking back to Xiongnu's arrogant expression over the past few days, Di Chen really did not want to save his general. Furthermore, they were competitors in the race to recruit Qubing. If Qiue Wui actually killed Zhou Yafu, Di Chen would feel happy instead. Considering these points, Di Chen thought about lying in wait and observing the situation. Lord, if the lips die, the teeth will feel cold. Lianpa saw through his intentions and reminded him. When Di Chen heard these words, he felt a little annoyed. The old General Lianpa was strong but too direct. Simply put, he was too rational and did not know how to consider matters from his lord's perspective. Since that's the case, General, please help out. Di Chen was still Di Chen. Even if he was unhappy, he would not easily deal a slap to his best general. Yes, my lord. Lianpa did not care about Di Chen's thoughts and left. However, even the relatively nearby Sha Pejuan could not help out, so what more could Lianpa do from a distance? Lianpa naturally knew this. Thus, he only traveled a short distance before stopping. He grabbed his bow and aimed an arrow directly at Ouyang Shuo. Lianpa was also an exceptional archer. A sharp arrow broke through the air from a few hundred meters away, striking Ouyang Shuo's left arm. Chi. At the moment, Ouyang Shuo was focused on his battle with Zhou Yafu. He did not expect an arrow to fly toward him. This time, Ouyang Shuo was utterly enraged. With a single stroke, he swept away Zhou Yafu's sword. Then, he slashed down and broke the arrow in his left hand, leaving the arrowhead embedded in his flesh. Despite his injuries, Ouyang Shuo did not tend to them. Determined to kill Zhou Yafu on the spot, he wielded the Qishao sword with mighty force, shattering Zhou Yafu's treasure sword. The power of a divine weapon was undeniable. Ouyang Shuo's courage and ferocity stunned Zhou Yafu. Fourth, killing general. As expected, Ouyang Shuo launched his strongest attack. Swordless, Zhou Yafu had nowhere to hide. Chiue Wui, I'll get you for this. Sha Pejuan cursed the moment Zhou Yafu fell. As for Ouyang Shuo, he didn't bother listening to Sha Pejuan. He picked up the general soul that Zhou Yafu had dropped, as well as a booklet. Then, he turned around, ready to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Sha Pejuan would truly devour him. There was another reason for Ouyang Shuo to leave. The bloodthirst talisman had an effective time of only half an hour. If he didn't leave now, he would be killed. When Zhou Yafu died, the forces around them fell into chaos. Meanwhile, the morale of the divine martial guards soared to new heights. With their personal guards leading the charge, they valiantly broke through the defenses. Sha Pejuan, enraged, led his troops in pursuit. However, even the elite Mongol warhorses could not match the Qingfu horses. After chasing for about 10 miles, the divine martial guards had already vanished into the distance. Sha Pejuan was so angry that blood flowed from where he had bitten his lips. Ouyang Shuo was truly the bane of Sha Pejuan. Sha Pejuan had meticulously planned everything, but in the end, he had outsmarted himself. The cavalry unit that Azura City had just formed would now lose direction without their commander. Azura City's rise would halt midway. While Sha Pejuan was unlucky, Ouyang Shuo was not in a good state either. Not long after breaking out, the side effects of the talisman began to affect him. Ouyang Shuo could not muster any strength in his body and could barely hold on to the reins. If Qingdian were not intelligent, Ouyang Shuo might have fallen off. Sha Pejuan's pursuit genuinely terrified Ouyang Shuo. Misfortune never comes alone. Not long after the divine martial guards broke free from the chase, just as Ouyang Shuo was about to heave a sigh of relief, a Xiongnu cavalry charged over. The force was like a pack of wolves that had spotted sheep, crying out, "Wahula!" From this distance, one could sense the sturdiness and cruelty of the Xiongnu. Their curved warblades gleamed coldly. Upon closer inspection, bloodstains and bits of flesh clung to the Xiongnu warriors' weapons. This was a pack of true wolves. Ouyang Shuo once again had a new understanding of his luck stat. When one's luck is bad, even drinking cold water can lead to a blocked tooth. Previously, although the divine martial guards had bravely broken free, they had suffered heavy losses. Around 600 divine martial guards had perished on the battlefield. Now, they had to face thousands of Xiongnu cavalry and truly bet their lives. However, they had no choice, they had to fight this battle. First, the Xiongnu warhorses were all elite warhorses. Additionally, their troops were skilled horsemen, so escaping from the Xiongnu forces as they had from Sha Pejuan's would be extremely difficult. Second, the plains belonged to the Xiongnu. Even if they could temporarily escape, they could not cover their tracks. In the end, they would still have to fight. Who knows, fleeing might even attract more Xiongnu cavalry. Hence, the only way was to face the problem head-on and stand their ground. However, Ouyang Shuo was now completely weak and lacked the energy to personally lead them. In the upcoming battle, Wang Feng would have to lead the lines and set the formations. Zhao Qua, who had accompanied them, would replace Ouyang Shuo as the battle commander. During the battle, the personal guards would not participate. Their mission was to ensure Ouyang Shuo's safety. Ouyang Shuo, who had performed so well moments ago, had now become a burden to his army. Just thinking about this matter made one feel helpless. Under Wang Feng's leadership, the 2,000 divine martial guards engaged the 4,000 Xiongnu cavalry. The Xiongnu had expected to face a flock of sheep. They had not anticipated a pride of lions descending the mountains. This was a battle between wolves and lions, with neither side able to back down. The Xiongnu cavalry was mainly composed of light armored units, especially in such a scattered force, where they were entirely light armored. In their battles against the Han army, they had used flexible tactics to inflict significant losses. However, this time they faced a tough opponent. The cavalry tactics of the divine martial guards were unparalleled and unprecedented in this era. Ouyang Shuo had invited cavalry generals like Luo Shixin and Shirwan Shui to train the divine martial guards. With such a stellar team, how could the troops they had trained be anything but formidable? Even Wang Feng was influenced and began to study cavalry tactics. Advisor Zhao Qua was also well-versed in such tactics. Historically, the state of Zhao had introduced the riding and shooting tactic. As a general of that period, he could not be unfamiliar with cavalry tactics. Wang Feng and Zhao Qua working together was a match made in heaven. One charged forward, and the other commanded from behind, forming a flawless pairing. It was not an exaggeration to say that in terms of cavalry battles, Qubing's forces were not on the same level as the divine martial guards. After all, Qubing's cavalry tactics and strategies had yet to mature. Thus, from the very start, the Xiongnu cavalry were completely suppressed. Their once proud tactics seemed like child's play in comparison. In terms of riding skills, the divine martial guards matched the Xiongnu. In archery, although their skills were not as refined, they were more than a level better than the Xiongnu due to the god arm crossbow. In terms of equipment, there was no comparison. The Tang Emperor had specially designed the Mingguang armor to counter the Turkic cavalry. Even the formidable Turks could do nothing against the Mingguang armor. What chance did the current Xiongnu have? Their bows were far inferior to the Turkic bows. Facing the arrow-proof Mingguang armor, the Xiongnu were so frustrated that they seemed to vomit blood. Even so, this battle remained extremely intense. The Xiongnu were still the Xiongnu. No matter the opponent, their brutality and courage did not change. Using their numerical advantage, the Xiongnu inflicted significant damage on the divine martial guards. Both sides fought with all their might, determined to take the lives of their enemies, causing even the sky to change color. As time went on, the balance of the battle finally shifted in favor of the divine martial guards. The arrogant Xiongnu cavalry had finally tasted the bitter consequences of underestimating their opponent. If they had known they would face such a formidable foe, they would not have charged in so rashly. The history of this Xiongnu cavalry was not particularly glorious. It was no coincidence that they had passed through this area, as they were survivors from the battlefield. The genius General Qubing, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, had defeated them. 4 days ago, Qubing led his troops and ordered the captured Xiongnu people to act as the vanguard, helping to clear the path for the Han people. They crossed the desert, captured the minister Zhang Chu, and killed the northern Chequi king. Then, they turned to attack the left 2 generals and seized the enemy's flag and drums. This battle could shock even the heavens. He stunned the Xiongnu, and the fear he inspired lasted for many days. Qubing's name resounded throughout the entire grassland. This young general cast a massive shadow over the Xiongnu skies, suppressing them to the point where they could barely breathe. Some even spread that Qubing was a god sent to punish the Xiongnu. A day ago, Qubing had already led his troops back on their journey. These cavalry were the subordinates of the defeated northern Chequi king, who had left the battlefield amidst the chaos. Little did they know that they would encounter the divine martial guards. Filled with pent-up frustration from their losses at the hands of Qubing, they could not let this opportunity pass. In their eyes, the devil Qubing was already far away, and the Han army behind should be a reserve force that could not match their might. Thus, they aimed to take out these forces to vent their anger. Little did they know that this army was just as formidable as Qubing's. As the situation unfolded, the Xiongnu cavalry commander was left on the verge of tears. When did the Han army's cavalry become so strong? First, there was Qubing. Now, even their backup forces were so strong? As the commander of the Xiongnu cavalry, he felt a bit depressed. He couldn't help but worry about the future of his tribe. The Han army, once easily handled and defeated, had truly grown powerful. The carefree plundering life of the Xiongnu people was about to end. Before sunset, the 4,000 Xiongnu cavalry were utterly crushed. In this battle, 3,000 were killed, and the remaining chose to surrender. The bravery of the divine martial guards had caused the Xiongnu cavalry commander to lose the courage to fight. From his perspective, this was destiny, and no one could change it. Of course, the Xiongnu people had also made the divine martial guards pay a heavy price. 800 divine martial guards had fallen. They would be buried on the grasslands. Out of the 3,000 divine martial guards who set out for this battle, half were lost after 3 engagements. War was just this cruel. Luckily, this was a battle map. After a soldier perished, the Lord could use battle contribution points to revive him. If not, such heavy casualties would cause numerous problems for Ouyang Shuo. However, to revive the soldiers, he had to wait until the entire battle map finished. Thus, in the following few battles, Ouyang Shuo could only rely on the less than 1,500 men he had left. Reflecting on the dangers of the journey so far, this was the first time he felt uncertain about the road ahead. Such a series of challenges, was Gaia trying to push them to the edge? Ouyang Shuo dared to bet that meeting the Xiongnu cavalry was not a coincidence. Who knows how the other 2 members of the Shanghai alliance fared? When they tried to break out, the situation was chaotic. Ouyang Shuo didn't have the time to check if the others had successfully escaped. If they did break out, did they encounter something similar to the Xiongnu cavalry? Under such circumstances, they could only fight for themselves. As night fell, Ouyang Shuo ordered the troops to set up camp. He could also interrogate the surrendered soldiers. Besides his concerns about the road ahead, Ouyang Shuo was most worried about the direction Qubing's troops had taken. The moon hung high above, while the surroundings were deathly silent. On the vast grassland, many green tents had suddenly appeared, blending seamlessly with the plains. The surrendered Xiongnu soldiers were deeply impressed by how quickly the Han army had set up their tents. They could not fathom how a backpack-sized item could transform into a massive tent capable of housing so many people. Due to the side effects of the bloodthirst talisman, Ouyang Shuo had retreated to his tent to rest long ago. He had entrusted tasks like camp arrangements and the interrogation of prisoners to his advisor, Zhao. Despite the early hour, Ouyang Shuo found it difficult to sleep. He held a jade pendant and a book in his hands. The jade pendant was the general soul that Zhou Yafu had dropped. This was the first time Ouyang Shuo had obtained an emperor-ranked general soul. In the martial temple of Shanghai City, there was still a king-ranked general soul. Wei Zhang's revival had shown Ouyang Shuo the critical importance of general souls. The future territory wars would only become more brutal. Shanghai City was vast, and many stars had gathered there, so it was only a matter of time before one of them would fall. At such a moment, a general soul could save a life. Without this general soul, Sha Pujuan could not have revived Zhou Yafu, leading to his relentless pursuit. The current Sha Pejuan was likely spitting out blood in rage. Arrogance does indeed have its lesson, Ouyang Shuo muttered. As the saying goes, personality decides destiny. Sha Pejuan was an incredibly arrogant individual, looking down on everyone. His inability to know when to stop had led to his defeat today. On the other hand, Di Qin, who had faced multiple defeats at the hands of Ouyang Shuo, had grown increasingly mature. During this plot, he had hidden behind Sha Pejuan, becoming a fisherman. The divine martial guards had suffered heavy losses, while Di Qin's forces remained perfectly fine. During this battle, Ouyang Shuo did not leave anyone in his wake. If he had not acted decisively and killed Zhou Yafu, the situations that unfolded afterward would have been much worse. Over the past 2 years, the growth of these aristocratic family children was truly shocking. They were no longer at a complete disadvantage in their battles against Ouyang Shuo. Even Chen Shenjun had claimed a big win at the year's end, highlighting his exceptional performance. Sha Pejuan was the only exception. After this defeat, it would be hard for him to climb back up. This time, Ouyang Shuo had indirectly helped Wandering Magic. It was said that after the exchange event, in the Battle of Guangxi Province against Wandering Magic, Sha Pejuan had suppressed him at every opportunity, acting like the big boss of the entire province. As regarding upon receiving this item and with Ouyang Shuo on the run, he lacked the time to take a proper look. Mongol Cavalry Training Diary chronicled the famous General Zhou Yafu's learning process from the Mongol Cavalry Training Manual and his thoughts during the training of the soldiers. When Ouyang Shuo saw this description, he could not help but to break out into laughter. The gods work in their own ways. In the end, the 2 items that Sha Pejuan had obtained at the auction had basically fallen into Ouyang Shuo's hands. While this diary could not allow Shanghai City to train an elite Mongol cavalry, it could serve as a guide to raise their cavalry training standards. Besides, it reminded Ouyang Shuo of Sun Wu. With the diary, Ouyang Shuo had an unexpected reward. Upon receiving this item, and during his time on the run, he lacked the opportunity to examine it closely. Mongol Cavalry Training Diary records what the renowned General Zhou Yafu learned while studying the Mongol Cavalry Training Manual and the thoughts when training the soldiers. When Ouyang Shuo saw this, he could not help but break into laughter. In the end, although the 2 items obtained by Sha Pejuan from the auction fell into Ouyang Shuo's hands with the abilities of the War Saint and this diary as a base, he could probably start up Mongol cavalry training classes in the Army Military Academy. It was not impossible for the Mongol cavalry training method to appear in Shanghai City. This time, Sha Pejuan had done Shanghai City a great favor. After placing the 2 items into his storage bag, Ouyang Shuo started to cultivate. The side effects of the Bloodthirst Talisman lasted for 2 days, but this period could vary based on the individual. Ouyang Shuo possessed a strong body. As a result, the time period of the effects would shorten. Now, Ouyang Shuo wanted to use the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique to speed up the healing process. The Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique was a body-changing medical technique. Hence, the golden primordial energy was extremely good for healing internal injuries. In the end, the Bloodthirst Talisman only activated the potential of one's body. As long as he start up training classes, with the abilities of the War Saint and this diary as a base, he could probably start up Mongol cavalry training classes in the Army Military Academy. It was not impossible for the Mongol cavalry training method to appear in Shanghai City. This time, Sha Pejuan had done Shanghai City a great favor. Ouyang Shuo's healing journey. After placing the 2 items into his storage bag, Ouyang Shuo began to cultivate. The side effects of the Bloodthirst Talisman lasted for 2 days, but the duration could vary based on the individual. Ouyang Shuo possessed a strong body, which would help shorten the effects of the talisman. He decided to use the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique to speed up the healing process. The technique was a body-changing medical cultivation method, and the golden primordial energy was particularly effective for healing internal injuries. The culturing process, the technique could help activate the potential of one's body. By nourishing his body with the golden primordial energy, he could help remove the side effects and hasten the healing process. In such an uncertain world, it would be a huge disadvantage if he couldn't use his martial arts for 2 days. Therefore, the sooner he recovered, the better. Zhao Kuo's visit. At 8 p.m., Zhao Kuo entered Ouyang Shuo's. Regrettably, they did not know where his next target lay. "Lord, how do we deal with these prisoners?" Zhao Kuo asked. "What are your views?" "I think we should keep some and remove others," Zhao Kuo replied. "How so?" Ouyang Shuo smiled. During this battle, the Divine Martial Guards suffered heavy casualties and desperately need new members. Therefore, I suggest we follow the Han Army's example and use the Xiongnu prisoners to fight against the Xiongnu people. Zhao Kuo was truly implementing what he had learned. "If that's the case, why remove a portion of them?" Ouyang Shuo asked again. Naturally, removing some meant executing them. Historically, military lore suggested that killing the surrendered would bring bad consequences. Beihai did this and met a bad end. Li Guang did it and had to commit suicide out of shame. Thus, the army's generals were extremely opposed to and wary of executing surrendered soldiers. First, the Divine Martial Guards have limited numbers, so too many prisoners pose a significant risk. Second, their standards vary, and the weaker ones should be eliminated, Zhao Kuo explained. Ouyang Shuo looked at him for a long time without speaking. After Zhao Kuo outlined his views, he remained expressionless. Ouyang Shuo could not tell if Zhao Kuo's words were his true feelings or if he was testing his lord. Historically, Zhao Kuo's troops were deceived by Beihai into defeat. Although Zhao Kuo himself did not personally execute the surrendered, he must have been familiar with the concept. The thoughts of this advisor before him ran deeper than those of most of his other generals. Sometimes, even Ouyang Shuo, as his lord, could not fully grasp what he was thinking. Of course, Zhao Kuo's loyalty was undeniable. It wasn't that Ouyang Shuo had exceptional perception or great deciphering skills, it was simply that Zhao Kuo's loyalty stat had reached 90. In that case, for the surrendered soldiers who do not pass, take their equipment and horses. Keep them out of the camp and let them survive on their own, Ouyang Shuo instructed after a long pause. "Yes, my lord." Zhao Kuo nodded. As he lowered his head, a flash of happiness crossed his eyes. After Zhao Kuo took his leave, Ouyang Shuo found himself unable to sleep. The Battle of Mobei was a challenge he had the least understanding of. From the start, he had been passively reacting to every obstacle thrown his way. Without the strength of the Divine Martial Guards, he would have been eliminated from the race. Recruiting Qubing was just a dream. Zhao Kuo's suggestion had completely opened Ouyang Shuo's eyes. During the Battle of Mobei, fighting alone was a poor strategy. Utilizing the local and native forces was the key to victory. With only 3,000 men, they could not sustain the losses. Only by replenishing their ranks from the battles could they succeed. With these thoughts in mind, Ouyang Shuo walked out of his tent. Outside, the night curfew was already in place. All the soldiers were confined to their tents, not to leave unless new orders were given. The camp was eerily quiet, except for the sounds of cries and shouts from the area where the surrendered troops were held. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at the sky. The stars were bright, and the moon hung high overhead. Tomorrow will be another day of good weather. "Lord, what are you looking at?" Suddenly, a question sounded from behind Ouyang Shuo. "Who's there?" Ouyang Shuo was extremely alert and pressed his hand against his sword. At the moment, he also felt this matter was exceedingly strange. This was the camp of the Divine Martial Guards. How could an outsider enter? Turning around, the person who came into view stunned Ouyang Shuo so much that his mouth gaped open. "Lord, don't you recognize me?" His smile contained an undisguised greed and trickiness. The person who had suddenly appeared behind Ouyang Shuo was the grain officer of the main camp. His large belly was almost blinding to Ouyang Shuo's eyes. How can it be you? Ouyang Shuo could not hide his surprise. I'm the grain officer. Naturally, I'm here to send the Lord some supplies. Supplies? Ouyang Shuo frowned. Then his eyes lit up, and he asked uncertainly, you mean to exchange for battle resource points? Lord is smart. The grain officer was incredibly smooth when trying to flatter someone. But I currently only have a pitiful 50 points. Can that even make it worth your while? Ouyang Shuo did not dare to underestimate this person. Clearly, this grain officer was similar to the mysterious merchants. He was a special NPC Gaia had arranged. Lord has a treasure in his hands, how can that be pitiful? The grain officer was as toady as ever. Treasure? Ouyang Shuo was a little confused. Battle map token. The grain officer unveiled the mystery. Ouyang Shuo was enlightened. He retrieved the token from his back. It was the item he had obtained from the desert bandit leader. He still did not know what uses this item had. How many battle resource points is this worth? The grain officer shook his head. The Lord can use this token to make a request. Any request? Ouyang Shuo's interest was piqued. The Lord can raise a request. Then I'll judge if it's viable or not, the grain officer replied. Ouyang Shuo frowned. This trap of his seemed extremely deep. How would Ouyang Shuo know how much the token was worth? What if he raised a request that was too small, wouldn't he lose out on so much? Ouyang Shuo could not help but think about the silver prayer house that was similar in nature. It was truly a case of a leopard unable to change its spots. The grain officer was still incredibly crafty. Ouyang Shuo definitely did not want to let himself be taken advantage of. I want to lead my troops and teleport directly to the general's tent. Is that possible? Ouyang Shuo held the battle token and tentatively raised his first demand. Ouyang Shuo's exorbitant request left the grain officer speechless. Though the grain officer was already incredibly shameless, he hadn't expected someone of lord status to be just as bold. To achieve big things, doesn't one need to be efficient? The grain officer silently scolded Ouyang Shuo and replied, Lord, you must be joking. Is it not possible? Ouyang Shuo was a little disappointed inside but continued, then, if we take a step back, can you revive all the dead divine martial guards? To Ouyang Shuo, the 3,000 divine martial guards were his biggest trump card in this battle. If they could be restored to full strength, it would greatly benefit his strategy of using battles to grow his forces. The first request was a joke, the second was his true goal. After asking, Ouyang Shuo anxiously looked at the grain officer. The plump grain officer hesitated for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons of the request. Finally, he casually replied, all right. Ouyang Shuo heaved a huge sigh of relief and inwardly cursed, your father. He even suspected the grain officer was sent to mock him. Seeing the grain officer intensely eyeing his battle token, Ouyang Shuo gripped it tightly and asked, can I make one more small request? One token, one request, the grain officer firmly replied. Then it's okay, cancel my first request too. As Ouyang Shuo spoke these words, he acted as if he was about to place the battle token into his storage bag. He was certain that the grain officer had rushed over because he definitely needed to retrieve this token. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up so easily. As expected, the grain officer let out a bitter smile and pleaded, Lord, don't put me on the spot. How about this, regarding your request, I'll see if I can help. Nice. Ouyang Shuo smiled. I want an item that General Qubing carries with him. Ouyang Shuo's request was extremely unusual, and it caught the grain officer off guard. This wasn't a particularly difficult task for the grain officer to complete. As a special NPC, he was essentially omnipotent, though the players didn't know the extent of his powers. However, he still couldn't and didn't dare to break the rules set by Gaia. Here's a proposal, Lord, you use your remaining 50 battle resource points, and I'll help you fulfill your request, the grain officer said politely. Deal. Ouyang Shuo read the situation well and knew when to stop. The Lord is intelligent. After the deal was completed, the grain officer was delighted, and his fat belly jiggled up and down. Both foxes smiled, each thinking they had outsmarted the other. After the grain officer bid him goodbye, a pair of socks belonging to Qubing suddenly appeared in Ouyang Shuo's hands. Even though the general was born into wealth and lived a life of luxury, the smell of his socks was overpoweringly pungent. Ouyang Shuo even suspected that this was the grain officer's final prank on him. Ouyang Shuo smiled and rushed into the tent, calling out, "Little White, come out." "Oh whoa." Little White reluctantly walked out. By now, its injuries had completely healed. Ouyang Shuo handed the smelly pair of socks to Little White. "Smell it, can you track it?" "Woo." Little White took a sniff and rolled its eyes at Ouyang Shuo in a human-like manner. Wolves' noses are many times better than humans. Normally, wolves or dogs have a sense of smell 40 times stronger than humans. However, Little White's sense of smell was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than humans. That's right, 1,000,000 times, it was an immeasurable figure. Thus, while the sock was smelly to Ouyang Shuo, to Little White, the smell was almost overwhelming. The brilliant General Qubing also had moments of being abandoned and despised. "Can you track it?" Ouyang Shuo asked once more. "Woo." Little White proudly raised its head. "Then I'll depend on you tomorrow, buddy." Ouyang Shuo understood what it meant and smiled, stroking its head. Little White nodded, then proudly returned to its tent. Qubing, you won't escape this time." Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at the distant sky, smiling. The next morning, the army set off again. The dead Divine Martial Guards were quietly revived, but neither the Divine Martial Guards nor the captured Xiongnu soldiers paid much attention to this extraordinary scene. The power of Gaia was truly beyond human comprehension. After several rounds of selection, they chose only 500 of the Xiongnu cavalry to accompany them. Those who remained were naturally thrown into the camp. Luckily, this was the territory of the Xiongnu people, so there was no significant risk of these people dying. As for the battle contribution points, after weighing all factors, Ouyang Shuo decided it was not worth breaking his promise. After setting off, Little White walked at the front of the troops. With its keen sense of smell, even if Qubing was thousands of miles away, he could not escape. During this military expedition, they were no longer blind. Now, they traveled with a guide. Even without the detailed troop movement plan, the Divine Martial Guards could accurately locate the Han along the way. They would meet Xiongnu soldiers who had strayed on the front lines. These cavalry often sang the name of Qubing. This made Ouyang Shuo understand more about this god general and determined to recruit Qubing. The 3,000 Divine Martial Guards had regained their full strength. At the same time, Ouyang Shuo had completely removed the after-effects of the bloodthirst talisman. Naturally, they did not show any courtesy toward the Xiongnu cavalry, they only knew one word, kill. As long as the enemy army did not exceed 10,000 in number, they could not match the strength of the Divine Martial Guards. Sweeping across the area, Ouyang Shuo's battle contribution points continued to rise. 2 days after setting off, his battle contribution points had surpassed 100,000 and continued to rise rapidly. Among the forces, the Xiongnu surrendered soldiers came in waves. With the strength of the Divine Martial Guards, they faced no pressure even when controlling 3,000 surrendered Xiongnu soldiers. Therefore, after each battle, Ouyang Shuo chose a batch of elite warriors to join the surrendered soldier camp. During every battle, this camp would act as the vanguard. The moment the surrendered soldiers were injured, they were immediately replenished. Zhao's suggested tactic of replenishing troops through battles was being executed well. The effect was incredibly apparent. In the latter stages, the divine martial guards did not even need to fight personally. The surrendered soldiers could settle the battles by themselves. Consequently, the divine martial guards slowly became a strategic threat. Ouyang Shuo was using the Xiongnu soldiers to kill the Xiongnu cavalry and earn battle contribution points. This method was extremely effective. Thus, the losses for the divine martial guards significantly decreased. After more than 10 battles, they lost fewer than 500 divine martial guards. If Qubing was the nightmare of the Xiongnu tribe, then the Shanghai city army that followed closely behind became the devil to the survivors. The once strong Xiongnu tribe had suddenly become a sick cat. In the later stages, the Xiongnu surrendered soldiers had grown accustomed to killing their old comrades in return for a chance to live. Ouyang Shuo even made a blank check. All the surrendered soldiers who performed well would be reported to Qubing, who would reward them. This further increased the motivation of the Xiongnu soldiers. Ouyang Shuo had successfully replicated Qubing's strategy on the grasslands. Of course, the favorable situation did not make him complacent. He did not forget his primary goal, catching up to Qubing. Therefore, in the latter stages of the battle map, Ouyang Shuo tried to avoid unnecessary fights. The cavalry moved forward swiftly, striving to catch up with the main Han army force led by Qubing. Based on what Little White communicated, the distance between them was getting smaller. If everything went well, they could catch up in at most for more days. When Ouyang Shuo heard this news, he was completely energized. Are we finally going to meet the legendary general? Amidst the happy news, there were also concerns. 2 days ago, Ouyang Shuo had led his troops to the meeting point but found no signs of Consonant City or Xuanlong City troops. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo spent a full day resting there and even sent out scouts to investigate. Helplessly, he could only arrange 10 divine martial guards to lie in wait, while the main force continued to proceed. They continued to communicate through songbirds. This battle was a race against time. Ouyang Shuo could not afford to waste so much time waiting for his allies. Who knew what challenges Zhang Liao and Qinxiong were facing? The next day, an interesting development occurred. The scouts sent out did not find the alliance army but instead discovered traces of Di Chen's forces. When Ouyang Shuo received the news, he immediately decided to give Di Chen a massive gift. As the saying goes, one should return a gift when given one. Since the Yanhuang alliance had plotted against him, he would repay them in kind. The current Shanghai army was at its peak. With the help of the surrendered Xiongnu soldiers, even if Di Chen's forces were unharmed, they would still fall to them. Furthermore, Ouyang Shuo had Huyan Qiu, whose guidance did not lose its value due to Little White. Even without considering other factors, without his translations, Shanghai City could not have obtained any intelligence from the Xiongnu soldiers. As for recruiting them to fight, it would have been impossible. Huyan Qiu was the key to Ouyang Shuo's tactic working. The grasslands at the moment were like the back garden of Shanghai City. The moment Di Chen's forces revealed their movements, they could not escape from Ouyang Shuo. With the Xiongnu surrendered soldiers and sentries, they could capture Di Chen's every action. Very quickly, they crafted a complete plan to ambush Di Chen. On the battle's first day, in the morning, Di Chen was leading his troops up the grasslands. After their attempt to ambush Ouyang Shuo, Di Chen, Zhang Lang, and Sha Pejuan had split up and gone their separate ways. The other lords had varying fates. Some were destroyed and backed out of the battle, while others gave up and focused on branch quests, and a few continued forward hoping for luck. Across the entire grasslands, no more lords traveled together. Everyone knew that this battle had reached its crucial moment. So-called allies could become enemies at any moment. Since that was the case, why not just travel separately? However, not every force was as strong as the divine martial guards. Not all had a guide like Huyan Qiu. Furthermore, not all would try to replicate Qubing's strategy. The daunting Xiongnu cavalry made all the players taste defeat. The Xiongnu cavalry had crushed at least 6 lords, forcing them to back out of the battle. Even the most eye-catching Xiaopujuan, when encountering the Xiongnu cavalry, was unfortunately swept from the battle map. After all, Zhou Yafu Hadid and his 3,000 elite Mongol cavalry suffered heavy casualties against the divine martial guards. Similar to Ouyang Shuo, Xuanlong Dianshue's troops met the Xiongnu cavalry army after breaking out. They fought a tough battle but eventually lost. Note, I made some grammatical and stylistic corrections to your text, aiming to improve readability without altering the original content. If there are specific names that don't align with the English language, please let me know, so I can adjust them further. Hence, they were helplessly forced out. Even Zhang Liao's troops found it hard to breathe. As such, they failed to reach the designated meeting point to regroup with Ouyang Shuo. On the other hand, Di Chen was relatively lucky. Under Lianpa's leadership, they eliminated all obstacles in their path. Currently, they still had 2,000 men remaining. Their current advantage was partly due to Di Chen's shrewdness. During the ambush, Di Chen's troops did not even try to intercept the Shanghai Alliance troops. He let the Alliance army, whom they had bribed, endure all the damage. On the other hand, he had been relaxed, having made, however, at this stage, he could no longer afford to be so carefree. Today, Di Chen's good fortune was about to come to an end. A scene reminiscent of their previous ambush played out once more on the grasslands. Suddenly, 3,000 Xiongnu surrendered soldiers, along with the near full strength of the divine martial guards, attacked Di Chen and his troops. Qiue Wui. Di Chen immediately recognized the golden dragon flag of Shanghai City. His first thought was to follow the same course of action as Ouyang Shuo, to break through and escape. Unfortunately, Ouyang Shuo did not give him that chance. Huyan Qiu had chosen a remarkable location. There were small hills to the left and right, and a lake not too far ahead. Behind them, it was the formidable attack point of the Xiongnu cavalry. At this moment, Di Chen and his troops were trapped and unable to escape. As expected of the old General Lianpa, he immediately noticed the dire situation and reported, "Lord, it's extremely difficult for us to escape." When Di Chen heard these words, his face turned ashen white. His first reaction was to think back to not long ago, when Qiue Wui killed Zhou Yafu. Was Qiue Wui going to act so ruthlessly again? Thinking about this, Di Chen's brows furrowed tightly. If Lianpa were slain, Di Chen could not imagine the detrimental effect it would have on Handan City. Although they had recruited a few king-rank generals during this period, Lianpa had always been the pillar and spine of the territory. If he fell, the Handan City army would need at least half a year to recover. Di Chen could not afford to pay such a heavy price. The problem was that it was 6,000 against 2,000. No matter how valiant they were, Di Chen's forces were still being forced back. "No, I won't allow it." When Di Chen saw that the situation was not right, a look of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. He tightly clenched the sword at his waist. "General, do you have confidence in breaking out?" Di Chen asked Lianpa, seeking final confirmation. Lianpa was definitely not a rash individual, and he understood that his lord had a reason for asking this question. He replied frankly, "My lord, our chances are less than 30%. "Is that so?" Di Chen murmured. A 30% chance, if it were 2 years ago, Di Chen might have taken it. However, he now had a more cautious personality and did not dare to take the risk. "Since that's the case, let's back out." As Di Chen said these words, he turned his sword and took his own life. His decisiveness made it difficult for Lianpa to stop him. Di Chen's death caused the remaining Handan City forces to be teleported out. Through this extreme method, Di Chen saved Lianpa's life. In comparison, Xiaopujuan lacked such decisiveness. When Xiaopujuan was hesitating and hoping to save Zhou Yafu, Ouyang Shuo had already killed Zhao Yafu. This was the gap between them. Relying on luck alone made it hard to overcome one's desires, which was a lord's greatest concern. Seeing Di Chen disappear, Ouyang Shuo naturally knew what had happened. He felt a chill run down his spine at Di Chen's decisiveness. A person who knows when to act and when to let go is a terrifying opponent. The outcome of ambushing Di Chen was not what Ouyang Shuo had planned. Hence, other thoughts emerged in his mind. From the start of the battle to now, he had not been eager to chase Qubing's forces. Ouyang Shuo's plan was to conduct a large-scale hunt behind the main forces. If he could eliminate the other lords, he would be the ultimate victor. This logic was deceptively simple. Ouyang Shuo leveraged the Xiongnu surrendered soldiers to gain an advantage. Apart from Huyan Qiu, he found many talents among them. Some were skilled in tracking, while others excelled in hiding and camouflage. Moreover, they were all natives of the grasslands. With the help of Little White, Ouyang Shuo felt confident about finding the other lords one by one. After listening to Ouyang Shuo's plan, Zhao Kuo was speechless. He had to admit that his foresight still fell short compared to the lord. This strategy was far beyond the plan he had proposed. Subsequently, Ouyang Shuo's plan was put into action. From the beginning of the battle until now, the fortunate survivors outside Shanghai City would not number more than 4. As such, Ouyang Shuo was able to waste some time. On the first day of the plan, one player force was wiped out. On the second day, there was no news. Ouyang Shuo remained patient, continuing to approach Qubing's location while searching for enemies. These two goals were not contradictory. After all, everyone's final aim was to find Qubing. Without Qubing's guidance, no one was confident about reaching the Khentii mountains. Qubing had become the bait in Ouyang Shuo's hunting mission. If this great general knew what was happening, who knows what he would think. On the third day, they found Zhang Lang's forces. Unlike Di Chen, Zhang Lang was a fighting lord. During the ambush, he went all out. On his journey there, he had also fought many small battles. Thus, Ouyang Shuo only had to face a weakened army. Seeing the golden dragon flag, a pained expression appeared at the corner of Zhang Lang's mouth. When Qiue Wui broke out, Zhang Lang had a feeling that they would meet again. However, he had not expected the situation to reverse to such an extent. In terms of decisiveness, Zhang Lang was no different from Di Chen, their choices were just different. Di Chen chose to kill himself, while Zhang Lang chose to fight to the death. A soldier's end would always be on the battlefield. Zhang Lang led his troops and charged into the lines of the divine martial guards. Suddenly, they engaged in an all-out slaughter. Ouyang Shuo held the utmost respect for such an opponent. The two lords clashed head-on. As expected of Zhang Lang. Although he was not able to train an emperor-rank cultivation method like Ouyang Shuo, his skills were also extraordinary. The two of them fought a full 300 rounds, and even the soldiers around them could not help but stop to watch the battle. In the end, Ouyang Shuo used the primordial energy of the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique and the sharpness of the Qishao sword to slay Zhang Lang. Carefree. Zhang Lang looked at the sword in his stomach and laughed. Qiue Wui, if we were not in different camps, maybe we could be friends. Ouyang Shuo laughed with deep meaning, there will be a day. Haha. Zhang Lang laughed 3 times before dying. The death of Zhang Lang truly filled Ouyang Shuo with many thoughts and emotions. It was not a lie when he said that there would be a day for them to be friends. After all, compared to Zhang Lang, Ouyang Shuo was extremely clear about the direction of the game. The third year of Gaia was already visible in their faces. In the game, the world war system that ignited one's hearts would soon begin. One must not underestimate the fervor of the Shanghai Alliance and the Yanhuang Alliance, who fought as if their lives depended on it. When the World War arrives, the two alliances would have no choice but to work together. Currently, they fought for the leadership position of the future World War. Ouyang Shuo was familiar with the game's direction and naturally would not allow that power to fall into their hands. He wanted to personally lead the lords of the China region to take control of the world. However, Di Chen and the others were born arrogant, so how would they allow others to lead them? Hence, Ouyang Shuo needed to use his strength to convince them. If they were not happy, he would beat them into submission. For this reason, conflicts arose between the two alliances. Along with Zhang Lang's elimination, Ouyang Shuo had virtually no opponents in the Qubing quest line of the Battle of Mobei. Over the next 2 days, Ouyang Shuo eliminated the remaining lords one by one. Even the lost Zhang Liao troops were smoothly gathered under his command. Without further delay, Ouyang Shuo headed for Qubing. With no more opponents, the journey was naturally smooth. On the 15th day of the battle, guided by Little White, the army finally met Qubing's troops. With a tanned face, sharp brows, and gleaming eyes, he looked exceedingly handsome, leaving a profound first impression on Ouyang Shuo. During the reign of the Wu King of Han, a minister once evaluated Qubing, saying, "A knife that is sharpened too quickly is too sharp and easily breaks." His words proved true in the end. The brilliant general, Qubing, rose like a meteor, streaking across the skies of West Han but met an early demise. Player Chiue Wui greets the Biaoqi general. Ouyang Shuo bowed. "It's great that you're here. Tomorrow, we will face the Tuqi king of the left's forces. Lead your troops and join us." Qubing ordered without hesitation, his voice firm and strong. "Yes." Ouyang Shuo replied. "General, my army includes some surrendered soldiers who have performed well for the Han army. Please reward them." As he spoke, he handed over a record of their deeds. Qubing, highly interested, took a look. Not bad. Since they have performed well, they should be recognized. After this battle, I will report their deeds to the court. Qubing liked Ouyang Shuo's method of dealing with matters. Naturally, he approved of this arrangement. This was the best way to draw closer to someone. "Thank you, General," Ouyang Shuo smiled, reassured by Qubing's promise. His promise of rewards was no longer hollow. When the surrendered Xiongnu soldiers heard this news, they would definitely fight even harder the next day. This was part of Ouyang Shuo's plan. He was the first and only general to reach the front lines. Furthermore, he held the rank of a first-class marquis. Even Qubing would not dare to treat him lightly. For tomorrow's battle, Ouyang Shuo was appointed as the Baijiang commander and would lead the left wing of the army. In contrast to his treatment of Wei Qing, the Wu King of Han did not appoint a similar position for Qubing. The king did not wish to limit the General Qubing's command over the troops, nor did he feel the need to keep him in check. For the battle, the Wu King of Han bestowed Qubing with 50,000 elite cavalry, the strongest in the Han army. The king granted Qubing the liberty to select the soldiers he favored. Such treatment was accorded to none other, not even Wei Qing experienced such favor. If Qubing had stated he required only 50,000 troops, the king would have sent him an even larger force. This illustrated the king's favor towards Qubing. Some murmured that the Wu King had personally raised Qubing. For the king, seeing Qubing was as if he was seeing his own younger self. As a ruler, he could not lead the troops into battle himself, yet he entrusted Qubing with such an important responsibility. Qubing was the first and only general to reach the front lines. Moreover, he held the rank of a first-class marquis. The Wu King of Han treated Qubing with unparalleled favor. Even if Qubing had said he needed only 50,000 troops, the king would have increased that number. This reflected the intense trust and favor the king held for Qubing. Some said in essence, Qubing brought the emotions and feelings of the Wu King to the battlefield. Therefore, it was not hard to imagine how sad the Wu King felt when Qubing suddenly died. He also had Qubing's grave built beside the emperor's tomb. Under his charge were Qubing's personal soldiers, including a few generals who were former Xiongnu leaders. The most famous among them was Zhao Ponu, who commanded the right troops. Zhao Ponu had roamed the Xiongnu region in his youth. Later, he joined the Han army and became Qubing's advisor. After numerous campaigns, he was given the title of Junji General. Ouyang Shuo's appointment to this position was partly due to his tactics resembling those of Qubing. Otherwise, given Qubing's character, he would not have taken notice of this lord. During the battle tomorrow, aside from the Shanghai City Army, there would be 50,000 Han cavalry and 30,000 Xiongnu surrendered soldiers. Qubing personally led the center troops, which comprised 30,000 Han soldiers and 20,000 Xiongnu soldiers. Zhao Ponu's right army consisted of 10,000 of each. This left Ouyang Shuo with 10,000 Han soldiers. Qubing's plan was made with last-minute considerations, taking into account the 6,000 troops of Shanghai City. Although Qubing had not seen the divine martial guards in action, with his deductive skills, he recognized them as a true trump card. Even without considering other factors, the killing aura they emitted left him highly intrigued. In comparison, Qubing's personal troops were much weaker. How could he not respect such a formidable army? With that, Ouyang Shuo had earned the respect and trust of those around him. After understanding his orders, he left the commander's tent. As they say, arriving at the right time is better than coming early. Based on historical progression, after defeating the forces of the Tuqi king of the left, Qubing planned to eliminate Xiongnu and lead his troops north to the Khentii mountains to worship the gods. If everything went according to plan, tomorrow's battle would offer a tremendous opportunity to earn a massive number of battle contribution points. However, one concern lingered in Ouyang Shuo's mind. Historically, the Tuqi king of the left had managed to escape with his personal guards. If possible, Ouyang Shuo wanted to eliminate him as a gesture of goodwill to Qubing. In the Han army tent, Xiongnu soldiers in Han uniforms were a common sight, so it was not unusual when Ouyang Shuo brought in his 3,000 surrendered Xiongnu troops. After setting up camp, he summoned Zhao Kuo to discuss the battle strategy for the next day. According to Qubing's plan, the Shanghai City Army would take the left wing, with Ouyang Shuo in command. Under these circumstances, successfully targeting the Tuqi king of the left would be extremely challenging. After all, orders were paramount in the military, and without Qubing's explicit command, Ouyang Shuo dared not act rashly. His only hope was that the exceptional performance of the divine martial guards would catch the general's attention. The next morning, the army set out immediately. Unaware that Qubing was closing in, the current Tuqi king of the left believed that Qubing was still thousands of miles away. Who knew that their forces were like a ghost? Before noon, 80,000 Han troops had charged into the left Tuqi king's army, catching them completely off guard. The two armies engaged in slaughter on the grassland. The Han army was strong, and the Xiongnu army panicked. As expected from a genius general, his constant victories did not come from luck but from his commanding skills and tactics. Ouyang Shuo felt impressed. Standards in Shanghai City, probably only by Qi and Han Xan, were better than him. Even the god General Sun Bin was a little weaker. Under the leadership of Qubing, the Han army relentlessly attacked wave after wave. The elite left Tuqi king was suppressed to the point where he could not retaliate. The Xiongnu people were adept at cavalry warfare, but they could do nothing before the Han army. At 3 p.m., the left Tuqi king's army looked about to collapse. The general has orders. Ouyang _Shuo commanded at the left pub FN make _left_wing attack, order, and str. Order. To _lowercase. Match order. Trim. Parse, string. Unwrap. The general orders the left wing to rout to the back of the enemy to cut off their retreat path. Equals. Println, I follow. Return, I follow. Equals. The general's order was not clear or was misleading. To string. Pub FN military advice, and str. Let advise equals advice dot to underscore lowercase. Match advise dot trim dot parse string dot unwrap. Underscore equals. Let mut contribution underscore points equals 0. If let sum kills equals kills underscore in underscore battle. Contribution underscore points plus equals kills. If let sum suppression equals suppression underscore by underscore army underscore strength. Contribution underscore points plus equals sup underscore pression. If let sum surrenders equals points underscore from underscore surrenders. Contribution underscore points plus equals surrenders. If let sum percentage equals structural underscore landmark. Contribution underscore points plus equals contribution underscore points asterisk percentage /100. Println, under the relentless attack of the Han army, the left Tuqi king has thrown his forces into disarray. Println, General Qubing has crushed the elite left Tuqi forces, leaving them unable. He had finally achieved his wish. Ouyang Shuo was worried that the Tuqi king of the left would escape. Qubing promptly sent an order. Normally, the one in charge of blocking the enemy's retreat path was the elite general, as acknowledged by the main general. This time, Qubing did not opt for the Zhao Ponu's right wing. Instead, he selected the left wing for this role. It seemed that the performance of the divine martial guards had completely impressed him. In the end, he did not let Ouyang Shuo down. During the tactical meeting yesterday, Zhao had suggested that Ouyang Shuo let the divine martial guards fight without concern for losses and sacrifices. They had to be at their strongest on the battlefield to earn Qubing's recognition. In the end, it was just as Zhao had said. During this battle, Zhao had performed well twice, proving his worth. In Shanghai City, this general, once mocked as a paper general, now shone brightly. Schwa. Ouyang Shuo unsheathed the Qishao sword from its scabbard once more. Personal guards, follow me out. Ouyang Shuo leaped onto his warhorse and charged out. This time, he intended to personally slay the Tuqi king of the left. Kill. 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 Seeing their lord personally take action, the divine martial guards felt their blood boil. Everyone knew that when their lord struck, it was the most intense moment of the battle. Ouyang Shuo led 3,000 divine martial guards, 3,000 surrendered Xiongnu soldiers, and 10,000 Han troops to leave the battlefield and charge at the enemy's rear. The vast grassland became the world of the cavalry. Ouyang Shuo, once mocked as a paper general, had finally shone brightly in Shanghai City. His sword Schwa signalized his charge. He led the divine martial guards with unyielding resolve. When he raised the Qishao sword for the second time, personal guards, follow me out. He leaped onto his warhorse and charged out, leading the cavalry in a surge of determination. This time, he intended to personally kill the Tuqi king of the left. Kill. 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 The divine martial guards, upon seeing their lord take action, felt with Huyan Xiu leading the way, Ouyang Shuo did not need to worry about getting lost. Tuq king of the left, your head is mine. Ouyang Shuo muttered. Ouyang Shuo led the army around the side of the battlefield to directly stab into the enemy's back. The current left Tuqi king was planning to retreat, gathering his personal guards. Who would have guessed that just 100 meters away, Ouyang Shuo would appear? Left Tuqi king, where do you think you're going? Ouyang Shuo rotated his primordial energy and shouted, his voice echoing through the wilderness. On the battlefield, both sides could hear this shout. When Qubing heard his voice, his eyes narrowed, he felt amazed. He hadn't expected that this player lord, who had not revealed much before him, would possess such a powerful and deep cultivation. What an amazing person, Qubing muttered. The strength of the divine martial guards had already impressed him, making him curious about the might of their leader. From that shout, Qubing gained a bit of understanding. Unawares the shock of the encounter. Both parties kept their strategies close to their chests, but when they showed their skills, it was truly stunning. This was the first time Qubing felt a personal interest in Ouyang Shuo. When the Xiongnu cavalry heard that powerful shout, they all turned around, their expressions doubtful. The sight they saw left them dumbfounded. They were still fighting on the front lines while their king was actually preparing to abandon them. From time they King cavalry mounts all away, and King cavalry, and orders the army to surrender. When the Xiongnu cavalry heard that loud shout, they all turned around, their expressions dubious. The scene they witnessed left them in disbelief. They were still fighting on the front lines while their king was actually preparing to desert them. The Xiongnu cavalry screamed, a fatal blow to their morale. Qubing was incredibly sharp. He immediately seized the opportunity to launch a relentless attack. Meanwhile, he ordered the recruitment of the surrendered to impact the fighting spirit of the Xiongnu cavalry. When the Tuqi king of the left heard the shout, his expression turned exceedingly ugly, and he did not dare to raise his head. A sense of guilt and shame lingered in his heart. It seemed that it would be hard for this king of the desert to face his people ever again. At the sight of this, Ouyang Shuo decided to leave the Han army and the Xiongnu forces to attack the main Xiongnu army. He would lead the divine martial guards to chase after the Tuqi king of the left. The proud little white ran at the front of the army, looking exceptionally mighty. However, Ouyang Shuo had not expected the chase to last for over 10 miles. The Xiongnu warhorses were all exceptional, and the king's mount was an elite among the Xiongnu horses, comparable to the Qingfu horses. Catching up to them was not an easy matter. Additionally, this region was within the king's sphere of influence. No matter how familiar Hu Yanqiu was with the area, his knowledge still fell short compared to the king who owned this place. The king was also extremely cunning, and he used the geography to trick the divine martial guards several times. As they continued the chase, the distance between them slowly grew wider. This was no surprise, as Qubing's troops had chased them all the way to the Khentii mountain and still failed to catch him. The cunning of the Xiongnu king was far above average. Another half an hour passed, and the Tuqi king of the left had completely vanished from sight. Luckily, they still had Little White, whose sense of smell could still pick up the king's scent. Seeing that they could not catch up otherwise, Ouyang Shuo gritted his teeth and bore the pain. He took out the scroll and tore it directly. A white light shone and surged into the sky, enveloping the 3,000 divine martial guards. The white light flickered and then vanished into the bodies of the Qingfu horses. Instantly, the Qingfu horses went berserk and charged forward. This scroll was the Rapid Troop Movement Scroll, which Ouyang Shuo had spent 200 battle resource points to purchase. Originally, Ouyang Shuo had intended to use this item for the final push. Now that the quest was in his hands, he no longer needed it. Even the remaining Zhang Liao troops numbered less than 1,000. Zhang Liao had clearly stated his intention to abandon the chase. He was aware of the exceptionally sensitive relationship between Consonance City and Shanghai City, so he naturally needed to act with caution. To eliminate the Tuqi king of the left, Ouyang Shuo was making a significant sacrifice. After all, even if the scroll was not used in direct combat, it had miraculous effects in other areas. Rapid Troop Movement Scroll * after use, increases troop movement speed by 50% for 4 hours. Under the powerful buff of the scroll, the divine martial guards moved like soldiers from heaven, charging madly across the grasslands. In less than an hour, the forces of the Tuqi king of the left reappeared in his field of vision. The thunderous sound of hooves made the king's heart tremble. Moments ago, he had started to feel a sense of relief, thinking he had finally rid himself of that irritating pest. He never expected the enemy to appear here. As the enemy troops drew closer, his face turned ashen white. He could not imagine what kind of warhorses they rode to travel so swiftly. It seemed like no one could answer this question. In an instant, the divine martial guards were at their doorstep. At this moment, words were useless. In this battle, it was either you die or I live. Ouyang Shuo personally led his troops and leaped into the enemy formation. His goal was the heavily guarded king. This Xiongnu noble panicked like a bird reacting to the twang of a bowstring. The king had less than 2,000 personal guards. Facing the 3,000 divine martial guards, they had no capacity to respond. The rapid changes of today were too thrilling and exhilarating for the X000D_Xiongnu people. Ouyang Shuo rode Qingdian, the Qishao sword gleaming with a cold light. He moved through the enemy lines at will. He used the killing sword's crowd control effects to their utmost. No one could halt Ouyang Shuo's advance. Ring after ring of Xiongnu cavalry was cut open like paper. Under the influence of the scroll, the divine martial guard's assault was irresistibly seductive. The massive horse lances were like lightning, piercing the enemy formation. If the divine martial guards did not have robust bodies, the force of the horse lances might have caused heavy casualties on both sides. Even so, the impact left their hands numb. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu cavalry suffered similarly. The high-speed horse lances were akin to the Grim Reaper, skewering several cavalry at once. During the initial charge, they pierced and instantly killed more than half of the cavalry. Such a battle outcome could be termed a miracle. Even the divine martial guards could hardly believe it. Only Ouyang Shuo's expression remained unchanged, knowing well that this was the power of momentum. Originally, he had intended to leave a lasting impression. The divine martial guards swung their horse lances. However, there were too many bodies strung on, so they actually failed to swing the bodies off. Abandon the lances. When Wang Feng saw the situation, he made a decision. Dang! The horse lances and the bodies strung on them were all thrown to the ground. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into hell. Use your blades! Wang Feng shouted once more. Shua! They unsheathed their tang blades in an orderly fashion. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, taking less than half a minute. With that, one could see how well trained they were. When the Xiongnu soldiers saw their actions, they were stunned. The current Tuqi king of the left wished his enemy was Qubing. He would rather face that general than the devil before him. The assault continued. The killing was far from over. Ouyang Shuo led the personal guards and approached the Tuqi king of the left. Only a row of his most loyal soldiers remained. Killing all life. The blood aura on the Qishao sword corporealized and Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate to activate the sixth stroke of the killing sword. The blood aura suddenly shot out from the sword and turned into sharp crimson daggers that reaped life after life. In a moment, the 10 soldiers collectively collapsed. The entire battlefield fell completely silent. The Tuqi king of the left was so scared that he shrieked. As the killing sword struck out, blood flowed. Even though the king had participated in hundreds of battles, he had not seen such a high-level sword stroke. Ouyang Shuo grinned as the Qishao sword chopped down without any hesitation. Before the king could react, his head was already floating in the air. The Tuqi king of the left had died. In just a short while, Ouyang Shuo had obtained 10,000 battle contribution points. The moment the king died, his remaining forces lost their will to fight and wanted to surrender. However, Ouyang Shuo did not accept it. These soldiers did not amount to much, so he might as well kill them. Most importantly, the sky was turning black, and he still needed to lead his troops back to the camp before nightfall. The effects of the rapid troop movement scroll would last for 2 more hours. The Xiongnu surrendered soldiers could not enjoy the benefits of the scroll. Hence, bringing them along would only be a burden. In less than half an hour, a large portion of the remaining soldiers fell to the ground and died. As for those that escaped, Ouyang Shuo had no intentions of chasing them. After the battle, the divine martial guards swiftly cleaned up the battlefield. Most importantly, they picked up the horse lances that had been dropped in the battle. The combat logistics department had crafted the horse lances they wielded, and each lance was worth 10 gold. Ouyang Shuo used a torn cloth to wrap the Tuqi king of the left's head and hung it behind the warhorse. A while later, he led his troops forward like a tornado. He did not even bother to check the items that were dropped. Instead, he hurriedly kept them in his bag. No one would know that the king of Xiongnu had fallen here. Before leaving, Ouyang Shuo began to think about the matter of the Khentii mountains. There was nothing standing in the way between them and the mountains. The sun set in the west. The last bit of the sunset reluctantly backed off from the horizon. A circular moon slowly crept up into the night sky. On the main battlefield, it was an utter mess, even tragic. Under the command of Qubing, the remaining Xiongnu cavalry finally surrendered unhappily. After this battle, the Tuqi king of the left had lost most of his forces and would no longer pose a threat to the Han border. Qubing mounted his warhorse and stood on the battlefield, quietly gazing into the distance, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Naturally, Qubing was waiting for Ouyang Shuo and his army. Under the night sky, the divine martial guards charged into the chaotic camp like a tornado. When Ouyang Shuo threw the head of the Tuqi king of the left into the camp, it burst into a flurry of excitement. "General, I've fortunate completed the task." Ouyang Shuo approached Qubing and reported the battle results. "Well done." Qubing was a man of few words, but his eyes revealed undeniable happiness and a hint of surprise. After extended contact with the Xiongnu people, Qubing was well aware of the incredible escape speed of the Tuqi king of the left. Even Qubing lacked the confidence to catch him. Therefore, he never expected to see the Tuqi king's head in less than 4 hours. As Ouyang Shuo was considering how to approach Qubing, a battle notification sounded. Battle notification. Congratulations, player. I'm called Big Bad Wolf, for locating the lost Li Guang and his men and successfully recruiting them. The Battle of Mobei Li Guang questline is officially over. Battle notification. General Wei Qing successfully led his troops to attack Zhaoshan city. Xiongnu Chanyu escaped, and no one managed to kill him. The Wei Qing recruitment quest has failed. The Battle of Mobei Wei Qing questline is officially over. Battle notification. Congratulations, player Chiyue Wui, for helping General Qubing kill the Tuqi king of the left. As the Qubing questline now has only Chiyue Wui remaining, he has completed the mission and successfully recruited the god-ranked General Qubing. The Battle of Mobei Qubing questline is officially over. The 3 consecutive battle notifications dazzled all the lords who remained on the battle map. 3 days ago, Wei Qing had already taken down Zhaoshan city. Out of the 18 lords, only 8 remained when Zhaoshan city fell, including Feng Qiuhuang, Chen Xinjun, and Xiong Ba. However, no matter how they searched the grasslands, they could not find the Xiongnu Chanyu. For several consecutive days, there was no news. Not only the lords, but even the Xiongnu people could not locate their own Chanyu. As the Chanyu had lost contact with his troops during the battle, some suspected he had died. As a result, they crowned the right Gully king as the new Chanyu. As for the lord known as I'm called Big Bad Wolf, finding Li Guang was not mere luck. True to his name, this person owned a spirit beast wolf. Relying on this spirit beast, he located Li Guang very early and smoothly recruited him. Gaia had not reported this to wait for the Qubing questline. The initial mission was to reach the Khentii mountains first. However, Ouyang Shuo had killed the Tuqi king of the left, removing Qubing's original target. If the script continued, Qubing would have returned to the palace. Therefore, Gaia decisively declared the questline over. Since Zhang Liao's forces had surrendered and Ouyang Shuo's troops had contributed greatly, he was naturally deemed the victor of the questline. The moment this questline ended, Gaia also terminated the Wei Qing questline, crushing the last hopes of the lords. Ouyang Shuo had previously held slight ambitions regarding this matter. Originally, he planned to convince Qubing to lead his troops to assist Wei Qing. With Little White's abilities, he would definitely find Chanyu. Who knew that Gaia would act so spontaneously? The Battle of Mobei was nearing its end. Along with the battle notification, the roles of Ouyang Shuo and Qubing were immediately reversed. In the main troop tent, Qubing went to greet Ouyang Shuo. General Qubing greets the Lord. Qubing bowed solemnly. General, please rise, I've admired you for so long. Ouyang Shuo smiled as he spoke. Then, he eagerly checked out Qubing's stats. Name Qubing, God rank. Title Top 10 Olden Chinese Generals. Dynasty West Han. Identity Shanghai City General. Occupation Special General. Loyalty 75. Command 95. Force 85. Intelligence 88. Politics 42. Specialty Cavalry Battle, 30% increase in cavalry morale, 50% increase in cavalry movement speed, 35% increase in killing strength of cavalry, 40% increase in cavalry stamina. Cultivation method broken capture sword code. Equipment 8-sided Han sword. Evaluation Qubing used the Xiongnu people against their own country, making the Xiongnu tribes live in terror. During his 10 years in battle, he attacked Wangting, climbed the Khentii mountains, and shocked the Xiongnu. Qubing's stats were on par with Beihai. Interestingly, his politics stat was 3 points lower. He was a political novice. This was not surprising. After all, he had done little in the imperial court. In comparison, Wei Qing's politics stat would be over 80 points, he was a capable minister. However, the aspect that caught Ouyang Shuo's interest was his specialty. As expected from the cavalry genius, with the buff from his specialty, the combat strength of a cavalry unit was essentially doubled. This trip proved worthwhile since he managed to recruit such an exceptional general. With the night well advanced, Ouyang Shuo led his troops to rest. The next morning, a battle notification echoed. Battle notification: the Battle of Mobei has officially concluded. It is now time to tabulate the contribution scores based on player contributions. Since all the lords belonged to the same alliance, there was no distinction between winning and losing camps. Thus, the process moved directly into the final battle tabulations. A system notification resounded in Ouyang Shuo's ear. System notification: player Chiue Wui killed numerous enemies, battled the sandstorm, defeated the desert bandits, forced the Xiongnu to surrender, and eliminated the Tuqi king of the left. Awarded an additional 40,000 battle contribution points. Compared to the previous battle map, the rewards for this one were relatively modest. The highlight of this battle was the quest to recruit the 3 historical generals. Nonetheless, Ouyang Shuo had still accumulated a significant amount of battle contribution points. After all the additional battle contribution points were accounted for, the final rankings were confirmed. Position name battle contribution points. First, Chiue Wui 300,000 points. Second, Chen Shinjun 200,000 points. Third, Feng Qiuhuang 180,000 points. Fourth, Beihai 150,000 points. Fifth, Zhang Lang 125,000 points. Sixth, Di Chen 120,000 points. Seventh, Xiangba 115,000 points. Eighth, I'm called Big Bad Wolf 100,000 points. Ninth, Xuanlong Dianshue 85,000 points. 10th, Sha Pejuan 80,000 points. Looking at the rankings, it was clear that all the battle contribution points for the lords had significantly decreased. Even Ouyang Shuo, who had participated in more than 10 battles during this battle map, had only managed to garner half the points he had earned during the Battle of Julu. The main reason was the number of troops that joined the fray, whether players or natives. Their number was capped at a maximum of 100,000, a far cry from the battle maps that boasted millions of combatants. This certainly meant the battle would have a lesser impact on the classes of the lords. During the Battle of Mobei, I'm called Big Bad Wolf emerged as the biggest winner. The emergence of a dark horse in every battle was indeed a fascinating aspect. Of course, even though he had performed exceptionally, he still could not match Ouyang Shuo. Not considering other factors, Ouyang Shuo had secured the top position in 5 consecutive battle maps. It was no exaggeration to say that Ouyang Shuo dominated the battle contribution points rankings. Needless to say, after Qubing officially moved into Shanghai City, one can only imagine how many lords' hearts were broken. From the start of the battle, Ouyang Shuo had received an additional 15% of battle contribution points. This brought his final tally to 345,000 points. By the time the battle concluded, a total of 500 divine martial guards had fallen. According to the battle map settings, reviving a single fallen soldier would cost 20 points, twice the points earned from eliminating a regular soldier. Gaia truly had a black heart, doubling the cost in the blink. Hence, to revive the divine martial guards, Ouyang Shuo expended 10,000 points. In the end, based on the 10:1 exchange rate, Ouyang Shuo had acquired 33,400 merit points. As for the Commerce City, nothing there caught his interest. Together with the 10,000 merit points he received at the start, Ouyang Shuo had earned a total of 43,400 merit points during the Battle of Mobei. With this, Ouyang Shuo checked his merit points total, which had reached a commendable figure of 420,000. He was about halfway to the Duke rank. At this rate, it was uncertain how long it would take. It seemed he could only rely on world wars to quickly accumulate merit points. After the tabulation of battle contribution points, the players also thoroughly cleaned out the Commerce City. At this point, the battle map truly concluded, and the lords teleported back to the main map. Ouyang Shuo, who had claimed the crown of the battle map for the 5th time, lingered around again. Who knows what kind of special reward he would receive for his championship this time. Given the generosity of the Wu King of Han, it should not be a meager item. Seeing that there was still some time, Qubing invited someone to meet Ouyang Shuo. That someone was Zhao Ponu. As someone loyal to Qubing, Zhao Ponu naturally wanted to come along. When Ouyang Shuo heard the request, he laughed. He didn't expect that when recruiting generals, there would actually be a 2-for-1 deal. Of course, Zhao Ponu was not considered a prominent general. Even though he was ranked as a king-tier general, he was still one of the relatively weaker ones. No matter what, Ouyang Shuo still needed to review Zhao Ponu's stats. Name: Zhao Ponu, King rank. Dynasty: West Han. Identity: Shanghai City General. Occupation: Advanced General. Loyalty: 70. Command: 70. Force: 72. Intelligence: 45. Politics: 35. Specialty: Breakthrough, 10% increase in attack power of troops, 20% increase in movement speed of troops. Cultivation method: Broken Capture Sword Manual, 24 styles. Equipment: 6-sided Han sword. Evaluation asterisk. Zhao Ponu was born in the plains and spent his youth in the Xiongnu territory. He later joined the Han army and became an advisor to Qubing's forces. However, his entire family was killed in the 91 BC attempted coup against Emperor Wu of Han. Zhao Ponu's stats were not particularly impressive. Even his command and force stats were at the relatively low standard of 70. His intelligence and politics stats were even worse. However, his specialty in breakthrough provided some significant advantages. Overall, Zhao Ponu was quite average and lacked any standout performances. After Qubing's death, Zhao Ponu led 20,000 cavalry against the Tuqi king of the left. He was ultimately surrounded by 80,000 enemy troops, captured alive, and his forces were defeated. Ouyang Shuo was not too disappointed by this outcome. The expansion of the 3 Legion Corps required more generals, and Zhao Ponu could still serve as a major general. Compared to locally trained generals, he was a step above. Since there was still some time, Ouyang Shuo recalled the items that the Tuqi king of the left had dropped. As he had hurried to sleep last night, he didn't have time to examine them. It was a book, the Xiongnu War Knife Crafting Technical Manual. After use, the user learns the Xiongnu War Knife Crafting Technology. Shanghai City already had the Tang blade, so they did not have much need for the Xiongnu war knives. At most, they would merge the crafting techniques to modify the Tang blades. Of course, the Mongol cavalry training diary that Zhou Yafu dropped would make it possible to build an elite Mongol army. Owning a variety of cavalry was always Ouyang Shuo's goal. Each unit of the Xiongnu cavalry, including the Xiongnu cavalry, had their strengths. Otherwise, they would not have been able to rule the earth. Moreover, Ouyang Shuo was thinking about how to earn money. Shanghai City did not need the Xiongnu war knives. However, this did not mean that other territories did not need them. Furthermore, it was a very attractive item for adventure game players, especially chivalrous experts who loved war knives. Therefore, this manual could help Shanghai City create another money-making route. The Tuqi king of the left is a good fellow. During that short period, the final reward was finally delivered to his hands. Ouyang Shuo took the item. It was actually a token. Xiongnu horse token. After use, the user can obtain 10,000 elite Xiongnu warhorses. A masterstroke. After Ouyang Shuo checked the description of the horse token, he could not help but cheer for the Hanwu emperor. Of course, Ouyang Shuo estimated that those Xiongnu warhorses were the battle rewards from this war. The Hanwu emperor used these winnings to reward the best player lord, while he himself did not lose much. Before this, Ouyang Shuo had some concerns. The number of territorial troops had increased too rapidly, and even with the Shenjun Lake horse breeding farm and the Jifeng Valley stables, they still wouldn't have enough horses. Using the horse token, the animal husbandry department could build another farm, which would meet the short-term warhorse needs. Training methods, warhorses, and war knives were all interconnected, and as a result, Shanghai City would produce a formidable Mongol elite cavalry. After obtaining what he needed, Ouyang Shuo wasted no more time and led his troops out of the battle map. When he returned to the main map, it was already the 20th day of the first month. As he walked out of the teleportation formation, a system notification sounded. System notification: the Battle of Mobei is officially over. The historical figures from West Han will automatically join the game. Please search for them. Unbeknownst to him, the game's history period had advanced to the West Han era. Among the West Han figures, Ouyang Shuo paid the most attention to Wang Zhaojun, as she was related to the Four Beauties quest. As for the others, it would be up to fate. Next, the chaotic Eastern Han period would follow, especially the later years of Eastern Han, when wars broke out everywhere and many renowned generals emerged. This was a period comparable to the Warring States. Zhou Yu, Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Zhuge Liang. Each name was a well-known and celebrated figure. There was no lord who did not look forward to the arrival of the Eastern Han era. As for the sixth battle map that was about to begin, Ouyang Shuo already had a general plan in mind. However, he still needed to wait a bit longer for the specifics. This was because Gaia had set the requirement for the sixth battle to 50 prefectures in the China region. Currently, the China region only had 15 prefectures, so it was unlikely they would meet that requirement in a short amount of time. Soon after, another system notification sounded out. System notification: the Wu King of Han has officially moved into Luoyang City. The Luoyang Imperial Court will become the Han Dynasty. Famous ministers such as Wei Qing, Zhang Qin, Sima Qian, and Sima Xiangru will follow him. Qin Huang Hanwu was more than just a saying. Following Qin Shi Huang, another mighty lord of ancient China, the Wu King of Han, had finally appeared in the game. Of course, since Qin Shi Huang had set a precedent, the players were not too shocked this time. Logically, the capital city of West Han should be Chang'an City. However, Ouyang was the capital city of East Han. Unfortunately, the Tang dynasty's capital was also Chang'an. Thus, after Gaia calculated and weighed the options, it decided to choose Ouyang city as the capital of the Han dynasty. There were 9 imperial cities, so only 9 emperors and kings. If Gaia based it on the dynasties, there would be far more than 9. Therefore, Gaia naturally needed to make some sacrifices. Even Ouyang Shuo was unaware of this entire matter. After all, in the 5 years of the game, some dynasties did not join. With the Hanwu emperor entering Ouyang, the Zhongyuan province, which had just calmed down, would become busy once more. It's important to note that during the 3rd system update, Gaia had removed the outer barriers around the imperial cities. The imperial cities, especially those with dynasties, had a profound impact on the wilderness. At the very least, the decisive Hanwu emperor would not allow players to taint the Luoyang prefecture. The same would apply to the surrounding territory of Xianyang City, which Qin Shi Huang had occupied. After the Chinese New Year, a battle would likely take place in the Zhongyuan province. Of course, this concern was limited to the nearby territories. Meanwhile, the hearts of the other lords felt pained, as they could not recruit Wei Qing and the other famous generals and ministers. If Ouyang Shuo had not recruited Qubing, he would probably have joined the dynasty as well. The only way to recruit them was to destroy the imperial city and become their new king. Of course, probably not many lords had the ability or courage to compete against Qin Shi Huang and Hanwu. After arriving in the wilderness, Qubing's mind was suddenly filled with a large amount of historical information. Learning that the Wu King of Han had appeared in the wilderness, who knows what emotions Qubing experienced. On the other hand, Zhao Ponu, upon learning that his race was ultimately wiped out, no longer felt any longing for the king. Ouyang Shuo even received a notification that his loyalty had increased by 10 points. That was truly ironic. Ouyang Shuo's treatment of Qubing was impeccable. The moment he returned to the manor, he announced Qubing's duties. He appointed him as the general of the Guards Legion and conferred upon him the title of Great General. Meanwhile, Zhao Ponu would become the Major General of the Dragon Legion Corps, 2nd Legion, 4th Division. Based on logic, as a god-ranked general, Qubing could command a legion corps like Baichi and Han Exian. However, Ouyang Shuo did not appoint him to such a position. Firstly, the territory army had just expanded, so it would not be easy to establish another legion corps. Moreover, the newly formed Guards Legion badly needed a general. With the position of the Guards Legion in the territory, it was not an insult to Qubing's abilities. Most importantly, Qubing was a keen warrior. He was a great general but not a good commander. Leading troops in battle was his strength, however, making him command and lead a legion corps with many different soldier types would be asking too much. Taking a step back, as the personal army of Ouyang Shuo, the Guards Legion needed such a general. All things considered, before the battle map, Ouyang Shuo had planned everything clearly. He knew what position he would grant Qubing if he succeeded. After settling Qubing, Ouyang Shuo immediately summoned the animal husbandry director, Xiaoying. "Greetings, my lord." To this summons, Xiaoying was a little surprised. "Take a look at this." Ouyang Shuo passed the Xiongnu horse token over. This is. When Xiaoying saw the token, emotion and excitement filled his face. As the director, Xiaoying was more concerned with warhorse matters than Ouyang Shuo. He clearly understood what this horse token meant to the territory. Quickly choose a grassland to build a horse breeding farm in the territory. Ouyang Shuo smiled. In the game, the map was 10 times larger than the territory. Choosing a horse ranch was not too difficult a matter. "Lord, do not worry. Within 3 days, at most 3 days, we will have some rewards." Xiaoying was exceedingly confident. As the director of animal husbandry, Xiaoying had conducted an investigation into the areas of the territory suitable for establishing a horse breeding farm. He needed just 3 days to make a selection based on their research. With Director Xiao handling things, I am naturally at ease, Ouyang Shuo remarked, feeling extremely pleased with this director. After returning to Shanghai City, Ouyang Shuo began preparing for the alliance gathering. On the second day of the new year, the fourth day of the second month, Ouyang Shuo would hold his wedding. Therefore, he moved the alliance gathering to before the new year. In Yashan City, Tian Wenjing had already constructed the courtyard for the alliance meeting and was awaiting the guests. Considering the need for a scenic location, the courtyard was built in the Tianya region west of Yashan City, specifically at the famous Cape Haijiao. The entire bay was reserved for the courtyard's exclusive use, a privilege only found in the game. For the specific preparations, Ouyang Shuo did not micromanage, instead, he focused on the meeting's agenda. During this year's alliance gathering, Ouyang Shuo planned to make a bold start, aiming to strengthen the alliance's power. Xuanlong City, Black Lion City, and Stone City were gradually declining, causing Ouyang Shuo to sense a hint of danger. As the leader of the Shanghai Alliance, Ouyang Shuo needed to take action at this time. On the 21st day of the first month, in Luoyang, 2 days after Emperor Hanwu moved in, he announced his political proposition: remove all other schools of thought, only Confucianism remains. In Luoyang City, schools and even official courts had professors of the 5 classics, the Book of Songs, the Book of History, the Classic of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. The study of these classics would become the sole recognized subject in Luoyang. In essence, this move aimed to protect the order and tradition of the rule. It worshipped and immortalized the emperor's rule. As a result, it became a mainstream idea for 2,000 years of Chinese culture and tradition. Suddenly, the numerous philosophers in Luoyang City were chased out. The world was changing. This historical event from the Western Han Dynasty was repeating itself in the wilderness. One could not help but think back to Qin Shi Huang's actions when he entered Xianyang. It seemed that these two emperors were going to have a silent face-off in the wilderness. The conflict mentioned by the philosophers was once again going to be a popular topic in the wilderness. Interestingly, despite Confucianism being the only school of thought and Dong Zhongshu personally inviting Kong Zi to teach in Luoyang, he was still rejected. It was clear that Kong Zi did not fully recognize this study. There were some differences between the two. The study of Confucian classics modified Kong Zi's thinking to protect the emperor's power, which was utterly different from his main view. Hanwu Emperor's actions benefited Shanghai City the most. As the land of philosophies, the many people chased out naturally saw Shanghai City as their first choice. Hundreds of philosophers joined Shanghai City every day. Along with the philosophers, there was also one more exceptional person. He shared the same father as Qubing, but they came from different mothers. His name was Guang. Guang's father was called Zhou. In 141 BC, he was sent as a minor official to work in the house of the Pingyang lord. He and one of the maidservants there, named Wei Shaoer, had a child, Qubing. After completing his duties, Zhou returned home and married a wife, with whom he had Guang. In 121 BC, Qubing was appointed as the Bianchi general. During his journey to confront the Xiongnu, the lord of Pingyang invited him. There, he sent someone to bring his father for a meeting. Qubing helped Zhou by land and servants before departing. On his expedition, he again visited Zhou and brought his brother Guang to Chang'an. At the time, Guang was only a bit over 10 years old. With Qubing's assistance, Guang became an official. In 117 BC, Qubing passed away. Guang was appointed to several roles in the palace, such as Fengche Dui and Guanglu Dafu, and he served the Hanwu emperor for over 20 years without making a single mistake. This earned him the emperor's trust, and he became an extremely powerful minister. While Qubing was renowned in the military, Guang's achievements were also significant. He served under the Hanwu emperor, the Hanzhou emperor, and the Hanxian emperor. During this period, he was granted titles such as the Great General and the Great Advisor. Under the Hanqian Emperor, Huiguang's contributions to making the Xiongnu surrender earned him a place among the 11 ministers depicted in the Qilin court, where he was listed as the top contributing minister. The two brothers were quite different in their desire for power. Qubing was loyal and dedicated to fighting for his country, not caring much for fame and wealth, whereas his brother was entirely different in this regard. Throughout history, others often accused Huiguang. In the end, he was blamed for attempting a coup to overthrow the emperor. As a result, the Hu family met a deeply saddening fate. 2 years after his death, news of the failed coup led to the entire family being executed. With the Western Han's rise, Huiguang's family also became involved. After learning of these historical events, Huiguang naturally lacked the courage to serve the Hanwu emperor. Therefore, heading to his brother's location was a good choice. Qubing died young, so when he entered the wilderness, he was only about 20. As his brother, Huiguang arrived in the wilderness as a young teenager, not the renowned old general. However, he retained his memories and abilities. With him were his wife, Zixian, his son, Huiyu, and his daughter, Huichengjun. Huiyu was the reason the Hu family was exterminated. Huichengjun became the second empress of the Hanwu emperor's reign. After her family's extermination, she was placed in the Cold Palace, where she took her own life 12 years later. Both were around 4 to 5 years old at the time. Especially Huichengjun, who was a cute little girl. Looking at the thriving Shanghai city, she was extremely excited. She ascended to the position of empress because her mother bribed a physician to kill the first empress. These events were adapted into a TV drama called Wulong Chuang Qingguan, where the lead female character, Hu Shui-sen, was modeled after Huichengjun. When the drama aired, it became an instant hit. Chao Yin, who played Hu Shui-sen, quickly became the goddess in the hearts of many. Naturally, Ouyang Shuo welcomed Huiguang's arrival. Historically, Huiguang managed to hold significant power as a minister primarily due to a weak emperor. Compared to the other key ministers in Shanghai City, Huiguang lacked a solid base and thus could not become a highly influential minister. During the reign of Emperor Hanwu, Huiguang did not exhibit any signs of being a minister who sought control. Moreover, Shanghai City was teeming with talent. Even disregarding the 4 directors, department-level officials like Zhang Tingyu and Suzhou were enough to match Huiguang. Therefore, the only way for Huiguang to succeed here was to integrate into the system. Once he shed the aura of a powerful minister, his administrative abilities were actually exceptional. Emperor Hanqian even compared him to Shao He, the best prime minister of the Western Han dynasty. In the main hall, Ouyang Shuo welcomed Huiguang and his family. Huiguang greets Lord. Huiguang knew his place and bowed upon seeing Ouyang Shuo. His past glory had faded, and the current Huiguang was merely a basic official starting anew. Huiguang was well aware of this. Greetings, Lord. Following Qubing, Huiyu and Huichengjun both knelt down. The young lowly, Huichengjun, looked at Ouyang Shuo with curious eyes, showing no fear. Please rise. Ouyang Shuo smiled, completing the ritual of treating his subordinates with respect and courtesy. Taking the opportunity, Ouyang Shuo glanced at Huiguang's stats. Name, Huiguang, Emperor rank. Dynasty, Western Han. Identity, Shanghai City civil servant. Occupation, civil servant. Loyalty, 75. Command, 70. Force, 55. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 90. Specialty, powerful general, 20% increase in efficiency, 10% increase in territory politics index, 15% increase in administrative standards. Evaluation, Huiguang was entrusted with the duty of raising the new young emperor, making him one of the most trusted ministers of the dynasty. He orchestrated many devious plots and arranged for his daughter to become empress. He was deeply concerned with interests and profits. However, 3 years after his death, his entire family line was wiped out. Truly extraordinary, Gaia had ranked him as an emperor-level figure. Among his 4 stats, none were exceptionally weak. That afternoon, the Governor-General announced his appointment. The tax division under the Financial Bureau would be expanded into the tax department, and Ouyang would become its first director. The original taxation secretary, Qin, would serve as the deputy director. Ouyang Shuo had given considerable thought to Ouyang's appointment. With Zhao he already in charge of the administration bureau, appointing Ouyang as a director there could raise suspicion. Therefore, only the Internal Affairs Bureau and the Financial Bureau remained as options. Considering that Qubing had taken the role of Guards Legion General, it would be difficult for Ouyang to join the sensitive Internal Affairs Bureau. In the end, Ouyang Shuo decided on the Financial Bureau. Given Ouyang's abilities, overseeing the tax department was a suitable role. Of course, if he performs well in the future, his responsibilities may change. However, the army was absolutely off-limits for him. Ouyang Shuo did not forget that the 3rd year of Gaia marked the rise of aristocratic families. The challenge of balancing and restraining this rise within his territory weighed heavily on his mind. Most importantly, he needed to implement strict preventative measures at the source. As the new year approached, it seemed like an extremely fitting time to reunite with loved ones and visit friends. Following Ouyang's arrival, another person came to Shanghai City the next day. This person was a general and Zhao Kuo's father, Lord Mafu Zhao Shi. Speaking of Zhao Shi, his most famous moment was during the Battle of Yu. In this battle, Zhao Shi led his troops to defeat the arrogant Qin army, spreading his name across the 6 states. After the battle, the Zhao king awarded him the title of Mafu, and he became a figure on the same level as Lianpa. After the Battle of Changping ended, Zhao Shi had already entered the wilderness. Zhao Kuo's defeat at Changping shattered the foundation of the Zhao state, making Zhao Shi feel extremely ashamed. Therefore, he did not wish to reunite with his son. However, blood is thicker than water, and he continued to pay attention to his son's performance. Presently, Zhao Kuo was shining brightly in Shanghai City. He was even Ouyang Shuo's advisor during the Battle of Mobei, where he had made miraculous contributions. Thus, Zhao Kuo had finally gained the recognition of his father. As the Chinese New Year approached, he chose this time to arrive. Other members of the Zhao family came along as well. Regarding Zhao Shi's arrival in Shanghai_City, the happiest person was definitely Zhao Kuo. Yearning, recognition, various emotions intertwined in his heart, a tangled series of feelings. The reunion of father and son was truly a moving scene. At this moment, be it Zhao or _J_Ko, both were filled with thoughts and emotions. Ouyang Shuo did not disturb them. Note, I've made a simple grammatical correction to she or he where appropriate, changed she to he for Zhao Shi's pronoun, as Zhao Shi is a male character. This change ensures the correct use of pronouns. Additionally, I've corrected Shanghai_City to Shanghai City for consistency, and other minor adjustments for clarity and grammar. Final version. As the new year approached, it seemed like an extremely suitable time to find loved ones and visit friends. Following Ouyang's arrival, another person came to Shanghai City the next day. This person was a general and Zhao Ke on the contrary. Zhao Shi was the one who put his feelings on hold and immediately greeted Ouyang Shuo, swiftly announcing his loyalty. This was precisely how generals handled matters. At this point, Shanghai City had gained another formidable general. Name Zhao Shi, King rank. Dynasty Warring States, Zhao. Identity Shanghai City General. Occupation Advanced General. Loyalty 75. Command 78. Force 70. Intelligence 58. Politics 55. Specialty Chase, 15% increase in combat strength of troops, 20% increase in movement speed of troops. Cultivation method *. Equipment *. Evaluation *. Mafu of the Zhao state, a majestic and chaste person. Starting as a minor officer, he performed his duties diligently. He apprehended wrongdoers among the aristocracy and was subsequently promoted to land tax collector. During wartime, he was entrusted with leading troops and eventually rose to the position of district administrator, known as Mafu. Zhao Shi's stats are considered a pinnacle among king-ranked generals. If not for the star-studded period of the warring states, he would certainly be deemed an emperor-ranked general. Ouyang Shuo did not take the matter lightly and promptly appointed Zhao Shi as the 3rd Division Major General of the 2nd Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps. Given his character, Zhao Shi could maintain fairness and impartiality. Therefore, the most fitting position for him was Military Law Secretary, commonly known as the Judge Advocate General. Due to a lack of suitable candidates, Du Ruhui had been temporarily filling the role. However, Zhao Kuo was already the deputy director of the Military Affairs Bureau. Having both father and son in the same unit might lead to rumors and speculation. Ouyang Shuo could only opt for the second-best choice and send him to the Tiger Legion Corps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ouyang Shuo also appointed a military law secretary. The person he chose was far from what Du Ruhui had expected. He actually selected Feng Yunshan, a former general of Taiping country. Similar to Zhao Shi, Feng Yunshan possessed a just and righteous character. With the education from the Army Military Academy, it was within his capability to become the Judge Advocate General. Beyond this, Ouyang Shuo had a deeper intention behind his appointment. During this military reorganization, more than half of the soldiers in the 3 Legion Corps were surrendered troops, so their discipline was lax, and they resisted control. This matter had already become a significant issue for Du Ruhui. Feng Yunshan, being from the Taiping army, had both advantages and disadvantages. Appointing him as the Judge Advocate General was both a consolation and a warning to the surrendered soldiers that military discipline was not a game for children. Solving the military discipline problem was a major challenge for Feng Yunshan. The first test was whether Feng Yunshan could be sufficiently ruthless and merciless. Ouyang Shuo believed that Feng Yunshan could understand the deeper meaning behind this appointment. Of course, Feng Yunshan's promotion was partly due to Sun Wu's recommendation. As the principal of the Army Military Academy, although he did not involve himself in territorial strategies, he accepted Ouyang Shuo's request to evaluate the generals in the academy. Only Ouyang Shuo could see these evaluations. It was through his evaluation that Sun Wu noted Feng Yunshan had exceptional talent in military law. After taking all considerations into account, Ouyang Shuo decided to choose Feng Yunshan. Successfully gaining the loyalty of both Guang and Zhao Shi delighted Ouyang Shuo. Talents arriving uninvited were a sign of the territory's prosperity. Ouyang Shuo had reason to believe that with the pinnacle figures of West Han, such as Xiao He, Han Xian, Hua Qubing, Hua Guang, and Xia Haiying, he would be immensely attractive to the historical people of that era. Regrettably, during the West Han period, Xiao He's children were all ordinary and could not be molded into capable talents. During the Northern and Southern dynasties, Xiao He's 25th generation descendant, Sun Xian, founded the Lianzhou dynasty. Meanwhile, Han Xian's family was destroyed, leaving him with no descendants. After Hua Guang's death, his family also faced destruction. This highlighted the difficulty for an aristocratic family to endure for several hundred years. As an official, a single misstep could result in the emperor ordering their entire family to be wiped out. West Han had many talents, largely gathered during Emperor Hanwu's reign, while the subsequent dynasties produced fewer capable individuals. The end of Emperor Hanwu's reign marked the turning point from prosperity to decline. The real talent explosion occurred during the East Han. After finishing his current tasks, on the 24th day of the first month, Ouyang Shuo set out for the location of the alliance gathering, Tianya Villa. Song Jia and Binger accompanied him. After a busy year, it was time for Ouyang Shuo to spend time with his family and get some rest. The alliance meeting served two purposes: to discuss matters and to take a holiday. Not only did Ouyang Shuo plan to attend, but he had also invited the other members to bring their families. This could be seen as an attempt to build relationships. Apart from Song Jia, the parents of the other members were also invited. Before this, Song Jia had outlined Ouyang Shuo's time travel theory, which sparked the rise of the Song Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai City. The chamber developed perfume, soap, and qipao, earning its reputation as a money-making machine. The appearance of perfume and soap alone captivated all the women in the city. Qipao and other items gained popularity due to Shanghai City's specialty, colored silk. The vibrant hues made these items a hit, and they instantly became bestsellers. As the Lord's wife, Song Jia personally oversaw the sales of these products. She organized showcases for the city's wealthy women, effectively opening up sales channels. Consequently, the Song Chamber of Commerce gained prominence. With the chamber's rising success, Song Tianxiong became ambitious. During a family meeting, he convinced his relatives to exchange for 400,000 gold. After repaying some debts, the remaining funds were invested in the chamber. His goal was to sell these items to the imperial city, particularly perfume, which was small, highly profitable, and easily transported in players' storage bags. However, there were concerns. While these items were novel and appealing to the locals, players with broader knowledge quickly understood the underlying concepts. Reports surfaced that similar products were emerging in other regions. The current China region lacked monopolies, and, strictly speaking, the Song Chamber of Commerce was borrowing modern ideas, leaving them no grounds to accuse others of copying them. Hence, Song Tianxiong had no choice but to hope to use funds to build his brand and capture a significant portion of the market. Swallowing up the entire market, however, was nearly impossible. Even without considering other factors, they already faced competition in the territory. Their biggest competitor was naturally Thread in Yashan City. From the start, Thread was a guild composed entirely of work occupation players, and they had a group of high-ranked players. Their research capabilities regarding items such as perfume and qipao far surpassed those of the Song Chamber of Commerce. The reason they had not adopted a similar approach was due to habitual thinking. The moment they were awakened from that, their research did not stop. In less than a month, the products that Thread launched were far superior to those of the Song Chamber of Commerce in both variety and quality, causing Song Tianxiong a significant headache. As for the financial advantage, it was not even worth mentioning. No matter how wealthy the Song family was, it could not compete with a guild. Thread in Yashan City was advancing at a tremendous pace, and its member count had once again climbed to 100,000. They now had the capability to rank among the top 10 guilds. Qing Saiku had millions of gold at his disposal, and suddenly, Thread showed signs of catching up, with its reputation flourishing. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Song Jia stepped up, and the other player work occupation guild, Fallen Moon Guild, collaborated with them. This allowed the Song Chamber of Commerce to gain a foothold in their battle against Thread. Luckily, the current market was not oversaturated. Between the two, it was a friendly competition. Otherwise, it would have put Ouyang Shuo in a difficult position. From Ouyang Shuo's point of view, both sides were major taxpayers in the territory. He would not be biased because of Song Jia. On this, Ouyang Shuo had a clear understanding. Gaia, Year 3, Month 1, Day 25, Tianya Villa. When the Shanghai Alliance held its first gathering, 19 people joined. Ouyang Shuo jokingly called it the meeting of 19. In just a year, although the number remained 19, many things had changed. Last year, Moonshines Over the River was still pursuing Honging. Now, the two are officially a couple, making all the single members jealous. Last year, Lin Jing relied on the divine weapon Qixing Longyuan to become the strongest among adventure game mode players. Today, Jianqi Lain, wielding the Taya sword, can stand on equal footing with her. Most importantly, at the auction where he spent 1 million gold to purchase the War Blood God set, blood romance emerged as the strongest. Last year, Mulan Yu accompanied Ouyang Shuo, but today, it is Song Zhao. Their wedding announcement created a stir within the alliance. Whether it's Beihai or Fengqiuhuang, they all look at Song Zhao with curious expressions. Last year, Black Mamba was a special guest. Now, after the dissolution of the Rattlesnake mercenary group, he has transformed. The more mysterious Black Snake and his Black Snake guards, who strike fear into the hearts of enemies, have taken his place. Similarly, the brothers Song Wen and Song Wu are not present. One has become the mayor of Beihai City, while the other is the deputy major general of the Liuzhou Garrison Division. After the year, Ouyang Shuo plans to promote Song Wu to Major General of the Xuanzhou Garrison Division. Since some have left, there are naturally new additions. As an important member of the Guild Alliance, the appearance of Thread's guild leader, Qing Saiku, was not surprising at all. What surprised them was the appearance of Ji Yinghu and Mengyun Tunding. It was clear that Ouyang Shuo wanted to use this opportunity to fully integrate the Shadow Alliance and Yimeng Pavilion into the Shanghai Alliance. After all the changes, with 4 joining and 4 leaving, they ended up with 19 people again. Besides this, there was a special presence, by Xiaosheng. In the second year of Gaia, during the 5th month, Bai Xiaosheng established the Wilderness Publications. From its name alone, one could tell this was a unique guild, primarily composed of reporters and editors. The main job of this guild was to collaborate with officials to post in a special news section on the forums called the Quick Daily News. They were responsible for reporting all significant events in the wilderness. Although the Quick Daily News was a paid service, with the news-gathering prowess of Bai Xiaosheng's team, it enjoyed incredible sales. Every day, they uncovered some interesting news. Players even joked that by reading the Quick Daily News, they could stay informed about everything happening in the world without leaving their homes. The reporter stations of the Quick Daily News spread across the 9 imperial cities and even existed in over 90% of the layer territories, with Shanghai City naturally not being an exception. At this stage, the number of subscriptions to the Quick Daily News had surpassed 1 million, meaning that 1 in every 10 people in China had subscribed. Excluding children, this ratio was truly astounding. Reading the Quick Daily News daily had become a habit for many players. The subscription fee for the Quick Daily News was very affordable, costing only 2 copper coins per day. With that, one could read all the available news content. Even if one read it for 10 years, they would not need to spend even 1 gold. However, due to the massive subscriber base, they made enormous profits. Each day, they would take in 2,000 gold. Apart from subscription fees, ad revenue was another source of income. Whether it was guilds or territories, if they wanted to post recruitment advertisements, the Quick Daily News was the best choice. If they posted it on the forums, unless they were a huge shark like Shanghai City, their posts would definitely be drowned out. Besides recruitment, the promotion of products, trading news of top-grade items, chain quest news, and similar matters were popular posts on the Quick Daily News. The items promoted by the Song Chamber of Commerce had also appeared in the Quick Daily News. Now, similar news media had emerged. Among these, there were territory-based ones like the Jingdo publications and specific media like Swordsman Island. Various news media filled the reading needs of the diverse players. Even so, the Quick Daily News continued to hold almost a monopoly in the industry. Because of this, Bai Xiaosheng's reputation had soared, and he even climbed onto the famous people rankings. Some said that if Qiyu Wui was a giant among the lords, then Bai Xiaosheng was undoubtedly a media shark. Just a year ago, he was a relatively known commenter on the forums. His sudden rise was due to the unique business model of the Quick Daily News. The stealthy rise of the media industry made many people see the profits within. Or to put it another way, this rise had once again influenced the players' understanding of the game. Saying that the business model was unique was just in the context of the game. In reality, such subscription-based services had appeared 200 years ago. Bai Xiaoxing's breakthrough was to implement this model into the game. Just like the items released by the Song Chamber of Commerce, which dealt a mental and ideological blow to the players. There was a clear similarity between these two. They treated the game world much like the real world. Put simply, it all traced back to Ouyang Shuo's time theory. From how Gaia was setting up columns for the quick daily news, it was evident that Gaia supported this approach. Making the game world feel real had always been one of Gaia's goals. In the future, when they reached Planet Hope, Earth Online could seamlessly integrate into the players' lives. The molding and selection of talent was a process that never stopped. People with a business mindset had already glimpsed some opportunities from the rise of the media industry. On the forums, there were numerous products being developed that lacked a platform for comprehensive integration. For instance, a network. A year ago, players had used the game as a foundation to create web novels in genres like fantasy, history, and military. These were random fictions the authors wrote up. But if they could gain official support, like from quick daily news, and have a reading platform to promote and run their stories, this would entirely change things. After all, in reality, subscription-based reading had already become a trend. Additionally, dramas and movies. The shooting equipment Gaia provided, coupled with the adventure, battle, and war elements, would allow someone to create a great movie or drama, provided they had professional directors and scriptwriters. Now, the forums were filled with people filming for self-enjoyment. Undoubtedly, only a more professional production process would advance this area. And this was just about entertainment-related matters. If one looked beyond this, the scope of imagination would expand even further. Like online sales and purchases, ever since the removal of the super auction platform, cross-territory sales had become a distant dream. However, in reality, it was a common practice. By utilizing forums, they could construct an online shopping platform. Following that, they could establish a parcel service using relays. With these methods, one could easily replicate Taobao. There were many more examples and a variety of business opportunities. Having been through this before, Ouyang Shuo naturally knew that all of this had occurred in his past life. Not only that, but future industries would eventually break free from the control of forums. As the game progressed, players' entertainment needs would grow endlessly. In the future, real-life singers and stars would appear in the game. Ouyang Shuo remembered that in the 4th year of Gaia, superstar Lin Luo held an old-style concert in the square of Jingdou, attracting 200,000 people. With that concert alone, she earned 500,000 gold and was known as the money-making queen. Not only real-life stars, but as the game progressed, a new batch of stars emerged. They were either highly skilled experts or the pinnacle in their professional fields. In summary, the future game world would become increasingly similar to the real world. The reason Ouyang Shuo did not leverage his advantage to enter this area was that jack of all trades, master of none. Bai Xiaoxing did not build the wilderness publications on luck alone. In reality, he was an experienced media professional with vast media experience. If not, the quick daily news would not have gained popularity so quickly. Similarly, for other professions to thrive, they needed professionals in those fields. To Ouyang Shuo, instead of worrying about other factors, he might as well focus on managing his territory well. Cleaned and edited version. Like now, even Bai Xiaoxing, who others had termed as the media giant, was shocked and honored by Ouyang Shuo's invitation. In the end, in the game, lords still stood at the top of the food chain. Apart from that, there was another problem. Be it online dramas, online shopping, or even superstar concerts, the game had to be stable for such events to thrive. In a chaotic world, all of this was just a pipe dream. In his last life, only during the 4th year of Gaia did similar businesses start to show themselves. Note, the text provided seems to contain a mix of proper nouns and it's not completely clear what the intended meaning is, especially with mentions of Bai Shaosheng and Ouyang Shuo, which could be names of people or characters, and Gaia, which might be a misspelled word or a reference to something specific. If you can provide more context or clarification, I can offer a more accurate edit. Ouyang Shuo invited Bai Shaosheng over from the Quick Daily News to promote his plan. For Bai Shaosheng, the opportunity to interview the mysterious Shanghai alliance was also a significant breakthrough. Both parties had their needs. Additionally, Ouyang Shuo was preparing to establish a newspaper called the Shanghai Times. Unlike the Quick Daily News, the Shanghai Times would target the local populace, as they could not access online forums and could only read print newspapers. Bai Shaosheng had extensive experience in this area. Ouyang Shuo's plan was to use Bai Shaosheng as a bridge to recruit a group of newspaper industry professionals. Sun Xiaya personally designed the Tianya Villa, which replicated a real-life holiday home. She created a truly exquisite masterpiece. A short distance from the villa were pristine white beaches, and the clear sea water, a light azure, was 10 times clearer than in real life. A row of deck chairs and umbrellas lined the beach. The first day of the Alliance gathering was not for meetings but for members and their families to enjoy the holiday spirit. Ouyang Shuo kept his promise and did not seek out any member to discuss matters privately. On the morning of the 26th day of the second month, in the main hall of the villa, the meeting place was Escort, similar to a real-life meeting hall. As the Alliance leader and host, Ouyang Shuo sat at the head of the table. The 5 lords were seated to his left, and the guild leaders to his right. No other members were invited. However, this meeting had a special guest, the treasurer of the Four Seas Bank, Meng Jida, who sat next to Ouyang Shuo. What are your thoughts on the one-time achievement value exchange that Gaia pushed out? Right from the start, Ouyang Shuo posed an extremely unusual question. The members on both sides exchanged glances. What a scam, it's not fair. Gong Changsha felt incredibly annoyed. It has to be designed for Dichen, Chen Shinjun, and the others. There's definitely something fishy going on, Xuanlong Dianxue, always a person who believed in conspiracies, said. The pressure is huge. Bai Hua had a helpless look. Strangely, only the lords voiced their opinions, while the guild leaders, who were directly involved in the matter, kept silent. Ouyang Shuo smiled as expected, smiled. They say that extremely perilous moments are also a chance for a lucky break. Did any of you think about using this chance to do something? What can we do? Watch as they overtake us? Gong Changsha was brimming with anger and hatred. In reality, he was a person who held a grudge against the wealthy and powerful. Wui, what are your thoughts? Bai Hua asked. Regarding the specific situation, I'll let Treasurer Meng Jida explain it to you all. Ouyang Shuo turned around, signaling to Meng Jida that it was his turn. The Four Seas Bank had branches everywhere, so Bai Hua and the others naturally knew him well. Meng Jida stood up and passed a set of documents to everyone. In your hands is the plan of how the Four Seas Bank will respond to the achievement value exchange. The plan is known as the financial nuclear bomb. Meng Jida explained the matter fluently, breaking down the plan in meticulous detail. The core of the plan was to use the Four Seas Bank as a platform to absorb the excess gold from players' hands, which would then be channeled into the construction of Shanghai Alliance territories. This would transform a disadvantage into an advantage. When Gong Changsha and the others heard this, their eyes lit up, and they became immediately invigorated. How can we ensure players will be willing to save their money? Bai Hua asked. Players are worried about the gold they have exchanged for depreciating. Therefore, high interest returns will provide a significant lure. This is also a key component of the financial nuclear bomb plan, Meng Jida responded. Each imperial city had a bank, but the ancient bank system offered no interest and required fees, so players preferred to keep their funds in their storage bags rather than in the system banks. This single point is far from sufficient, Meng Jida continued. Any financial institution, to attract deposits, needs to have a solid reputation and reserves. Shanghai City's unassailable position in the China region is the biggest assurance. Its monthly financial income serves as the best reserve. Ordinary territory banks, even with high interest rates, might not reassure players due to the volatile environment of the wilderness and territorial wars. After all, in most cases, territories might be taken over by others, leading to the loss of hard-earned money. Shanghai City was different. With its current strength and status, no one would expect it to be occupied. This confidence was unmatched, even by Di Chen and the others. Those present did not object to this point. But isn't Shanghai City's monthly income far from adequate as a reserve fund? Feng Qiuhuang questioned. Being born into a prominent family, Feng Qiuhuang understood the banking industry and saw through the core of the problem. In modern banks, reserves are typically around 10%, but not lower than 6%. Given the reputation of the Four Seas Bank, they would need to maintain about 10% reserves to keep players at ease. This means that for every 100,000 in loans, the Four Seas Bank needs to have 10,000 in reserves. Shanghai City's monthly income, after deducting military expenses, is 100,000. Therefore, Shanghai City can absorb up to 1 million in loans. 1 million gold is not enough to enable the Shanghai Alliance to flourish. For the large number of players, 1 million gold is far from sufficient. The main issue is that territorial finances are calculated monthly, while players tend to save more in the first few months of the year. Conservatively, the Four Seas Bank needs to prepare at least 3 million to gain the trust of the players. Clearly, Ouyang Shuo does not possess such an amount. That's right, Meng Jida acknowledged the issue without hesitation and turned to the guild leaders, smiling at them. The problem of funds, I believe you guild leaders can help us solve it. The gold in your hands is also depreciating, isn't it? If we do that, what benefits will we get? Jianqi Lane was direct in his question. Of course. Meng Jida was extremely confident. The best cooperation is a win-win situation. Therefore, the Four Seas Bank is willing to offer a portion of our shares to invite you all to invest and share in the profits. In reality, from the beginning, Ouyang Shuo had never planned to fund everything alone. The funds in the players' hands are estimated to be over 100 million, conservatively. With the current appetite of the Four Seas Bank, they could only take a portion of it at most. As such, inviting allies to invest and tying their interests together was the best choice. Moreover, this course of action would make the cake bigger. Of course, the Four Seas Bank's share power would still be firmly in his hands. Can you be a little more specific? As expected, Jianqi Lane and the others were exceedingly interested. 1% of the shares of the Four Seas Bank will be sold for 200,000 gold. Each guild will have an upper limit of 5%. Of course, if the number of shareholders increases, the shares will naturally shrink. CE. Ouyang Shuo's appetite astonished Jianqi Lane and the others. Based on this, the value of the Four Seas Bank stood at a shocking 20 million. Thinking about it, it did make sense. If the financial nuclear bomb plan truly worked, this valuation was conservative. Snow War Rose is willing to invest 1 million. Before Jianqi Lane could even say anything, Xia Xiyun did not hesitate to announce her position, as expected from one of Shanghai City's strongest allies. Qingfeng Pavilion, 1 million. Moonshines over the river was alert and smart too. Thread, 600,000. If it were not for the perfume business expanding too quickly, Qing Saiku would have invested 1 million. To Qing Saiku, Ouyang Shuo was her biggest benefactor. It was Ouyang Shuo who single-handedly gave Thread a way back. Shadow Alliance, 600,000. Yiming Pavilion, 600,000. Jinghu and Mengyun Tunding basically shouted out at the same time. To them, obtaining shares of the Four Seas Bank was a chance to fully integrate into the Shanghai Alliance, so how could they miss out on such an opportunity? More importantly, no matter how one looked at it, it was a sure win. The guilds would place their depreciating funds into the best bank in China, ensuring a bright future. When Jianqi Lane saw the situation, she could only awkwardly laugh, as she was the last one to act. Tingyu floor, 1 million. Meng Jida smiled. With that, the Four Seas Bank had sold 24% of their shares and gathered 4.8 million gold. Thank you all for your generosity. This sum of money will not be touched by Shanghai City, it will all be the funds of the Four Seas Bank. Ouyang Shuo stepped forward at the appropriate moment to clarify. When Jianqi Lane and the others heard these words, they felt more at ease and were impressed by his magnanimity. Even if Ouyang Shuo used 1 to 2 million, no one would have complained. Ouyang Shuo wanted to forego small gains to earn everyone's trust. Only then could the alliance remain strong and not falter. In truth, through the Four Seas Bank share allocation, he had bound Shanghai City and the 6 guilds together. This was the greatest gain for Ouyang Shuo. When Beihai and the other lords saw the Four Seas Bank amass nearly 5 million in such a short period, it would be a lie to say they were not envious. The lords appeared glamorous, but in truth, their coffers were exceedingly pitiful. Even asking them to directly contribute 200,000 gold would be pushing it. Naturally, Ouyang Shuo would not treat them badly. After all, using the Four Seas Bank to tie the interests of the entire alliance together had been his goal. He smiled and said, "Lords, why don't all of you invest 200,000 in exchange for 1%? If you have financial difficulties, the 200,000 can be changed to low-interest loans. How about that?" "Good idea," Beihai said. In the alliance, all members were equal, so Ouyang Shuo definitely could not just give shares to the lords. Following which, they needed to discuss how to adjust the organizational structure of the Four Seas Bank. New shareholders joining in meant that the governance system of the Four Seas Bank had to change. First, on a management level, they needed to set up an administrative council. This council would act as the highest decision-making organization, taking charge of all important decisions. Ouyang Shuo personally took charge and took up the role of the director. The 11 lords in this meeting all became members of the board. Feng Qiuwang and Xie Xiyun, who were the representatives of the lords and the guilds, were promoted to deputy directors. For the initial structure of the bank, Ouyang Shuo did not follow the modern bank structure and set up a board of directors. Instead, below the council was immediately the management level. Meng Jida would act as the head of the management level, and he would be in charge of the daily operations of the Four Seas Bank. Apart from this, Ouyang Shuo announced that Shanghai City would establish an elite force to ensure the safety of the various branches of the bank. This force would be known as the Jinwu Guard, and Shanghai City would cover the military expenses for the Jinwu Guards. To develop the Four Seas Bank into the most influential bank in China and even the world, our vision must be broad, and our foresight must be far-reaching. Whether they are lords or guild leaders, anyone willing to be friends with the Shanghai Alliance is welcome to join, Ouyang Shuo stated. Since he decided to make the Four Seas Bank massive, Ouyang Shuo did not want the effort to be a joke. After the meeting, the Four Seas Bank began establishing branches in the 9 imperial cities to attract the spare funds of adventure mode players. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. For the Four Seas Bank to gain a stable footing in the various imperial cities, it needed the support of local guilds, otherwise, it would face many challenges. The influence of guilds, especially in the imperial cities, could no longer be ignored. Ouyang Shuo had never looked down on anyone. Within the alliance, Jingdou, Jianya, Luoyang, and Dali were acceptable for the time being, but they lacked reliable allies in the other 5. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo needed to expand Shanghai City's network of friends. For potential investors in the Four Seas Bank, they did not need to be allies of the alliance. As long as they recognized the bank's progress and agreed with its obligations, they could become partners. Ouyang Shuo was eager to gain allies. Moreover, Besides these considerations, he had to account for the factor of Di Chen and others. He believed that the moment the Four Seas Bank started operating, Di Chen and the others would not sit idly by. At the very least, Chunxinjuan's Huitong Bank would be a competitor. In terms of ability, Chunxinjun had many professionals. In terms of reserves, the Yan-Huang alliance was not any worse. In terms of reputation, they were only slightly weaker than Shanghai City. If the Four Seas Bank could not break out of the Shanghai alliance's influence, they would definitely lose in this competition. Chuanzhou's streamer, I can reach out to them, Beihai said. Before entering Earth Online, Beihai was a prominent figure in the esports scene and had a wide network of friends. The guild leader of streamer Jun Ilao was considered her old acquaintance. Beihai left her statement open-ended, as she was merely being cautious. Great. Ouyang Shuo was delighted. I can try Chengdu's Laojun Temple, Xiaxian said. Like Beihai, Xiaxian was also one of the top figures in the esports scene. In terms of influence, she was no less than Beihai. Excellent. Ouyang Shuo was thrilled. If everything went according to plan, 6 out of the top 10 guilds would invest in the Four Seas Bank. Guild players were the greatest weakness for Di Chen and the others. The remaining Jianqi Zongheng, 18 horsemen of Yenyun, and Jini Wei were all loyal to the Yan-Huang alliance. Even if they wanted to invest, Ouyang Shuo would not allow it. The only neutral party left was the Blood Evil Mercenary Guild. As the top guild, they definitely had the ability to remain independent. Whether it was Ouyang Shuo's good intentions or Di Chen's temptations, he had rejected them all. However, Ouyang Shuo was not prepared to let him go this time. On the side of the Blood Evil Mercenary Guild, I have confidence, Ouyang Shuo smiled and announced this shocking news. Really? Xiaxian and the others were astonished. Everyone knew that blood romance was renowned for being stubborn. The moment he decided on something, there was no changing his mind. I've never spoken false words, Ouyang Shuo replied. Hearing this, the others did not ask any more. Beihai and some of the others had been in contact with Ouyang Shuo for a long while, so they could roughly feel that he still had many trump cards in his hands. For example, Xiaxian still could not understand how Ouyang Shuo knew of the Rattlesnake mercenary group, and how he had quietly absorbed them. Wui's body is covered with a mysterious veil. Beihai had spoken such words during the first gathering. Besides the guilds, should we consider recruiting some lords? Feng Qiuhuang asked. She first thought about the members of her branch alliance. One must admit that Feng Qiuhuang's strategic foresight was a bit stronger. Naturally, we can, Ouyang Shuo replied without any hesitation. Indeed, once the Four Seas Bank started operating, it could absorb nearly tens of millions of reserves. With the 6 territories of the Shanghai Alliance, they could not completely manage it. One must know that these reserves all required interest payments. If they just placed the money in the vaults of the bank, it would be a massive waste. For Shanghai City, it would be a burden instead. Hence, a successful bank could obtain savings while loaning money out at high interest rates, using the price difference to profit. Before that, the territories closest to us are the ones we need to target. Apart from the territorial alliances you have created, you can choose a few strong ones to attract, Ouyang Shuo explained. Typically, the people who wanted to borrow money were commoner lords. In this round of exchange, they were the biggest victims. One must understand that the moment the Four Seas Bank reached out, it would gain the approval of these lords. Ouyang Shuo's plan was slowly becoming clear. Beihai couldn't help but remark in awe, Wui, you're playing a big game. It's not me, it's us, Ouyang Shuo corrected. Haha. Laughter echoed throughout the meeting room. At that moment, everyone felt more and more confident about Shanghai Alliance's future. The dark clouds that had gathered in the second year were all swept away. One could foresee that once the Four Seas Bank truly started operating, it would attract a massive amount of funds. At that time, the territories would no longer worry about low-interest loans. With such a large sum of funds, the various territories would surely advance to a new level. This was one of Ouyang Shuo's goals. However, Ouyang Shuo's current aim was not limited to that. Just as Beihai had remarked, Ouyang Shuo was using the Four Seas Bank as a chessboard to play a grand game. However, this game far exceeded the understanding of Beihai and the others. As the world's best lord, Ouyang Shuo's foresight had planned 10 years ahead. To the Federation, Ouyang Shuo's rise in the game was a total anomaly. Meanwhile, Gaia was naturally delighted. However, not everyone among the higher-ups of the Federation appreciated this dark horse. For instance, Di Chen and others, along with the families behind them, viewed Ouyang Shuo unfavorably. Ultimately, Gaia's wishes were like divine decrees. However, once they reached Planet Hope, the real authority still lay with the Federation. Thus, Ouyang Shuo could not predict whether they would try to undermine him if his achievements far exceeded what the Federation could tolerate. He did not know if they would attempt to directly expel him. On this point, the current Ouyang Shuo was powerless. As a person who had reincarnated, he needed to plan ahead. The Four Seas Bank presented an excellent opportunity. Essentially, Gaia's achievement value exchange offered Ouyang Shuo a significant chance to seize. Beihai and others had likely not considered this aspect. Ouyang Shuo's ultimate goal was to use the Four Seas Bank to secure funds and tie as many adventure mode players to Shanghai City. They would prosper or fall together. If Shanghai City were to suffer, a large portion of the Chinese players would be affected, which the Federation could not afford to allow. Therefore, the Federation would have to be cautious with Ouyang Shuo and would not dare to employ underhanded tactics. As for direct competition, Ouyang Shuo was never afraid. After addressing the matters involving the Four Seas Bank, this Shanghai Alliance gathering could be considered half complete. Following this, they needed to discuss the collaborations between the various guilds and territories. The primary person Ouyang Shuo wanted to discuss matters with was Beihai, as their territories were connected, and they needed to candidly share their plans for the third year of Gaia. Ouyang Shuo's ultimate goal was to logically and rationally incorporate Consonant City into the Shanghai City system. On Beihai's side, there was not much of a decision to make. With Mulanyu becoming the Jinan prefecture governor already being the strongest signal Ouyang Shuo had sent out, merging into Shanghai City would only result in her being put to better use, with no chance of being overshadowed. In terms of power and status, the current Mulanyu was on par with Gong Chengshi and the others, and not a bit weaker. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the latter half of the year before it could be settled. During the alliance gathering, Ouyang Shuo had already announced Shanghai City's rest plan and the voyaging expedition. This also meant that during the first half of the third year, Ouyang Shuo might not have the time to handle alliance matters. At this point, Feng Qiuwang and the others needed to accurately assess their situations. Ouyang Shuo emphasized that if they wanted to take any action, they must be prepared for Shanghai City not having their backs. They must be confident in handling their own issues. Otherwise, there might not be anyone there to save them. The next day, good news arrived one after another. Both Streamer and Laojun Temple gave enthusiastic responses to the invitations from Beihai and Xiexiyun. Both were invited as guests to Tianya Villa. That afternoon, they finalized the shareholder agreement concerning the Four Seas Bank. Streamer and Laogun Temple each invested 600,000 gold for a 3% share in the Four Seas Bank. Both guilds also assumed the role of protectors for the bank branches in Xuanzhou and Chengdu. Ouyang Shuo, seizing the opportunity while the iron was hot, decided to make a trip to Xianyang, where the headquarters of the Blood Evil mercenary group was located. Despite being the top guild in China, they would not dare to treat Ouyang Shuo lightly due to his personal visit. Strangely, Ouyang Shuo spent less than 2 hours there before taking his leave. Upon his departure, he had already secured 1 million gold in investments. Blood romance, as expected, was generous and incredibly decisive. Once he made a decision, he never hesitated. The secret Ouyang Shuo used to persuade blood romance was actually quite simple. During the system auction, the Warblood set that blood romance bought only included the armor and boots. Thus, completing the full set was an extremely difficult task. Coincidentally, the person who obtained the most critical piece of the set, the red blood sword, had posted their quest on the forums. Ouyang Shuo's return to blood romance was the quest clues for the red blood sword. This clue was invaluable to blood romance, equivalent to a significant favor from Ouyang Shuo. Although he had an eccentric personality, he was still a righteous warrior and agreed to Ouyang Shuo's demands without hesitation. However, the Blood Evil Mercenary Guild would remain neutral. Ouyang Shuo was not one to force matters. He believed that with this as a starting point, both sides could have more chances of working together. Once again, he returned to the Tianya villa. At this time, Ouyang Shuo allowed Bai Shaosheng to use the quick daily news platform to release part of the plan regarding the Four Seas Bank. Upon obtaining such groundbreaking news, Bai Shaosheng was naturally delighted and felt that the trip was entirely worthwhile. The latter part of the alliance gathering was a complete holiday. People who had plans could leave early, while those who had none could stay until the eve of the Chinese New Year. Xiongnu even intended to spend the entire Chinese New Year at the villa. After all, leaders like her did not need to hold any worship ceremonies. Bai Shaosheng knew his place, so he left after obtaining the news. The next day, on the 29th of the first month, a piece of news was posted on the front page of the Quick Daily News. Snow War Rose, Qingfeng Pavilion, Blood Evil Mercenary Guild, and other guilds, totaling 9, Consonant City, Fallen Phoenix City, and 5 other territories, all these parties had invested in the Four Seas Bank. The bank was now officially open to the public, with initial reserves totaling 6 million gold. The moment this news spread, it shook the world. 3 factors together allowed players to relax and trust the bank: the Shanghai Alliance, especially the reputation of Shanghai City, and the collaboration of 9 elite guilds in raising such a massive sum. Suddenly, people started to relentlessly search for and ask about the opening hours of the Four Seas Bank. Ouyang Shuo did not make them wait for long. In truth, the branches of the Four Seas Bank in the 9 imperial cities had already been prepared under Meng Zhida's management. Once the reserves reached the required amount, they could start business. Xiongnu and the other guild leaders knew what to do. On the 28th, the 6 million gold was all in place, stored in the headquarters of the Four Seas Bank. Ouyang Shuo had purposely taken a photo of the vault and sent it to Bai Shaosheng. In the news article, a mountain of gold dazzled the players' eyes. Ouyang Shuo had also specifically instructed the City Protection Division to increase the surveillance of the vault, as he had no way to ensure that people wouldn't grow greedy because of the massive sum of gold. On the 29th, in the afternoon, the branches in the 9 imperial cities opened one by one. Jianqi Lane, Blood Romance, and others appeared in their local imperial cities to help cut the ribbons. Players eager to store their money in the bank lined up on the streets. Since the Jinwu guards were still under construction, Ouyang Shuo sent the Guards Legion, arranging for 1,000 guards in each imperial city to maintain order. The local scenes formed a sea of people, creating a truly festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, the divine martial guards directly defended the bank vaults. As for Ouyang Shuo, he stayed at Tianya Villa but still kept an eye on the proceedings from afar. That night, the first batch of savings was tabulated. Upon looking at the simple summary, Ouyang Shuo's mouth gaped open. In just one afternoon, the 9 branches had absorbed 6 million gold. When Beihai and the others received the news, they were delighted and cheered. This marked the beginning of the rise of the Four Seas Bank. The continuous good news made Beihai and the others feel restless, and they all left. They had 2 missions. First, they needed to assess how much their territories had borrowed and could potentially borrow. The low-interest loans from the Four Seas Bank were not simply about the more, the merrier. If the territories could not use the loans to generate profits and instead just covered the interest, it would lead to a significant financial burden. Therefore, even committee directors like Beihai and the others needed to go through a rigorous vetting process before they could secure a large loan. They had to first submit a comprehensive report on the territory's finances. The management team, led by Meng Jida, would conduct an audit. After the evaluation, they would confirm which territories had the capacity to take on more loans. As for the use of the loans, the bank imposed strict restrictions. Only then could it prevent the various territories from making mistakes. Ouyang Shuo truly did not want to see a territory go bankrupt because it could not repay the loans. Given the position of the Shanghai alliance in the Chinese region, they did not need to worry about people who had the heart of bears and the courage of leopards failing to pay up. However, every loan required collateral. Moreover, the contracts were Gaia verified and had legal implications. Hence, even if Di Chen and the others tried to use a third party to secure loans, they could not resort to any underhanded methods. Of course, at the current stage, they also did not have such an opportunity. Their second mission was to evaluate all their branch alliance allies. Only the trustworthy ones could obtain loans. Regular allies could not take loans for the time being. With these precautions, it would prevent Di Chen and the others from causing any issues. In the third year of Gaia, on the first month's 30th day, which also corresponded to the 28th day of the lunar calendar, there were only 2 days left until the New Year's Eve. Strangely, a significant number of adventure game mode players did not think about purchasing New Year's goodies on this day. Instead, they rushed to the Four Seas Bank to swiftly deposit the funds they had painstakingly gathered. This was the most pressing concern at the moment. Otherwise, if they kept the gold in their storage bags, its value would decrease each day. The wise players naturally understood this. Compared to the previous afternoon, thanks to word of mouth, the number of players heading to the banks had doubled. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Shuo felt a mixture of delight and worry. Helplessly, he could only instruct the newly appointed Qubing to increase the number of men in the various imperial cities. The Guards Legion's Major General had certainly never expected his first mission to be maintaining order. If one said it out loud, no one would believe it. However, as it was an order from the Lord, Qubing did not dare to disobey it. After a day, the Four Seas Bank had once again collected a substantial amount of gold, this time 15 million. This outcome made Chen Shinjun and the others look on with envy. They had never anticipated that Shanghai City would actually pull off such a feat just one day before the New Year's Eve. The lords in the wilderness had a completely different attitude, particularly the commoner lords. Now, these lords had begun to try to get closer to the members of the Shanghai Alliance, their motivation naturally being to obtain loans. Ouyang Shuo had an ambiguous reaction to this. He neither agreed nor rejected their approaches. He gave the same reply to all who asked, wait until after the Chinese New Year to discuss. Ouyang Shuo did this to whet their appetites. As they said, one would only cherish things that were difficult to obtain. People would not cherish things that were easily obtainable. If he did not let these lords see the preciousness of the loans, how could he make them willingly agree to the terms of the Four Seas Bank? Ouyang Shuo had let it be known that to apply for a loan, they needed to open their territories to the Four Seas Bank, allowing it to open branches and invest in local specialties. The terms had become more stringent than those for the Allied territories. The Four Seas Bank had become an important tool for Ouyang Shuo to expand his influence in the wilderness.